Danful offers unparalleled, curated, and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds, and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshi traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danful, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danful, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danful, Africa. To learn more, visit danful.africa.
Hear me. Dave, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, do I sound how do I sound? Am I low? Am I
No, you sound normal to me.
sound normal? Okay, cool. Okay,
Yeah,
let me run through the announcements real quick, and I'll bring you back on. Give me like 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Yeah, sure thing. Sure.
Okay. All right, everyone. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thanks so much for joining. Make sure you hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. Got a couple of announcements. Just got back from Nigeria. Had a great time. Y'all, Nigeria is my favorite country. I'm just gonna put it out there. I love Nigeria. Again, I absolutely love Nigeria. Nigeria is my favorite country. I'm going to put it out there. I know I've been torn between Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Senegal. But while I was in Nigeria, like I didn't want to leave. Like and this is often the case when I'm in Africa, period. But I really didn't want to leave. I was like, Dynas, we got to get you an apartment. We got to find you a home. Like, I did not want to leave. And I sometimes feel like this when I'm in Senegal, at times when I'm in Sierra Leone, but I don't know what it is about Nigeria this time during this last trip. I was like, oh man, I don't want to go. I'm not ready to go. I'm not ready to go. But Mansa is here in America, my son, and my son needs me. And I got to be there for my son. And I'm not doing the whole long distance, I'll see you, Mansa, 3-4 times a year. Nah, I got to be there active. But yeah, Nigeria is my fave. I love Nigeria. Love that country, even though it has its issues. And I found a restaurant. And Dave, hold on, Dave. Give me like 5 minutes, Dave. I'm sorry. But let me shout out this restaurant because I said, if I can find some good Senegalese food in Nigeria, game over. Again, I said, if I could find some good Senegalese food in Nigeria, game over. And I found this restaurant. It's called Alara. It's Knock by Alara. And when I say they had their rendition of Yassa, I didn't try the Mafe, but I tried the Yassa. Excuse me. When I say their rendition was so good, Oh man, it was so good. Now it's pricey. That's the thing. You ain't gonna get the cheap, like when I'm in Senegal, you can get you some good yassa. I eat local. So you can get you some good yassa, some good mafe, all that stuff for equivalent to about $4-5, if even that. So it's not cheap, but their rendition of yassa, they used it was beef short ribs, and their yassa sauce, that yassa sauce was so good. I said if they could find a way to make some proper Senegalese jollof rice, man. If I could find some proper Senegalese jollof rice in Nigeria, oh man, game over. Game over. But this spot is fly. This spot is fly, but it's pricey. But I love Nigeria. Miss it. Guys, hit that like button. Make sure you share. Make sure you subscribe. If you have not bought my documentary, again, if you have not bought my documentary, please go to documentary.searchforhuru.com. Again, please go to documentary. Oh, Senegalese Jollof by far. Not even close. Please go to documentary.searchforwho.com and buy the documentary, y'all. Please buy the documentary. I would greatly appreciate it. I will greatly appreciate it. Guys, give me a second. Again, I will greatly appreciate it. Go and support the documentary. Oh, they're right here. Again, go and support the documentary In Search of Uhuru. I'll greatly appreciate it. Next month, we are going to Zanzibar and Kenya. In November, we're doing Ghana, Ivory Coast, and Sierra Leone. In January, we're doing Benin. And in January, we are doing Benin. So, with that being said, if you're interested in joining us, please visit danfo.africa. Again, please visit danfo, that's danfo.africa, to learn more. Without further ado, we're going to bring on our guest, Dave, from the UK. And I started here about this Jason Arday situation while I was in Nigeria, and that he passed away. And I have questions about that, because they're being very hush on how he passed away, unless I missed something. But people started to question so I guess he has a biography, and people started to question his biography and what he's claimed he's done in his biography. But Dave, just tell us about Jason. In fact, let me do this. Let me pull up this clip about Jason.
Yeah,
because I first heard about him a couple years ago, actually.
Yeah, you would have.
Him having not Down syndrome,
autism.
There we go.
Yeah,
but I guess he never spoke to you until he was like 12, and
He had autism and global development delay. So yeah, he was like really behind, and then he became a massive media darling and all that type of stuff. But go ahead. I'll be happy to run by his details and how things have occurred over here after you play the clip. And
but first, let me. I'm trying to find older articles. Everything that's showing now is
Yeah,
new in
sure.
regards to passing away and
Yeah.
his credentials being questioned. But like I said, I remember him having autism, and then
Yeah.
whatchamacallit, him being the first black professor at Cambridge, right?
No, it wasn't the first black professor. He was the youngest professor at Cambridge and the youngest black one as well. So, and obviously with the background he had in terms of him not being able to really speak and didn't do well in school from early on, obviously it was a big, they made a real big show of it, and they put a lot of praise on him and all that type of stuff. And it's, to be honest with you, this is a real terrible one. And regardless of many people's personal opinions or backgrounds within the black community in the UK, it seems like across the board. And I was just back in London, in another part of London, sorry, like visiting family, and it didn't really matter whether it was your conservative family, your liberal family, your activist cousin, or whatever. Like across the board, this was really, really this is really kind of shocked and kind of angered people. I mean, it's been said for a while that the British written media, so our newspaper journalists in industry, are the most ruthless in the world. And that goes back to the death of Lady Diana. It goes back to the Meghan Markle hounding. I mean, in both those two women's cases, actually, it proved you can be, in the case of Lady Diana, you could be from gentry, upper class background. You can be from money, and you can marry an heir to the throne. It won't matter. And with Meghan Markle's case, you can be a Hollywood sweetheart and, a perfectly palatable type of, and it still won't matter. And the British written media is just notorious for its viciousness in how it goes after people. I mean, there's no low that they have when, they kind of sink into somebody. And Jason Arday sadly appears to be another victim of that whole situation. Oh snap! Okay.
Yeah. Let me play this real quick.
Yeah, go on.
So people get background on who he is if they don't know who he is.
Fair use. We can have integrated data processing, and stepwise data is very crucial for the AI, and we can predict the future.
I always felt it was a privilege to have a period of 11 years where maybe I couldn't speak and I couldn't converse in a way that everyone else could, because it allowed me to see things in a different way.
Professor Jason Arday was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder at the age of 3. He couldn't speak until he was 11 and read or write until he was 18. Throughout his early years, his parents continued to believe in him.
At 18, my mum had got to a point where there was only so much she could do, and she was brilliant, even though she had this belief that, he'll do something okay, but she was just decided, I need someone else to believe in him as much as I believe in him.
Therapists predicted he would need full-time assistance throughout his life. How wrong they were.
You okay?
It was this man, college tutor Sandro Sandri, who helped teach Jason to read and write at 18.
I'm just so happy for him. I'm speechless, to be honest. But I never doubt a moment they would achieve where he is.
Sandro would spend hours of his free time teaching Jason.
There's one thing you said to me, which I never forgot. And it was when I was 22, and I said to you, I was thinking about doing a PhD. And you said to me, it would be the greatest story in the world if the kid who didn't know how to read and write managed to get a PhD. And you said, I think, we can take on the world, or you can take on the world and you can win. And I never forgot that.
And now Jason is days away from achieving another ambition.
Hey, so good to see you.
Here's his new boss at Cambridge.
We do have a lot of work to do, but I feel really optimistic. I think
part of his research will look at new ways to make higher education more accessible for everyone.
What can we do to ensure that this isn't a market appointment in 5 years' time? How can this become the norm?
We've listened to the voices of our Black scholars and our Black students, and some of it has not been easy to hear, to be honest, but we're able to face up to some of the structural issues that people face.
There will be those that think this is a tokenistic appointment. What are your thoughts on this?
The board of electors on your interview day were absolutely unanimous. We are so lucky to have you. You are the best in the world in terms of the research that you do.
An extraordinary journey, but for Jason, this is not an end. It's a beginning.
The reaction has been amazing, and I'm truly grateful to everyone for their kind sentiment and kind words. We've got a lot of work to do.
Celestina Olulode, BBC News, Cambridge.
All right, let me play an updated one so people get an idea of what happened. What happened this past
Sure
week.
thing.
Yeah.
Sure thing.
So our mission is to enable the one-person billion-dollar company and enable anybody to start.
The Prime Minister has described the death of former Cambridge professor Jason Arday as a tragedy on so many levels. Jason Arday resigned from his role at the university after allegations of plagiarism and questions were raised over some of his achievements. He had denied the claims. Police say they're not treating his death as suspicious. Helena Wilkinson has the latest.
3 years ago, Jason Arday made history, becoming Cambridge University's youngest ever Black professor. But earlier this month, he was at the centre of a plagiarism row, and last week he quit his role with immediate effect. Last night, it was confirmed that Jason Arday had been found dead. In a statement, the Metropolitan Police said they were called by the London Ambulance Service on Friday afternoon following a report that a man had been found unresponsive inside a property. Sadly, a 41-year-old man was pronounced dead at the scene. His next of kin have been informed and are being supported by officers. The Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, said Jason Arday's death was a tragedy on so many levels.
It's not a moment for any rushing to judgment. It's a moment for reflection, I would say, reflecting on how things came to this. A really sad and sorry state of affairs. And I think we just all today think of Jason, his contribution, and his family and friends.
Since his appointment as a Cambridge Professor of Sociology of Education in 2023, Professor Jason Arday regularly appeared in the media talking about a variety of subjects from his personal journey into academia.
There's one thing you said to me, which I never forgot, and it was when I was 22, and I said to you I was thinking about doing a PhD, and you said to me, like, you know, it would be the greatest story in the world if the kid who didn't know how to read and write was managed to get a PhD.
But there were recent allegations of plagiarism and questions about some of his achievements. He denied the claims. He admitted errors in his work, but said he had faced an unrelenting level of public scrutiny and personal attack and was not a liar. Some critics had said the treatment of him had been motivated by racism, but others said the claims of plagiarism were legitimate. A former colleague and friend told the BBC he had spoken to Jason Arday yesterday morning.
Over the last few weeks, since the plagiarism allegations came to sort of national news and then international news, he was being subjected on an hourly basis to ridicule, humiliation. He told me this morning that he couldn't leave his home because his face was now so well known, his name was so well known, that he was a figure of shame. He maintained that he did not fabricate, he did not lie.
In a statement, Jason Arday's family said that they were in shock to have lost this amazing father, partner, brother, uncle and son. They added the campaign of misinformation was too much for Jason, who was a gentle man and who always wanted to see the best in everyone. Cambridge University's Vice-Chancellor said they were desperately saddened to hear the tragic news that Jason Arday had died. The Metropolitan Police said his death was being treated as unexpected, but is not believed to be suspicious. Helena Wilkinson, BBC News.
So, Dave, real quick, like, are they calling this a suicide yet? Or are they still investigating? Or
that's the thing. They're saying they're not calling it a suicide yet. They're saying what has been confirmed is that he was found, unresponsive in his flat on Friday, and they're not saying that it was, that he took his own, life. And I as well, I'm kind of like, well, the family have said what they just said in that statement. The obvious nature. I mean, for us over here in the UK, Dynast, I'm telling you, for the past 2 weeks, it has been non-stop about him. It has been absolutely non-stop. Every day. It's not one story. It's not two stories. It's not every day. It's been relenting. So I think at the bare minimum, obviously we don't, until they confirm it or until the family, I mean, I believe what the family said about it being too much for him, etc., etc. I think we can all deduce what they mean from that. But I can't really understand what it is they're waiting on. Maybe there's something we don't know. And if there is, I'm happy to, adjust position and see what information comes out. But he has really been the center point. In the UK, during the summertime period that we're in now, our parliament goes into what's called a recess, where parliamentarians don't meet and they don't do business and whatever. So in the news, it's called Slow August. Small stories become massive because obviously the media just wants something to report on. And he has been the center point of all of this. And I just want to kind of, if it's okay with you, just kind of lay out
go ahead. Take your time. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. Okay, so as said in the clips, but I'll reiterate, he's from the UK, black guy of Ghanaian descent. For any Ghanaians or people who are familiar, I think normally in Ghana, his last name is spelled like Addy or something like that, I think. And it's just spelled a little different, but yeah. He couldn't speak, obviously, until very much later in life, and, has this incredible story how he makes it, obviously, to university, etc., etc. Now, he got his PhD from a place called Liverpool John Moores University in 2015, I believe. And he was later then appointed to his professor position in 2023 at Cambridge University. So, he did do other work, and he has been in academia as such. Now, something that was not mentioned, that is not mentioned enough about this is, you see, the questions of his qualification, which I'm going to go into afterwards, they did not start recently. From as soon as he was appointed, reports have already found that people were filing what's called in the UK a freedom of information request. So, like, I'm pretty sure you have similar things in the US, like you file it and, you have the right to kind of, They were filing FOI requests to check his qualifications from the day he started. And I think something particularly that needs to be said is that this is not new. We know this is the case with Black academics. In the UK, by the way, for people who want statistics, of all the academics and professors in the university sector, unlike America, we don't have many African studies, Africana studies, Black studies, etc., courses, because academia has done very well to keep these types of courses and these types of academics out. There's been one by a guy called Dr. Kehinde Andrews, who I'll also talk about later. But of all the professors and of all the university staff, 1% of them are Black in the UK. So we are not people who are wildly in these spaces. We know what to expect when that's the case. But anyway, he gets his PhD in 2015. He gets appointed at Cambridge in 2023. He gets a big media furore behind him and all that type of stuff. And then the first allegation of plagiarism, and this is the thing that I am most angry about. His allegation of plagiarism was investigated by the university that awarded him his PhD, Liverpool John Moores University. They investigated him in 2025 and found that he did not plagiarize in his PhD. The investigation was done and they concluded he did not do plagiarism. So for me, it's very simple. One, plagiarism is not a criminal offense. It's not a crime. So why the British media had to just go on about this is still baffling to me, because a wildly small number of people in this country will go to Cambridge. I mean, Cambridge is, you know, it's an equivalent to your Ivy League universities like Harvard and Yale and Princeton. Not many people are going to go. And not many people care at all about plagiarism claims with academics. They just don't, right? Because people have other things in their day. They don't care. But he was investigated for the plagiarism in 2025. They concluded he did not do any plagiarism, but these freaks could not let it go. Now, the reason why he was under all this scrutiny as of recent for his plagiarism was because another academic who was previously at the university, called Nathan Kofnas, raised the claim and said that he'd looked at some software and found plagiarism, etc., etc., etc. Nathan Kofnas is an American who is what he calls biological philosopher, but he was a self-described race realist. And one of his quotes that actually was a big part of, if I'm correct, or a contributing part of why he was released or fired by Cambridge University, was that he said that if DEI didn't exist, no Black man or Black woman could be a lecturer at Harvard or any American universities. So I'm guessing he's referring obviously to the Black American people who have worked hard, got qualified against all the odds, and got to those high positions. And you know how it goes. You get into some of those spaces, they call you a DEI hire, and they ignore whether you actually do or don't deserve to be there. Nathan Kofnas, the race realist, scientific racist weirdo, launched this kind of campaign, and he does the circuits on all these kind of weird podcasts and publications and what have you. And then it started with Jason Arday. They kept doing articles. Now, they also go on to talk about his book. He recently did a book deal. He signed some deals worth, I don't know, some money or whatever. And he had some claims in the book that were quote unquote fantastical. Now, yeah, some of those claims, I mean, you'd look at them on surface, it's like, okay, that's either an exceptional achievement or potentially not quite, you know, whatever. But for me personally, I look at it like in the case, I look more at the academic case. He was a professor. He resigned from his position a couple weeks ago due to the pressure. Now, if he did or didn't do all of those things he said, and the thing is he has other interviews where people try and bring these things up, and yeah, he says like, you know, no, this wasn't the case, like actually it was, and he, you know, he spoke to it. I don't know whether he was quote unquote amending the truth or something like that, or whether, to be honest with you, the British press media love a good story. They took it, ran with it. I don't know if they're misquoting him as such. I haven't read his book yet, and what have you. Now, at the end of the day, when they start talking about the racism in this, there's some interesting things to consider. He was subjected over the last 22 days to over 249 articles. 249 articles about him. And the majority at every publication, whether it's the Telegraph, the Times, the Daily Mail, all these other rags, the Guardian, all of them, right? The majority of his articles were all done after his resignation, which to me raises a question. If he's a plagiarizer and you say that he shouldn't have been in that position and he's resigned, there's no crime that he has committed and he's out of a position. Why do you still care? It's not even like they switched to target Cambridge University and say, how could you hire him? Which they did, but they didn't, do it exclusively. They still stayed on him. And they just kept mocking him and mocking him and mocking him. Like they just kept going at this guy. Now, you can kind of tell when you see pictures of him, like, okay, fine. He looks, maybe a little bit somewhat kind of maybe like effeminate, if you will, or he's soft spoken. And, sometimes, people look at him and you can kind of say like, okay, he's vulnerable. So, be respectful and, like you don't just kind of hound somebody who, famously, does have autism and may not be able to process things the same way. But none of these, like I feel like these disability charities and these disability people, they didn't come and stand up for him like that. They just targeted this man over and over and over. They mocked and just mocked and they mocked him. And, I had a comment on like an Instagram comment that I put like a week ago. And I was like, they're not going to stop until this guy, God forbid, loses his life to this. And in the end, it turns out that that's the case. 249 articles in 22 days, majority of them post his resignation, and then found unresponsive and dead in his flat. Cambridge academics like William O'Reilly are still teaching at Cambridge, despite being found less than 5 years ago to have been plagiarizing off of his own students and publishing their work as his own. There was no media furor. Anna Laura Wainwright, David Latchman, Ross Holmes, Fiona Lill, Nicola Morrison, Neil Wynne, all the names of academics and people at Cambridge who have got spotty records that were never subjected to what Jason Arday was subjected to. This is like just been the biggest hatchet hit job ever. And even amongst all of this, there's a guy called Dr. Kehinde Andrews, who I mentioned earlier. He ran the only Black Studies master's course at Birmingham City University until they canceled his funding and shut his course down. But as a PhD who ran a course where he would hire academics, he looked at Jason Arday's PhD. Jason Arday went to him about a year ago and said, can you look at it for me and just double check? And Kehinde Andrews said what has been confirmed. There were mistakes. A lot of people are saying that those are the mistakes that his supervisor, when he was doing his PhD, should have called out earlier. But nothing in the realm of plagiarism. Perhaps, maybe, hey, this should be adjusted or there shouldn't be a spelling mistake here or whatever, but not in the realm of plagiarism. What he did in his personal life with that book, all right, fine. If he did, he did. If he didn't, he didn't. I very, very, very don't much care to it. I'm very much more interested in the fact that he was wildly accused of plagiarizing his way to the top, and he didn't. We just had a woman, Rachel Reeves, in our government at the position of Chancellor of the Exchequer. That's the American equivalent of the Secretary of the Treasury. She was found to have lied. She wasn't hounded by the press until she had to quit her job. We've had it across the board. And this has really just hit the community hard. People are angry that they didn't let this go. People are angry at Cambridge University. In the UK, we have a term called safeguarding, where you're supposed to care about like people's mental health or people's well-being, even if they're potentially getting dismissed or harassed or whatever. There's no safeguarding that was done to protect this man. Cambridge University were very much in the business of washing their hands. And this was across the board. Like, I want to make as well a point that this isn't a political left and right thing, although obviously the political right were the ones who took it to the max. But those in the political left and the political left of center also just did the same thing. Nobody did original like journalism to actually double check any of some of these complaints and claims. I mean, it's sad, but and Kehinde Andrews is not a man to do fantastical claims, but I saw him on BBC the other day, and he was like, this is a media lynching. You went after him, and you wouldn't stop. Even this weekend, after he was found unresponsive on Friday, they were harassing his family all throughout the weekend. And we know what the press media are going to do. We know that that's going to happen, but it doesn't stop it from being wrong. It was absolutely disgusting what they've done, even within the Black community. And this is something on this platform I feel glad to be able to call this out, right? But there were people who were coming out whilst this was all going on, saying, nah, bro, I went to the same school with my man, you know, he could speak, he was lying, he was a chatty patty, I don't know what you talking about. And it's like, bro, you jumped in on the pylon. They were piling on this man, and you were there jumping down on this man, getting your little clickbait views and your little opinions, like a lack of unity. And a lot of people are starting to comment and say, do you know what? Because he wasn't your typical bad man, he wasn't your typical road G running around smacking up people and punching up Fed police, like, oh, he wasn't what? Worthy of our support, worthy of our whatever.
Okay, so are you saying, because that's similar to here in America, are you saying that the Pookies and Ray Rays and Black British community get
Yep. They were out doing all of that, yeah, talking about, nah, I don't know, he's a little bit son. It's not just because he looks maybe a little effeminate or he talks soft and that, but it's like he's an academic as well. And it's like people like, oh, no. Well, like, it's like, oh, we only ride for drug dealers and gang members who get unfairly treated by the police, even if they're not perfect themselves. We can put their transgression aside, and we can go out and march in the damn street. We can go out kind
of like George Floyd.
To some effect, yeah. Except sadly, in our most recent major profile case, like, again, I'm not excusing the police of foul play or not upholding their job. They are, we pay them with our taxes. We expect them to uphold the law, and I get that. But it is true. It's like, oh, is it only if a man has done a terrible situation? Is it only if he's a gang member or something that we ride out, that we rise up? Why not this guy? Because a lot of people were calling him gay. The man is a father to children. What's more manly than being a father?
Oh, he has kids. Oh, so he has children.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many, but he's father, brother, son. I don't know if he was married or whatever. And it's like, and for me, I always play this horrible game of even if, right? But even if he was all of the things we accuse him of, it's like why is it we're so able to ride out for other people who are shady or even for things in other countries? Black Britain, not every time. I'm not going to say that we're the same as Black America or whatever, but what I'm saying is there are many times when a Black person was killed in America, your George Floyd, your Alton Sterlings, your Tamir Rices, your Trayvon Martins. There's a lot of times when them happened and people didn't hesitate. They went out, they protested. And it's not that any of those Black men did anything wrong, and those Black boys. It's not that they did anything wrong. But it's like, sometimes it's just like, yo, like, we have a voice, we have a capacity. We are people over here, as in America, when we speak and we get fired up, we shake the ground with that energy. But why were so many people so afraid of this? Dynast, you know a platform in the US called the Shade Room?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
We have one in the UK that uses the same. It's called the Shade Borough.
Shed Borough. Okay, all right.
Yeah, because in London it's like we have 32 boroughs, and they're obviously like a London-based one. So for them it's the Shade Borough, and it's like the same like motif and all that, and the same stuff, celebrity garbage and gossip, and they have been torn to pieces over their coverage of this because they are a Black-owned, Black-run platform online, and they do have quite a big following and quite a big media pull. Where were they going in? Posting the same nonsense stories. I'm not saying that we have to make everyone that's accused of anything some perfect person, right? We have the ability to be good, bad, everything else. But why is it in this day and age, Black platforms in the UK, probably in the US as well, we can't do original journalism? We can't look and ask questions like, why are we taking direction from a race realist scientist? Why aren't we double checking that? Where's our level of professionalism? Where's our level of dedication? Where's our level of intelligence? Like at a certain point, it's like, no, I don't want excuses. I want better work. You can't just go and slap Black-owned and on your product, and then you ain't doing nothing for our people. If you didn't believe it, if you did think he was whatever, then do original journalism. Bring actual facts. Don't join in on the pylon. And a lot of Black media personalities did speak out for him, and they were great for it, you know, and did the right things. But a lot of the big ones, nah, unless you're a rapper or a footballer, you don't get that love. You know what I mean? Every time, we just had the World Cup, right? Every single time England plays at football, since the 60s, but especially recently, let Bukayo Saka, a Nigerian British, Black British young man who has been nothing short of perfect GCSE grades, which you take in high school. He literally got like top grades across the board. Media darling, no scandal. Let him miss a penalty and it's monkey chants and all that racism on Twitter and all that other type of stuff. The same goes for a guy called Marcus Rashford. During COVID, he started a campaign to feed school children because the schools were closing, and they tore him a new one and they turned him into a villain. The British media does this to Black people all the damn time. And it's almost like, unless you're the footballer, the rapper, the Rhodes G and all that type of stuff, it's like so many people just want to try and switch their ears off and just be like, nah, can't be like that. I can't trust my man, you know, like, don't really trust that. I'm like, all right, bro. When the police put you in a headlock or do something horrible to you, how are we going to work? Because there's plenty of parents out there that will say, bro, I moved out the area because man like you make it impossible to raise children around here. But we still support that. We still support people because right is right and wrong is wrong. And they went after this man. They went after this man in a way that sickens a lot of us. They're going to be holding a vigil for him tomorrow at Trafalgar Square. And I am already, in the back of my mind, I'm like, this could go one or two ways. It could be really good, or something genuinely terrible could go on there as well. But I just, I'm genuinely just fed up and tired of the weak excuses that people have given to attack this man. If he plagiarized academically in his life and in his career, then fine. I don't understand why it didn't show up the first time, but okay. But and that's my point. It didn't. Had he been proven guilty of plagiarism, then I wouldn't be sat here saying otherwise. I'd be like, okay, fine. They investigated him. They found out. But it's disgusting what they've done. And it has really put a battery in the back of a lot of Black British people. And again, I've spoken to a lot of people and said, this is a time for thinking about institution building. We need to be building institutions in America, in Britain, in Ghana, in France, in Nigeria, in Togo. It doesn't matter. We need stronger institutions, especially for those of us outside of Africa that can incubate our talent. And there's a really sad point, actually, I want to put out to this, Dinus. In the UK, if you want to go to university, you have to take these exams called A-levels, right? When you get to 16, you'll choose your subjects. So some people do, you know, maths, English, science, or, well, typically it's like biology, chemistry, physics, or whatever. A levels are hard. Like, they are genuinely high level, and it's tough. This week, the A level results came out. So all of those kids who want to go to uni, they were getting their results, opening up them papers. And there's a school in East London called Brampton Manor. This school is notorious for being the best school in the UK. They outcompete the private schools that produce all the prime ministers and all that other type of stuff. It's a majority black school in a somewhat rough area, East London. And I saw black children, African, Caribbean, biracial, if that's the new word, whatever, you know, I just call them like whatever, like they were all stood there with these grades, A star in maths, A star in science, A star in it, like, and they're going to universities like Cambridge. We know how we're treated in these types of institutions, but I just feel sorry for those young people. You go and collect your results on Tuesday, you're going to go to Cambridge to do medicine. I mean, Dinus, if you are a person who's immigrated from Nigeria, you've given up everything, and your daughter goes to Cambridge for medicine, how sad is that to have that ruined by the fact that, despite the fact that your kid is still going to go, but they get to see quite aggressively what these institutions think about people.
Yeah,
like
but Dave, why do we value these institutions so much?
You see, and there you go. I was saying this to a friend of mine. I am so sick of us putting such a premium on going to these places. Sometimes when uncle and auntie, when they've come here and they've given up everything, and uncle drives a cab, all the time at nighttime, and mum's working the night shift, as a nurse and all that. Like, yeah, we get it. We want to see our people. For the parents' struggle, we want to see them rewarded for it. And I get it. These are high achieving institutions and all of that. But we do not need to keep giving our talent to these people. We don't have HBCUs. And shout out to Black America for that. It's genuinely something which a lot of Black British people are very admirable of Black American culture. Like, shout out to the HBU system. We don't have that. But we do have universities that are informally like the Black universities, like we can go to other places. We can, and especially
give me an example of like a Black university. And
okay, I'll give you 5. Right, what? Brunel University is probably the number 1 if you want to go and see Black people at uni. And a lot of like in the early 2000s and that, a lot of like Afrobeats artists, UK grime and drill artists, all of that. If they're doing the performance circuit at the universities, Brunel is definitely up there. So you got Brunel University, that's in Southwest London near Heathrow Airport. Northampton University, Coventry University, the University of East London, Birmingham City University. Like, that is a very, very like that. The University of these universities are the types of places where if you grow up in certain cities and you go there, you're going to see people that like, it is there. Like, we didn't have it, but if Freaknik ever went international, these are the types of places that they would be hosting it. Like, this is where you go for that type of stuff. Loughborough University is primarily a engineering university and does quite well with like design, engineering, and physics. And they do have a population, particularly of Black athletes. It's essentially the Oxford, Cambridge of sports. So if you play internationally at any sport, you probably will go to Loughborough. And then even if you go up north, places like Manchester Metropolitan or the University of Manchester have strong Black communities. Same in Liverpool as well. Like, they exist. And quite frankly, this idea that we have to keep sending our kids to Cambridge and Oxford for validation, it's bogus. University degrees in the UK are up for question right now. A lot of people are questioning whether the debt is worth the qualifications, but obviously
same thing here in America too.
Yeah, same thing. Like, the debt we get is much smaller than that in America, but we do still get into tens of thousands of pounds of debt. And a lot of people are saying, like, is this really worth it? Is this really like what we need? And I think that with that in mind, we need to, as Black people, we need to very much understand we're the damn product. Because when we're the best, because if you can get into Cambridge, you can objectively get into any university in the country. And if you take your exam transcript international, you can be getting scholarships in other countries and go there. We need to stop thinking that this is the mountaintop and that this is the sole thing that we can do. Go and teach or go and study at Cambridge and Oxford. Why? All they did was go and take their little black professor and Jason Arday, shove him up front and say, look how diverse we are. When the heat came, you didn't defend him. When the heat came, you had nothing to say. You failed to safeguard him entirely. And for what? A lot of Cambridge black graduates are coming out and saying, this is not a surprise. This was my experience there. We have to change. And it's the truth. We have to start going to places and start valuing ourselves and say, no, I'm capable of doing this. Not what can you offer me? Not the other way around. Absolutely disgusting. And I just really lament the fact that I just lament the fact that we just don't have good organizational structure anymore as Black Brits. In the 80s and the 70s, we had something called the Pan-African Saturday School movement. You didn't have to be a political Pan-Africanist. They were Black Saturday schools started by Black teachers and Black parents. Every Saturday morning, it was maths, English, science, Black history, and Black culture. But in those environments, you were taught by Black people. Hey, when you get into these spaces, you look out for this. You were taught from young. If people know the name Akala, that's A-K-A-L-A, they will know he is the perfect example of the Saturday school movement. Articulate, intelligent, but independent, not into that nonsense. We lost that Saturday school movement, and we have lost mechanisms to mentor our young people effectively. We have failed. And we must, in the name of this man who has lost his life, we must look for far better and far more effective ways to protect our children. Because a bunch of 18-year-olds are going to walk into that devilish hellhole in Cambridge in September and October. And what have we got in place for them? But I yield the mic for now, Dinus. Thank you.
No problem. Go ahead, Elvis.
All right. Thank you, Dinus. Are you back in the States?
Yeah, I'm back in Atlanta. I got back yesterday evening.
Okay, welcome. All right. Thank you. And thank you to Dave. Well-spoken, brother. And hello to you, the panel in the chat. I want to ask some quick questions because I've been looking into this case. Is this guy, does he have Ghanaian background?
Yes. He's allegedly, if the people I spoke to were correct, he's of the Ga people, which you mainly get in Accra.
Yeah, because I know that name from Liberia. We have the Adays, they're Ghanaians, that lives in Liberia. So I just wanted to check that. And then secondly, it's a bit, because I didn't find any information in it, but he looked that way. Was he part of the LGBT community?
I mean, he has children. I don't know.
Oh, he has children. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, because obviously sometimes people have children and then they transition into that lifestyle.
But you look at him and he looks like he's okay.
Yeah, he looks like he's got like eye makeup on and stuff like that. And you know what? If they come out and say like he had these kids and he then changed to that community, or he was part of that community, he adopted them, like, okay, fine, that will come out. I've not seen anything.
And then lastly, was it confirmed that he committed, you know what? Or how did he pass?
Well, that's the thing me and Dinus will point out at the start. They haven't said that what they keep saying is that he was found unresponsive in his flat. I don't know if foul play is gone and someone's done something to him, or they haven't said he took his own life yet. But the conversation, media-wise, is very much directed in the realm of, he took his own,
Okay. All right. Let me just get to the point. All right. Thank you, brother. I just want to get some information.
Go.
As Black men, right? The image that we project, or that a lot of people seems to project upon Black men, is strength. Black men are strong. They can be violent if they have to. They defend themselves. So for me, why it's a tragedy that we lost his brother? He seemed to be a brilliant black man. He wrote and defended a dissertation. That's one of the hardest things you can do. You have to have the mental capacity to do such a thing in front of very qualified people who are, you know, judging your work and scrutinizing your work. And he did that successfully. Went for an interview at a very prestigious university, passed the interview, got hired, you know. So I was wondering why he couldn't defend himself publicly, you know, and have
Yeah.
the guts and the presence of mind, you know, and the articulation to really tell people why they were wrong to assert the you know, some of the things that they were casting aspersions on him. So I find it suspicious, and I'm kind of disappointed in the brother. And again, we don't know the situation behind his death, but if he took his own, you know, life, that would be very disappointing for me because as a black man of high mental capacity, like he was, he could have defended himself, and he had the capacity definitely to defend himself. So I don't know why he would do such a thing, you know, because I saw some things online. There were other professors, you know, some very smart people, PhD holders, who said that really they looked at his work and it wasn't plagiarism. There was maybe some mistake and some things that anybody in that, you know, uh, uh, in that realm could have made a similar mistake on a dissertation. But that was something that should have been caught. And the people who, you know, graded his work and scrutinized his work, they didn't catch those things. So it wasn't his fault. People do dissertation all the time. You have a person who is like your mentor and help you, you know, walk you through the dissertation. They kind of fact checked everything, they proofread everything, and make sure that you're not plagiarizing any, you know, work that came before you. So I just don't get it. I don't know if I don't know how the racism is in Britain. If they hate black people anytime a black person gets to a position, if they look at like what we have in America with affirmative action or DI, they think that they're hired because they're black rather than their intellectual capacity, you know. So I don't understand it. But then because I saw his death almost like real time because I was reading it, and then I saw, oh, he was found dead. I thought it was like a, you know, a skit or somebody was making a, you know, joke about it. But then if you know, I went on Google, did a quick search, and he died literally that same day. You know, his death was out like a few minutes, you know, before. I was shocked. So I'm trying to understand. Perhaps you can elucidate me. Why didn't he defend himself? Is he really a shy person? Is he not outspoken? Is he not a combative intellectual? Why would he do such a thing? And as black men, do we have to have thicker skin in this world that we live in? For a person of his mental capacity, he's had the experience of going to school and really going to the highest level in his field. Did he not have the fortitude to defend himself intellectually against critics? You know, that's the question I have, and I'm wondering. But I pass the mic down.
All right, let me pack. Dave, you want to respond? Go ahead, then I'll pass it to Maya.
Yeah, I would say, Elvis, that yes, he was, you know, definitely performing at a high level. And, you know, he definitely, obviously would have had to have defended his dissertation, write it, and all that type of stuff. The thing which a lot of people are particularly angry about with regards to this is that he was known for his autism and global development delay. Now, obviously, autism is a broad spectrum, and it can be, you know, various. Some people might be slower, some people might be high functioning or what have you. I think in particular with him, it's only a suspicion. I'm not a psychologist and I haven't got it confirmed, but he may have been somebody who, because of his condition, wasn't as able to maybe express himself under such pressure. He may not have been able to manage his emotions in the same way that people who don't have the condition may be able to. But I'll also genuinely put it up there and say, this is what I mean when I say people, particularly outside of Britain, do not understand the power of our written press. All of those media platforms, the Daily Mail, the Telegraph, the Times, all of that, it's the way they hounded him. Follow you, they do all of that. We all know how paparazzi and press are going to be, but I think that if anything, that's kind of what it is. And I would finish by saying this. I agree that we as black men in these particular situations definitely need to have strength and to have things. But in particular, and it goes back to the Saturday school thing, which is we also need to teach our young Black men and women, look, you can pass the tests, you can get into the room, but you have to be able to know, and you have to be taught quite effectively and quite robustly that when you get into these spaces, they are going to question you. They're going to doubt your capacity. They're going to doubt your skill, and they will not stop. And this started when he got appointed. It did not start just when that Nathan Koffnash recently re-brought it back up. So I don't know if years and years of this has gotten too much for him. I don't know, really what, I don't have any confirmation, but I do think that if we're going to see this not happen, again in this way, we have to teach very directly that, look, you don't have to see yourself as any kind of victim, but you have to be prepared. We wouldn't put you in a boxing match without gloves, and we wouldn't send you into a gunfight with a knife. You have to be mentally strengthened to know this is what they think of you, and this is what they're going to say to you. And those professional networks they need to have counselors on call, legal professionals ready, people that can help and say, look, this is happening, we're here to support you, and people that can go and show the love and support that he clearly needed. But yeah, I yield the mic, Dimes.
All right, go ahead, Maya, Miss Sisters.
Dave, thanks so much for explaining what happened with Dr. Arday. I had never heard of him before. And what I want to know is if you can answer this question. There is a difference between an honest error in terms of failure to appropriately cite a source and whole cloth copy and pasting and not acknowledging another scholar's work. What was the source of his plagiarism? Do you know? Or what was
well, that's the thing. The allegations have been as flimsy as he definitely plagiarized with little specifics thrown out there. Nathan Koffnass claims that he put it through a software and found it. But equally, like I said, Dr. Kehinde Andrews, and I will easily say he is the top Black academic in the UK. And I actually think particularly like our Black American family overseas would be quite interested to look him up. Kehinde is spelled Kehinde, and Andrews is just, like Andrews. He ran the UK's only Black Studies master's level qualification. So he is arguably the best Black academic in the country to take a look. And Jason Arday went to him a year ago and said, can you look at my work, please, and tell me, is there plagiarism? And as has been confirmed by other academics and the investigation that was done into Jason Arday in 2025, he said there are clearly, okay, fine, there are mistakes. There are, I'll call them cosmetic mistakes. They didn't change the nature of his research as far as been said. He was investigated by the university that gave him his PhD, Liverpool John Moores University. They investigated him and they said there is no evidence of plagiarism. And it wasn't a case that he did plagiarism in that regard because he had the investigation and it proved him innocent of that. The problem was as in America, Miss Maya, when they see a Black man or a Black woman not being a rapper, not being an actor, not being a singer, and not being an athlete, they don't know how to handle that, and they damn sure know that they do not like it. And it's funny, right? Because in the UK, we don't have DEI. Technically, the phrase we use here is called EDI, Equality, Diversity, and Inclusion. And it is not something where if you submit subpar work, you can just get a job. It's small things. In the UK, we are very behind the US in terms of actually providing Black people academic spaces and academic things of that nature. But the immediate response from media and from his detractors was, he's a DEI hire. He's a DEI hire. Why are you using American ideological terms in the UK? We don't have those mechanisms in place. We never had any of those things that were put in place to even the odds for Black Americans coming out of the civil rights era and Reconstruction and and such a history as such. We don't have that.
Yeah.
The UK is very behind, and it fails its Black community tremendously often. And it was just a simple case of, do you know what, Mr. Black man, I don't believe that you're good enough to be here. So I'm going to keep picking and picking and picking at you until we find something and we can just kind of take you from there. But until official information comes from the university sector that says otherwise, his last investigation was last year. He was not found guilty of plagiarizing. And I go back to the name William O'Neill. He is still teaching at Cambridge University, having been found to be taking his students' work and showing it as his own.
Dave, you brought up a really good point about Black academics. They must arm themselves to be able to defend against an allegation of plagiarism or workplace misconduct or anything. I work in, and so
one second, hey Dave, you have a lot of background noise, like a wind, so I have to mute you. Go ahead, my sisters.
Yeah, that's fine. So my heart just goes out to Dr. O'Day and his family, because whenever someone and I have to say, there is more racial resentment against Blacks moving into these coveted spaces than there are other minority groups. If I had to select another minority group that I find whites just as resentful, it would be when Asians are appointed to some of these positions. But there is a feeling among many of these white academics that they own these slots, and that Blacks should not be put in them. So Dave, I agree with just about everything you said there.
No, thank you very much. And it's interesting you mentioned about like other groups as well, because in the UK, the closest equivalent would be what we call Asians, you guys would call maybe South Asian. So like Indians, Pakistanis, Sri Lankans, Bangladeshis. And although some of them as well do at times receive some discrimination, sure, members of their community also have no problem discriminating against us. And there's even been a recent thing within their community about they won't date women from their community that go to Black music events and things like that. But I have to admit, the scrutiny for let's say an Indian academic going into that space is less than that of a Black one, because they often carry this model minority position in the UK of, they came, they study, they're good, they're this, they're that. And it can mean that although some Asian people obviously do, particularly Muslims, do get discriminated against and do take a lot of grief, they don't, it's not the same as us. With us, it's just, again, unless you rap, act, play football or some kind of athlete, then the minute you start setting foot, particularly, I mean, people have to remember, Cambridge is a very old institution. I mean, I'm it's not even any kind of slight dig or anything, but I'm almost certain that it's even older than the United States itself. It's been going for hundreds of years.
Yeah. I think it was one of like in 1200s or the 1300s. It's
Yeah,
very, very
yeah,
old.
like deep back into like them ancient times. So these are institutions that do not like the idea of seeing up, because even like, for example, in Black History Month in the UK, which is in it's in October in the UK as opposed to February, we often have the reminding that Cambridge University was also like Harvard and other Ivy Leagues in that they sold and profited from slavery. They have, even for us as for Africans, right? These universities have statues of people like Cecil Rhodes still at their institutions. They have never been comfortable.
One second, let me just chime in. Yeah, you know they have the Rhodes Scholarship, right? And that is something that is sought after here in the United States. I guess it's global.
Yeah,
but if you're a Rhodes Scholar, you get to go to a place like Cambridge, you know, or Oxford, and study. Like Bill Clinton, our past president, he was a Rhodes Scholar. He got a scholarship to go to Cambridge. Well, I think it was Oxford, one of those schools. And that's where he studied. So Cecil Rhodes is notorious for what he did in Southern Africa, right?
Yeah,
and he's a avowed racist and a hater of Black people. And we've had this Black doctor. His name is, I think, Marlon Rhodanis. You would know him. He played for Florida
he
State.
played for Florida State. Yeah.
Yeah. And he was a Rhodes Scholar. He went to, I think, Oxford, one of those big schools. He's a doctor now. You know, very smart guy. But again, the legacy of Cecil Rhodes, you know, and his racism and hatred of Black people, you know, is still being honored by, you know, the United Kingdom. So just to give you a little tidbit. But go ahead, bro.
No, you're dead right. And these are still the places where, and you know, this is rumor, but the sad thing is that these types of rumors have often been proven correct. But these are places that still hold the skulls of African people that they took in enslavement. When they were doing phrenology and all of this nonsense and things like that, they hold our artifacts. When we say we want our artifacts back, it's not just the museums. It is these institutions like the universities that also have them. And again, it's sad to say it, but as much as I respect when uncle and auntie sell everything back home in Liberia or in Senegal, and they come to the UK, and, you know, it doesn't get expressed enough sometimes. Like our people, and it same goes for the islands, by the way, for the Caribbean islands. When our people come and sacrifice everything, some of them, you know, when their kids make it and they get there, like, I can understand why we covet these institutions so much, because they're prestigious and we think that if we just get the education, the problems will stop. If we can just get the education, we can protect our individual families and children. But at what cost? What? So we go there and we keep adding value to these institutions. We go there, they don't protect our children, they don't protect our academics. We wind up in debt to these institutions to pay for the privilege of being discriminated against, spoken down on, doubted, questioned, and disrespected for 3 years, for 4 years. Let alone the fact that Cambridge as a place, oh yeah, like go out on a Friday night in Cambridge, go to the wrong pub or to the wrong bar and talk to the wrong woman, and you'll see that it may be a place full of ex-scholars and smart people, but there's no difference. Plus, you know, like at a certain point, we have to understand that these people have never respected us and they still fail to.
Okay, I want to make a point here, right? And I guess you said something that was key that I didn't know personally, and perhaps it played a part in the criticism of him. And that is, he was on a spectrum, right?
Yes.
That he suffered from some level of autism. So again, you'll say normal people, but white people in particular, they would perhaps, presume that he probably got in there even though he didn't have the intellectual capacity because he had the, developmental, handicap. So that's why they was using that DEI high. That how can a guy, because Oxford, Cambridge are for the smartest of the smartest people in the UK, even globally. So how can a person like that get into that place and at a professorship, not even just a student, but a professor, professorship, which is even more prestigious? It must be a DEI hire. And that's the danger of this rhetoric. And we see some black people even regurgitating that same nonsense about black intellectuals, even people who are politicians, that they must be DEI hires. You know, rest in peace to him. But the late Charlie Kirk used to use that talking point all the time about black people, especially black women, that they
Yes.
didn't deserve to be in those positions because in his mind, in his base thinking, they're intellectually inferior. So whenever they're on the same level playing field as a white person, they must have gotten some leeway because they just want to put a black face there. Intellectually, they're not up to snuff. So that whole thinking is something that Elon Musk and other, Gavin McGinnis, these guys have been pushing that racist, dog whistling American, rhetoric to the UK, and it's been gaining steam over there. The likes of Tommy Robinson, who've been sponsored by a lot of these white, conservative racists, and he's been having a movement in the UK with immigration. So it's like when black people start to regurgitate these rhetoric, it's dangerous to us. I know Dynas is on this platform. He's kind of dabbled into that before, and we've got into it, he and I. But it's a dangerous rhetoric that hurts black people in the long run. Because anytime a brilliant black man is in an intellectual space, there's always that, that thing about, oh, he's probably a DI, he probably didn't deserve to be here. They just probably want a black face. So they always undermine your intellect based on your race. And black people now who are part of this conservative movement, they start to push that narrative. And I think that's one of the things, the tools that they use against this man. That he must have been DI, he didn't deserve it, he wasn't smart enough to be there. After you have a developmental handicap, so they probably felt sorry for him. They just want a feel good story. And these are all the nonsense that hurt black people. And to see other black people pushing that same narrative is hurtful and harmful to us in the long run. But I pass.
Yeah. I just want to add to that, which is not only his disability, but also his age. People don't believe that as a black person, you can reach that type of height, let alone at such a young age and with a disability. And I get it. It does sound like too good of a feel good story and all that other type of junk. And I've always believed that when good facts come out, then fine, you can make your adjustment. Again, if they had come out and said, we looked at him last year and there were things which we do deem plagiarism and all that, I'd say, okay, fine. You know what? He was a great story, but they've looked into it and they found otherwise. But you're right. I mean, they really, really, really doubt people. And for the black people that really buy into this as well, it's sad because your individual sense of feeling superior when you go and play contrarian for these people is only superseded by how absolutely little they think of you. That old saying that tokens get spent.
Hey, Dave, real quick. Sorry to cut you off. Let me read these super chats real quick. I'm sorry. Give me a minute. Baba Lico 9354. Thank you for $10 holla. The black man is always accused of something, but one who is on an island with little. Okay, nothing could be president, and nothing happened to them. Shaking my head. Ray Rade Ndungu. Thank you for 1999 holla. Nish Shama News. Thank you for $5 holla. Can we analyze what if he was wrong and plagiarized? How do we manage that? All right, go ahead, Dave.
Okay, so for that question, if he was wrong and if he did plagiarize, and again, I will preface this clearly because I'm very strongly on this point that if he had plagiarized, with all the hype that was behind him and everything, and him getting a second an investigation, I would question, okay, so why didn't you find him guilty of plagiarism last year? But if he did, my other problem is then, okay, fine, let's hypothetically say he did plagiarize. The only way to judge that there would be a racial difference in how this is handled is looking at how other white academics were handled when they were found of plagiarism. And let's look at this in a parallel light. Jason Arday accused of plagiarism, investigated by his university. They say it wasn't the case. I'm going to keep saying that name, William O'Neill. Sorry, not William O'Neill, I apologize. O'Reilly, I apologize. It's William O'Reilly. But he's still at Cambridge, despite being found plagiarizing off of his students. The list is long of Cambridge academics that have done the same, who were caught actually doing it. And then I immediately go to, okay, so why were a lot of them still allowed to keep teaching at Cambridge to this day? Why did the public not have a constant 2-week media circus of continuously mocking him, making fun of him, saying that he did this and he did that without confirmation? I mean, plagiarism, it's not a crime, but it is a very serious allegation for an academic. And it is an official thing. If you've got caught plagiarizing, it will be somewhere. I mean, let's just take it from one perspective, which is to get a PhD or a master's, at some point you have to get published. Well, why is it that the publications that took his work, why haven't they retracted it yet? They might, for all I know. Hey, tomorrow could be the day where they say, yep, we found this or we found that. And for me, I will admit, I'll be like, isn't it interesting? After all this, you've now suddenly found this. But why? Why is it that white academics were not treated the same way?
And David, let me just chime in here, right?
Go on.
Look, for people who don't know, of course, I'm not a PhD holder, but I know a lot of PhD doctors who I engage with on a regular basis. You have people whose job it is to check your work for plagiarism. So it's not just something that just passed through the air. Once you submit a dissertation, they go through it. They have people checking it, for similarities to others, who've done a similar doctorate, and they scrutinize your work heavily for any form of plagiarism, because sometimes your thought on a subject may be similar to somebody else in that same field. It may be your genuine thought, and you write it down, and you can defend it, but just the way you write it and the way the idea comes out, it might be sounding similar to somebody else. So they check it and they investigate it to see if it was actually taken verbatim or very close from somebody else's work, and they ask you about it, and you have to defend that point. And why did you think about it this way? So it's a very tedious, process to get a doctorate. So to just think that some fluky person off the street can go and do a dissertation and then defend it is really a difficult thing, especially.
Elvis, are you referring to a dissertation defense in the UK or one here in the United States? Because I can tell you that dissertation chairs and committee members, they don't always catch everything. And one of the reasons why is because many of them, they have other dissertation students they're teaching. They have many of them, they're under mandates to publish. They have a lot going on. So they can't, depending upon the institution, they can't always catch plagiarism. So I'm speaking from the American educational system. I don't know what happens in the UK. Maybe Dave can shed light on that, about the workload of the dissertation committee.
Right. Well, I've not completed study to that higher level, so I don't have firsthand experience, but I've been through the university system, and I do know like other Black masters and PhD graduates. Yes. The work level, obviously, for academics, there's quite a few similarities with the US system. Yes, they are overworked. They are heavily pushed. I'm not sure about quotas to pass or anything like that. But what I do know is this, Miss Maya, which is, I'll say your point is very much correct up until the point where he's investigated again. And that's the thing. See, when he goes for his original PhD submission, yeah, at that point, maybe there's a bunch of different, his supervisors or what have you, have a bunch of different things. Maybe they're overworked, underpaid, and under-equipped. But when it comes back and they say, nope, there's an accusation of plagiarism, take a look. The process is extremely robust. And Elvis, the way Elvis described it was very much to the truth. The defense of your dissertation is fierce. Even an undergraduate dissertation at a bachelor's level, again, I don't know if it's, you know, I haven't been in uni for however long or whatever, but when I was at uni, you bring your poster, you bring a copy of your dissertation that's already been submitted, and you sit there and they pick at everything relentlessly and they look for those details. And I'm very suspicious of how he could be investigated in 2025 again as a singular like instance, and they didn't find anything. The first thing I would say is, well, how could you have missed it when you went the second time? Again, if they come out and they say, hey, you know, it is what it is, then okay, fine, sure. But then I also look and I say, okay, well, plagiarism is wrong. It would undermine him and it undermines academia, we know. But why in God's name are there still academics in Cambridge University teaching people to this day, having been proven the first time round to have plagiarized from their students and their work in general? So my presumption, until there comes some giant smoking gun of evidence that says otherwise, which I highly, highly doubt is going to come forward. I believe in the media furor of youngest Black professor and, you know, very bougie old people who don't like us being in those space. I'm very, very interested if they suddenly pop up and say, oh yeah, he was plagiarizing, da 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 da. Because in my mind, I'm like, well, none of you have any restraint or reason to have said nothing, but we'll have to simply wait and see. I do not believe for 1 second that they would have investigated him a second time and they would have looked at his dissertation the first time when he submitted, and he got a fellow Black academic who actually does this for a living and hiring, you know, staff and that. Dr. Kehinde Andrews, he said he looked, and yes, he did find, you know, mistakes here or there, but PhDs are as well students as are anybody at any level. Students make mistakes, and I get that. But to me, one of the things that a lot of people over in the UK don't like, especially as Black people, is we're always over scrutinized. It's like, look, we submit a dissertation. Ours is looked at once. It's looked at twice. There's no way it could be this good. We're looking for this. We're looking for that. It's like, look, at a certain point, you can't just keep investigating and you do your investigation. You find whether it was or it wasn't. You've done your investigation in 2025. You did not find anything there. What is it that you really want? Is there another agenda, such as you not thinking a man like that should be in that position?
Okay. Dave, I would like to just address a comment from, let's see, Frankie Starkey 7888. Just to summarize his comment, he basically wanted to know, you know, why African Americans and foundational Black Americans, why are they are not building infrastructure to support Black academics. And that is an excellent point. And I can say this, and sadly, I have attended grievance committees, and oftentimes, and I won't say oftentimes, but there have been situations where other Blacks have not vouched for the work of other Blacks. There are some Blacks in academia, they are just concerned with protecting their jobs, and they're just not thinking about the next generation of scholars.
Miss Sisters, if I can interject, that's just not limited to academia. That's in corporate America as well.
Oh, well, we were just talking about academia, but
yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there because my experience, I've had the same experience in corporate America, but the Hispanics, the whites, they put their friends on, no problem. But you know, with us, it's like I'll give my example. Sorry to cut you off. You know, when I was looking for a sales job, you know, I would run into a lot of Black, you know, they did pharmaceutical sales. And I would say, yeah, I have sales experience, B2B, door to door. And they will always give me the, go look on the website and fill out an application. And I know that's BS because it's all about who you know. And I know easily they could take my resume and give it to the manager, even if they're so-called not hiring. Well, I didn't find that out till later because when I got into corporate America, they were putting their friends on, white, Hispanics. They're, hey, I got my friend. I know this person. Oh, bring them in. But we just don't do that. That's just my opinion. But go ahead, Maya.
You're absolutely right. A lot of it has to begin with cleaning our own house and telling Black academics that we do need to stick together and mount some kind of legal defense system to protect our academics. But there's another point, Dave, that you had spoken about earlier about a program or Black studies that was targeted towards students. What was that program that
was it the Pan-African Saturday School movement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you spoke about that because one of the issues here in the United States is that after desegregation, we lost about 40 to 60%, depending upon the region, of our Black instructors in many of the public schools. And we as Black Americans, we need to have an honest discussion about the limits of integration.
Yes, absolutely.
And,
sorry, go on.
Yeah, because I teach at the college level, and many of my students, when they see me, the first thing some of them will say, "I've never had a Black teacher before," and it's sad. And it's sad because when I grew up, I had plenty of Black teachers, and you have these. Now, this here is in the United States. You have these urban centers, and the teachers, the majority of them are white, and the neighborhood is predominantly Black.
Yes.
And I just don't know. We have to fight to get more of our Black educators, especially in K-12. So that was my point. And what was that program again? So I can write it down and look it up.
Well, it was in the UK. It was called the Pan-African Saturday School Movement, and I'll actually give you like a quick background on it. Obviously, it's very well known that the bulk of the Black British community came post World War II, Windrush era, etc., etc. There were Black people in Britain before, but the bulk of our community today, their parentage or grandparents or great-grandparents came then. There were others who can trace their grandparents much, much further, particularly in certain cities like London, Cardiff, Liverpool, etc., etc. In the 60s, in the UK, in what you guys call K-12, so like what you guys will call kindergarten up to like before you go to university, we had a phrase that was called educationally subnormal. And what it was, I think in America, you guys might have used to call it, and forgive me if this is the wrong term to use, but remedial or like, special needs, again, now we call it autism.
Special ed.
Yes. So what they would do back then is they would take Black kids and they would say, oh, you're educationally subnormal. They would send them to these schools, which were like the school equivalent to how foster homes are. Like, how foster homes are really with that reputation of like violence, and a lot of nasty things can sometimes happen in the foster system. A lot of bad things happen to kids in those educationally subnormal schools. Teacher might not show up that day. They might just leave kids in there. Kids are fighting, getting hurt. And there were 2 Caribbean educational psychologists, and I do forget their name, do forgive me, but they wrote a book called How the British School System has Made the West Indian Child Educationally like Subnormal. And from that, similar to how the Brown Doll test helped with racial discrimination laws in education in the US, that book sparked a lot of change in how the British school system now treats kids who are of mental disabilities or things like that. But what came after that was that the community, the Black community, said, we do not trust you with our children, and we are not going to trust you to just sit there and have our kids suffer. So what would happen is mums, dads, they would go to a local community center, which you can maybe rent a hall or something like that. They would rent it out, and they would go and they would pay teachers to come. A lot of teachers do private tuition and that. They would pay teachers, or they would learn the subject themselves and they would teach those children. And they wouldn't just leave it at, we're going to just teach you maths, English, science, and kind of like what you guys would call like SAT prep classes. They also integrated Black knowledge, Black history. It's why so many people who are kind of now 40 and above, if you will, a lot of the most well-spoken, highly educated Black people, and this was based in the streets. This was based in the hood. Like, if you was in some of the roughest neighborhoods in the UK, you best believe sometimes it was somebody's living room, but Saturday morning you were there. There was no excuses, none. And they would teach you the core subjects, and they would teach you Black history. They would teach you Black culture. And it leads into your question about why aren't we protecting, or why don't our Black academics stand up for each other and all that type of jazz? In this day and age, particularly in the UK, a lot of our people have become selfish. I need to take care of me, 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 me. I'm not saying that people need to sacrifice their job for something that they don't want to do or what have you, but to not view yourself as a member of a community, regardless of where you're from or how long you've been here. Once you are on this island, you are a part of our community. And so those schools used to teach our people those lessons about not how to just get into those spaces, but how to stay in those places, what to expect, how to defend yourself, how to be well spoken in your defense, and not just some wild shouting whatever. And we've lost that. We've lost that. We don't have hardly any Black teachers in the school system. And similar to how you described it, many people go into university from the UK, they might meet their first Black lecturer then and have not ever been taught by a Black person. So many cultural nuances are needed to teach our kids not just how to be good academically, but how to navigate these horrific conditions that they will come under. And us thinking that, I can be my community, or, I can do it my way, and I don't have to do this, and, I just want to take care of me. The problem is I look at our older generations and parents and I say, what are you leaving for your children? If you have to suffer, then suffer in a way that your children can take a bit of that suffrage off of their shoulders. We do not need to sit and compete against each other like crabs in a barrel, fighting for everything. We need to learn how to say, look, you might compete against the person sat next to you for a job, but my God, look out for each other. Even if it's shaky ground, defend each other. You don't have to automatically believe someone who might actually be lying or whatever, but don't jump in and pile on with other people. Learn how to walk up to someone and say, hey, brother, are you okay? Hey, sister, are you all right? I saw what happened in there. I just want to make sure I'm checking in on you. And it brings me back again to this point of community, man. Like, at a certain point, we can't just fade into this. We can't just, we're not like, the Latinos in America or the Asians in the UK. Like, we are who we are. And we must build our own institutions that have the tactical awareness, the strategic knowledge, and the Black experience understanding. And even in the US, where we're seeing friction between Africans and Black Americans, again, it's like, I would love to see these types of institutions on those Saturday schools even evolve. Yeah, we'll teach a kid 9 until 1 or, whenever, wherever. And if you, as somebody who needs support, you might want to speak to a Black doctor and you might just not be able to. Hey, this is the community. Let's put you in contact with this doctor I know at my church or this doctor who lives on my street. You might want someone to come paint your house. Here's the Black painter, or here's this or that. We need our associations. Again, something which I personally respect quite a lot about Black America is you guys have, you have more examples of this. We have them in the UK, but again, you guys have more examples of, like the Black Lawyers Association of Atlanta or the Black Architects of Denver or whatever. But we need to make sure that they are still there. Your Black fraternity system that might send some positive role model men to go and talk to these kids or clean up a park or something. If we keep thinking we can be individuals in this game of racism, we will quickly and continue to be reminded that this is a team sport and we are the only people trying to play as individuals.
All right, guys, let me read these super chats. Guys, link to the chat room if you want to call in after the conversation. You're more than welcome to call in after the conversation. Babaliko9354, thank you for $20 holiday. If you are someone I can hear out, you are 100% right. I'm going to fight with the whites, Chinese, and Indians, and now FBA. I'm not going to fight with FBA anymore because it's foolishness. We have bigger fish to fry. Jason E, thank you for $4.99 holla. The billionaire Bill Ackman demanded Harvard fire Black professor Claudine Gay. It came out his wife plagiarized parts of her doctoral dissertation at MIT. All right, links in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the convo, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the convo as well. Now, Dave, as far as Black Brits, are they now calling out the double standard in regards to the white professors that?
Absolutely. And you know what? Actually, it was even before Jason Arday was resigned, and even before his unfortunate passing. At first it was a few, but I will say this, Dynast, I have not seen Black people this pissed off in a while. I mean, people are it's like people are on fire about this right now because they are calling out the names of these people. They're calling out the volume of news articles. They're following up on, people are now picking away at every single one of these academics. And they are saying that ultimately, you people did not treat him the exact same way you treat these other substandard white academics who got caught doing what you accused Jason Arday of doing. There's already been GoFundMe for his family, raised a bunch of money. There's a change, I think it's what change.org petition that is already said. And bearing in mind, we found out he passed on Friday. There is now a petition calling for laws to be put in place because the British press media is very known for this. They are very, very known for this abuse, and a lot of people, I mean, it's sad to say, but in the UK, every time something like this happens, people do like to say and remind, like, oh, Shadeborough, you didn't help us, you did it. But this, I mean, people are saying that their followers have dropped significantly. People are unfollowing. People have named and shamed the owners of the platform and said, you people are happy to use Black culture to make your money. But when Black culture needs Black voices and Black media power to inject some logic and some decency into a media storm, you are nowhere to be seen. And I like to see that we are even at a point now where it's like, no, everybody who went against this man and acted in this shameful manner, no, you're all getting called out. We're not stopping. We want laws on the books to protect our people, because when I can't remember his name, the N-word at BAFTA's white man, when he and his disability caused him to insult Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo in front of the whole... Yeah. When that was there, you people used his disability in this exact same platforms. You people came out and defended him. You said, oh, it's not his fault. You should get over it. Oh, stop playing the race card. All of those things. But Jason Arday's disability didn't stop you from going after him. It didn't stop you from tearing him to pieces day after day after day. So yeah, black people in the UK, I will say this. The last time, there's 2 times I can distinctly remember black people in the UK being this angry. The most recent was the George Floyd protests. And again, for those black Americans who don't know, there was a very, very, very big protest movement over George Floyd when it happened.
I think that was all over the black world, period.
Yeah, across the, And in London, there was people, they was getting arrested.
And
they was
black
out there.
Was 100% wrong for the protesting.
All right, but let him finish. Go ahead, Dave. For 30 seconds, I'm past the mic.
Yeah. I'll finish it up by saying this. The other time was the killing of a man in a place called Tottenham. In London, Tottenham is the hood. Like, if I drop you in Tottenham, you better walk correct and know where you at, because them boys got them things, and people don't think we got them in the UK. Them boys, yeah. But there was a killing of a young black man called Mark Duggan, and that sparked riots in 2011. Over his killing because of how the police handled it and spoke to his parents. And those are the 2 times I can think off the top of my head that black people were this kind of fired up and what have you, but even more so with this than anything. But again, I yield the mic. Thank you.
All right, High Value Agbero, go ahead.
First things first, man, salute to your platform. Heard you just got back from Nigeria. Heard that it's less big and at the airport that it used to be. And I heard they opened up the new airport in the Nugu state. So they run a little professional out there. But, I've been listening to this show, and all I've been hearing is complaining about how white people treat white people. You get what I'm saying? Like, for Miss Maya, she tried to say what we all know is that black people, we don't support each other, but we sit up there and have all this passion for why white people, which are the majority, that went over there on these boats and got us from Africa, worked the shit out of us, had us sleeping with the pigs, coming there and snatch your daughter at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, snatch your wife up, and we wonder why these people look out for their people and don't give us the same courtesy. Why would they? Let me tell you something, Dinah. If I was in white people's shoes, I wouldn't give a damn about black people. You get what I'm saying? I wouldn't care if they eat or survive. I would only care about my people. We're the dominant. We're the dominant. We're the dominant ones. We're the majority. We're the one that keep the lights on. We're the one that keep the ships going. You get what I'm saying? We're the one that's building the aircraft carriers and all this, doing all this stuff. We do this, good or bad. When they went over there and got slaves from Africa, they went over there to build themselves up. You get what I'm saying? And if we was in this is the thing that I'm afraid of with our people, Diners, because we always talking about how we got the heart and we feel for somebody. White people don't talk like that. When a tragedy happened with white people, they'll be like, hey, thoughts and prayers, and then we're just gonna get to the bottom of it. They ain't doing all that falling out on the ground and reaching their hands to the sky and out there dancing, shaking their ass in the middle of the streets crying. White people are not emotional like that. You get what I'm saying? It's black people, we're emotional. So I'm afraid that if it was the other way around, we wouldn't do the same thing for us to be the top and the dominant and continue to be the top and to subjugate another group of people. I don't think we'll do that, because even today, you still have black people sitting up here crying and having feelings and caring about every other group of people except for themselves. Now, Miss Maya said, so let's get back to that. She was talking about how the intellectuals don't look out for other intellectuals. And same thing with you, Diners. But let me tell you something, Diners. When I was growing up, I grew up in the hood. You know I'm from the gutter. Now, it was guys in our neighborhood that were smart. So therefore, you know, I don't know, maybe that's a curse we have as Black people. It's rare that you have you super intellectual and ghetto at the same time. Just because you stay in the ghetto don't mean you ghetto. You know, I got size on me. So when I seen these brothers, you know what I'm saying, that was getting picked on, I'm telling them, I'm like, hey, okay, listen, I'm gonna tell you like this. Don't go around people you don't like, but if somebody bothered, you can walk with me. And I would tell people in our neighborhood, like, hey man, why we picking on this dude because he like to read books? I'm telling females, why y'all calling these dudes lame and squares because they speak correct English and they making good grades? I always had a forward thinking way of being about myself. And like, we're gonna need these people. These people gonna get a high position or whatever, we're gonna need it. But Black people don't think about they don't think about 6 chess moves ahead. Black people play checkers. And that's the thing that we always say. Black people play checkers, white people play chess, 3-dimensional chess. And we pick on our intellectuals. We shun our brothers that's smart. We shun the Black women. We call them weird. We make up every single type of name for people that are smart. And I took up for them because I ain't understand that. And anybody hung out with me or around me. And in that neighborhood, I'm like, they're part of our neighborhood too. Why are we sitting up here picking on people like that? And people respect that. And I was like, no, bro, no, we can't hang around each other because I'm out in the streets. But what I'm saying is if I get a chance to look out for you, I'll look out for you. But if you hanging around people that don't like you, then you deserve what you get. Now, let's bring it forward. Diners, when I got locked up, every dude that I was hung out with, oh man, it was, hey, shout out to Hustle, shout out to Hustle, shout out to Hustle. But guess who sent me money? Those dudes that ain't even talked to. I'm talking about years I ain't seen me go. They found out I was locked up. They were sending me money. You get what I'm saying? Write a letter or they mom write a, hey, thank you for looking out for my son. You're in a bad situation. You get what I'm saying? It's Black people. It's the next trendy thing. So what are these intellectuals gonna do when the black community shame them? When Black men bully them? When Black women bully them?
No, we don't.
Where else they gonna go? They're gonna go somewhere. I understand. Let me. Please don't act like the hoe that raised you and interrupt me.
All right, y'all. Let's not. Hey, let's not.
Dennis, I promise I won't interrupt nobody when they talking. If I can just get 60 more seconds.
All right, you got 60 seconds. I can pass the mic to Scott.
Now, what I'm saying is that the intellectuals, when they get up, and I'm talking about these quote unquote intellectual lames or incel that all they do is play video games, whatever. What else they gonna do to go to another society? Why would they look out for other Black people when all their life growing up they've been called names, picked on, can't get girls out shunned, talk about how they look? Because Black people, we care more about how we look more than about what's going on in our brain. We care about, I done met so many get dressed, nice car, having Black people that can't speak correct English, that don't know how to switch it up. That feel like you got to be dumb and degenerate. Even right now, with much work as I don't put in the hood, that I go back over there, they don't even look at me the same unless I'm bringing them something or giving them something. The projects wasn't built to be 3, 4, 6 generation of people living there. It's supposed to be a stepping stone. We don't make the bottom comfortable. And these kids that grow up, go to college or whatever, why would they come up and look there? I understand. I understand, because when I was in Huntsville, Alabama, Diners, for summer, my son went to summer camp. You get what I'm saying? And when I was out there, it was just random white dude that worked for Blue Origin. They had a Marriott. I was staying there, had my truck outside because I ain't want to drive my car. And the white dude just said, hey, you drive? He said, yeah. He said, your son here? I'm like, yeah, he over there, because that space camp is not free, Dad. It's not free at all. And he was like, well, I was at he worked for Blue Origin. He said, man, they got some trailers over there, man. You know what I'm saying? You can pull a couple if they accept your DOT number. You know what I'm saying? He said, man, you might want to try it out. So I'm like, damn, I can't go Blue Origin, but they got an offsite where they got the warehousing. I called the lady up. This just a random white dude. Called them up, called the people. They said, yeah, we'll see, we accept your DOT number. That is, most of my trailer weight is 39,000 pounds. Man, they had like 6 trailers over there where 8,000 pounds. Goddamn, while I was sitting there, just wait for my son to get out of the coop, I done made like $3,000-$4,000. Just a random conversation. Nobody talking about the game is to be sold, not told. Hey man, let me get a cut. Hey man, then I look out for you. Can I get somebody to do something? It was none of that. It was just he had the conversation with me so random, as if he was telling me where the nearest Dollar General was. And you know what that taught me? In his level where he's at as a white person, he don't even know another truck driver to have that conversation with. It wasn't like we made no eye contact or shook hands after that shit over with. But while I was there for those 3 days while my son there, that is, I made $8,000. $8,000 renting Blue Origin freight for like 200 miles. Where the point, if I dealt with black people, I got to whine and cry to them and won't even get it. What I'm saying is that you go where you're wanted at. You don't sit around people that gonna drag you down to wait for the first opportunity to stab you in your back. But you do got to watch white people too. But they're the dominant society. They run the banks. They run the hospitals.
All right, I gotta pass the mic. I gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, Skywalker.
Greetings, panel. Hey, how you doing, Diners? How you doing to the panel again? I want to start off by reading something from Amos Wilson's book, like I did last time, from the Blueprint to Black Power, Blueprint to Black Power, which is, in my opinion, the only Bible that's ever been given to black people. If you want me to swear on something, just go get the Blueprint to Black Power by Amos Wilson. I'll put my hand on it and take my oath. And I'm gonna start off right here. It's psychic violence. The most powerful obstacle against the liberation of African peoples from white domination and exploitation is not the ability of whites to use superior military or police firepower or their threat to use it against African insurgency, but it is their ability to engage in unrelenting psycho-political violence against the collective African psyche. It is the white monopoly on psychic violence and their devastatingly ingenious use of it against the minds of African peoples, which represent the greatest threat to African survival. A psychologist named Dr. Wrong, insightfully points out the nature of this form of violence, and I quote, "There is a form of conduct often described as psychic, psychological, or moral force or violence, which does not fit readily under the rubrics of any other forms of power. If physical violence involves inflicting damages on the body of a person, how is one to classify the deliberate effort to affect adversely a person's emotions or his feelings and ideas about himself by verbally or in other symbolic ways insulting or degrading him? If power includes the production of purely mental or emotional effects, and is not confined to the eliciting of overt acts, then the psychic assault of, say, a nagging, browbeating spouse or parent, the defamation of the character of a political foe, or even of an entire group, constitute exercises of power. Damage to the psyche is surely as real as damage to the body. It is plainly not true that sticks and stones may break my bones, but names can never hurt me. Psychic violence, in which the intended effect of the perpetrator is to inflict mental or emotional harm, is continuous with physical violence." Now, this is Amos Wilson talking again. "The ultimate force in the world is the force of mind. When that force is defeated, all is lost. Dominant whites have used words and symbols to violently and unrelentingly attack oppressed blacks in 1,001 nefarious ways, including the projection of dehumanizing stereotypes and characters of them, the falsification of their history and culture, the miseducation of blacks, and the engaging in chronic derisive media attacks on their morals, behavior, intelligence, ways of life, sexuality, physical features, motives, and values. The final end of the violent white instigated psychic assaults against the collective psyche of blacks is to induce them in them states of false consciousness, self-alienation, and self-hatred so as to irreparably impair their capacity to overthrow their white oppressors through the mobilization of their human and material resources. False consciousness, self-alienation, and self-hatred are conjoining states of mind which motivate oppressed Blacks to engage in continuing self-defeating, self-destructive assaults against their own interests and against themselves. Consequently, by these means, Blacks are unwittingly manipulated into forming alliances with their oppressors and exploiters in dispowering themselves and empowering those who dominate and exploit them all the more. And I'll stop right there. And I think everything that Amos Wilson is talking about, illustrates what's going on in our community. As my brother who talked before me, just spent a good deal of time talking about effects. I think everything that the brother talked about was an effect. But one of the things that I've noticed about Black people is that we're real good at talking about the effects. In philosophy, we call it descriptive statements. We're real good at talking about descriptive or making descriptive statements, but we have problems fashioning normative statements. And in philosophy, a descriptive statement is something that talks about the way something is. In other words, it talks about an effect. And a normative statement is a statement that talks about the way things ought to be, the way things should be, right? And one of the things that I notice about our people is that we spend a great deal of time talking about effects. And in talking about effects, we fly by the cause, and we never talk about the causes. And something else, as a result of this miseducation of Black people, because like everything that the brother said was spot on. I'm not saying that the brother wasn't wrong about what he was saying, but I would like to hear more about the roots to these issues, because these issues can be changed if we talk about the roots of these issues and the causes of these problems. And when we start talking about the causes of these problems, we will always end up in the classroom, because that is where involuntary servants are made. They're made in the classroom. And so all of the effects that the brother was talking about, that the brother stated, I mean, our inability to come together, our backstabbing tendencies, our envious emotions, all of that, believe it or not, begins in the classroom. It's having a lack of self-identity, causing to an education that is centered on Eurocentric values, Eurocentric people, white events, Magna Carta, all type of stuff. We don't know nothing about the Haitian Revolution, the Haitian Constitution, or any of the players of our race, but we know about the players of other races. So as a result, everything that we do don't suit, almost very little that we do suits our interests, because of the way that we're viewing the world. And I think one of the brothers, one of the Caribbean brothers who was speaking, I think that was a magnificent way to solve the education problem that he talked about. The way that the Black Britons came together, and started to educate the Black community, sometimes even in living rooms, to make sure that they was producing conscious people in our community. But we cannot say that that's happening in the African American community. African Americans are unconscious. And they don't know it, right? I mean, matter of fact, if I walk up to an African American and tell him that he's unconscious, the fact that he's an involuntary servant demands that he argues with me that he's not an involuntary servant. Man, the characteristics of an involuntary servant is such. If I was to walk up to him and say, "Hey, brother, why you value Louis Vuitton over, some type of African fabric, or why you choose to work with these people instead of work with them?" The very characteristic of involuntary servitude, the very origins of it. I mean, how do you know that it has engendered itself? Demands that the involuntary servitude defends the very oppressor, that the one that has done this to him, the one that has reduced him to this involuntary servitude status, such that he's willing to make alliances with his very oppressor before he's willing to make alliances with his other brethren. Why? Because they're involuntary servants too, and they're going to backstab him to serve the interests of their oppressors just as much as he probably gonna backstab them to serve the interests of their oppressors. So the root to this conduct is in the classroom. African Americans, unlike Black Britons, unlike most Caribbeans, unlike a lot of our African brothers on the continent, but a lot of them are enduring a great deal of indoctrination itself, because anytime we have a white education unfolding on the Black continent, then something has to be going on anyway. The fact that we don't see that that's strange, and the fact that we underestimate the influence that that type of education is having on our conduct, on our behavior patterns, on what we value and what we don't value, is an extreme underestimation, and it will be the root to our demise. So I think that that Black people need to make sure that they get control of their education and curriculum wherever they are. If not, then we would continue to breed involuntary servants. We would continue to think that there's nothing wrong with driving miles and miles and miles of road for white people. I'm gonna tell you one thing. You know the purpose of a road? I'm gonna tell you how messed up Black people's minds are. The purpose of a road, the whole purpose of a road, the reason that roads were built, especially in America, or wherever else white people don't colonize, is so that they can move the goods and services, or the goods and the raw materials that they invaded those continents and stole back and forth in commerce. The whole purpose of a railroad is so that they can move the goods and materials and resources.
Hey, Skywalker, 30 seconds. I got to pass the mic.
Okay. That they stole and bring them back to to their continent or whatever, and manufacture them or whatever, right? So Black people, you're an involuntary servant when you look at a road and say, oh, this road is so I can get a job. I can get a truck, drive this road and get to so make some money. No, that road was made for imperialism. It was made for white people. So the fact that you forgot it, right, is almost like a kind of amnesia, right? And this amnesia is playing a very important role in your involuntary servitude. And I'll pause there.
All right, go ahead, Babalico.
Well, man, High Value said it perfectly. Yeah, I didn't think he said anything wrong, and I think Sky bring it home. How could you go back to the hood to help your people when you run from there? When you run and you said I don't want to go back there. I want to go to a better community. How can you go back to help those same community you come from when you run from it? There's a problem there. There's a big problem. When you have schools, I went to a school in Brooklyn called Wingate. It's shut down now. That's to show you how it was. It had Black teachers in there. It had Caribbean teachers, it had African teachers, it had Black American teachers in that school in Wingate in Brooklyn. But it's closed down now. Why it's closed down? Because it had a lot of violence. Because it's not about the teachers alone. It's the parents too. The parents as well. Because a lot of things people forget to me. A lot of Caribbean and African, they come up here and we act in a violent way, just like when we reach here. So what is going on, as Sky is saying, they did a serious number on a lot of us brains, a serious number, and a lot of us parents didn't have the capability to teach their children better. So what happens now is you go into these schools, you go in and you acting out just as the way the colonizers train your parents' brains. So people don't want to go back to those things. How far has we come from coming out of slavery and building Tulsa, Black Wall Street? How far has we come from right out of slavery, a mine on your head, and building one of the best communities in America, to now having majority of doctors, majority of our guys in the service police and everything, and have nothing? It's a shame. But meanwhile, we arguing who is Black American, who is this and who is that. We arguing with each other, but meanwhile we have nothing to stand on. Nothing. Okay? From slavery we had stuff. So now we have nothing. But we complain about this person have their own organization, that person have the organization. But guess what? We have nothing. Where's our land where we could go today and say, okay, at least Black people have a land called, let me say, is Black land. Let's say we buy 50 acres together. How come none of us can come up with a plan to put some stuff together, buy some land somewhere in America and build our own hospitals and schools and stuff like that? Nothing. We do nothing for each other. but we sit down and complain and complain. That's what High Value is saying. We complain and we does nothing. We complain and we fight with each other all the time. And it gotta stop. I want to see some of us coming out saying, let's buy some land, let's build our schools and help each other. So this brother in Britain had to go through all that. You know, and the next thing, a lot of us, when we become doctors and we move, we got to keep it real. If we're going to keep it real on this show, we move to white neighborhoods. Okay? So how can we go back to the hoods and stuff and help if we move to these white neighborhoods and we don't want to go back to these neighborhoods? We don't want to go back there. You're not a white man looking to shoot me. I go back to the neighborhood, gang violence, crackheads, all type of stuff in those it's not white. It's your own brother. So High Value is saying he's saying the right thing. It's your own people. So you don't want to go back into that, so you move out. So now that crew, and he was saying one thing is certain right. They were saying, yeah, he's a nerd. All he do is sit down and read books all day. Oh, she's a nerd. But those people who they're saying is nerds and who they didn't like end up becoming something great and move out of the hood and then don't go back there. And that's the problem. And now where they're at, they're probably helping white people. Somewhere in a hospital helping whites and educating, you know what I'm saying, white people. So we have a problem when it comes to loving ourselves and working with ourselves. And that's the problem we have all the time. So I will close it as this. If we can't stay in our own hoods and build and we move out of there, what is the purpose of even saying black people must come together? Because majority of our people is there. Majority of people is there and they're waiting for help. They're looking for help. So what can we do? As the brother said, you know what I'm saying? Come together and buy some land and do something. That's what we should do.
I got one short point just to add to that very
quickly. Go ahead, Dave. Then after Dave is gift of God Star North. Go ahead, Dave.
In Akala's, he wrote a book about his life, and he speaks about his time in the Pan-African Saturday School quite effectively. So one point I want to build on there is it's true. It's the same here. If you read books, if you're smart at school, you're seen as a nerd, you're seen as weak. You come out the school gate, them man will box you in your face. They might pull something out on you. They rob you. Girls call you nerd, all of that. One thing that those Pan-African Saturday schools were very effective at was that because they were in our communities, because they was in the hood, in the places where them other people don't come around there, it was like it made it acceptable and cool amongst our people and our youth to be smart. And Akala wrote about this, and he said that Akala's family are very like gangster, like straight up. Like he witnessed very vicious crimes. His people was, like we know he's a rapper and he speaks about it, but yeah. And one thing he always spoke about was how the people that were older than him, the gangsters at them parties and all them things. I think about that movie Menace to Society at the start with the character Kane as a little boy, and he's at the party and he sees all of that badness and all of that. Akala was talking about how them people, they would give him like £10 and they'd be like, talk about Einstein or talk about the theory of evolution or whatever. They made it cool to be smart because it was still considered black to be intelligent, and we have allowed this nonsense idea that being black means being this way or that way. No, being black can be any which way we do it. We have our style and our swag, and I just hope to God that in the future, whether in the States or in the UK or wherever, we build up those academic or those youth support networks so that we can help shape the ideals of our young people and have them feel like, nah, I can be cool. I can get grades. I can get girls or guys or whatever and be black. But thank you. I yield the mic.
All right. Gift of God Star North. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think what they've done to Jason Arday was that was horrendous, absolutely unacceptable. For him to endure such pain, for his work to be stigmatized. And, the problem with the UK is heavily racially institutionalized. It's heavily racially institutionalized. And I mean, the problems that we face here is phenomenal. The problems we face in the system. What we've got here is a imperial service, imperial academic service, and an imperial political service, where, you know, because we don't have like a strong grassroots foundation. You know, once most of these academias, you know, reach a certain level, it's like they are put forward to perform certain agendas, to push certain imperialist agendas. You know, with most recent some of our politicians, which is like, you know, Kemi, you know. Yeah, so I mean, it's an imperialist regime, you know, where you have to really, you know, perform certain tasks. And if you don't perform those tasks, it's like you are, you know, you're cornered off, you are stigmatized. That's when they start digging into your work, your academia, start profiling you, and they start basically degrading you. They start attacking you. So, I mean, the UK is heavily institutionalized, you know, racially institutionalized. And, you know, our unemployment rate in the UK, Black people, our unemployment rate is absolutely atrocious. You know, out of all the ethnic groups, our unemployment rate is the lowest. You know, and if you start to put all these things together, I mean, you have to put 2 and 2 together and just know that we are at war. Do you understand? We are at war with the system, because this system does not really, it doesn't favor us. It doesn't favor us. All we've got here is a few puppets, yeah? A few puppets who are on strings, who are just performing agendas. That's what we've got here. So this is why I say, I've always said this, we have to start advocating for grassroots foundational, you know, foundational systems where we can have more control over our destiny, you know, because at the moment, when, you know, you get a few Blacks that come through academia and, you know, they don't perform for Black people. They don't perform for Black people in the UK. You know, they're just doing completely something different, you know. And I mean, my heart goes out to Jason and his family, you know, because that was absolutely unacceptable what they put this young man through, and we have to do better, you know. I've seen a few figures, a few political figures who are starting to come out from the woodwork, you know, and basically it's for clout, you know. It's for clout. You've got all these political figures in the UK. They rarely come out and speak out when, you know, things are going wrong in the Black community, when atrocities are happening in the Black community. They only do it when it serves them, right, when they can get a bit of clout, you know. So that's what's happening right now. You know, you've got a few politicians that are coming out, chasing clout and trying to make themselves look good, which is absolutely appalling. You know, we should be doing better than that. You know, we should be doing better in the UK, you know, to like solidify our institutions and, you know, to protect our academia, professors, and protect our politicians as well. You know, we need to do better than what we're doing. So I rest the mic.
All right, let me pass the mic to Sonia. Go ahead, Sonia. Unmute yourself, Sonia. Sonia Cotton, you're up. Unmute yourself. All right, let me read these super chats while I guess she gets it together. Summer None, Other Baddie, thank you for $2 holla. How is math and science miseducation? Rade Ondugu, thank you for 499 holla. Finally, we speak on progression. Someone please answer Skywalker. Bartholomew 3956, thank you for the 5 jewels. All right, go ahead, Sonia. Sonia, we can't hear you. Call, leave, and I'll remove you and call back in. All right, Ola, go ahead, Ola.
Oh, hello. Good evening. Can you hear me?
You sound very low, Ola. Like you're far away from the mic. We can barely. Can you talk directly into your phone?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, I'm speaking from London, and I think I do appreciate my brother also from England who's on your panel. I think he said exactly all that I need to say as well. We've got a big problem over here, seriously. After McDuggan was killed, I think the system decided to quieten down Black people because that was a devastating riot. I mean, I don't know whether you heard about it over there, but it was serious. I mean, the whole country was rioting. Even Jews were stealing fridges from supermarkets. It was that bad everywhere. Manchester, London, Glasgow, everywhere. And after that, the gentrification kicked off. Most Black clubs and what do you call it, where Black people gather, most of it, once your license expire, they hardly renew it. So if you look at places like most of London, like Hackney, Tottenham, Willesden, Brixton, Brixton still got a few Black clubs, but other Black areas like Hackney, you hardly see white clubs. I mean, Hackney is now being heavily gentrified, but that's not the main reason why I rang. The reason why I rang is because of our brother Arday, and RIP to him. The education system here, I remember when my kids were, they're now in their 30s, but when my kids were young, they used to have extracurriculum classes. Black teachers used to volunteer to teach children in the neighborhood. I mean, we have the hood just like in America, but it's not like, it's slightly different. But as I said, teachers used to go into homes and teach, children. And also they learn cultural events as well, like Afro-Caribbean stuff, like African drumming and all that stuff. Today, you hardly see any of that. I don't know why, but that seems to have disappeared all over the city. And also, for some reason, Black people seem to have assimilated into the white culture. It's unbelievable. I mean, what I'm seeing, because I travel around the country and I've seen what the Asians are doing. If you look at places like Onslow and what do you call that other place, where Asians are, the reason why they're there is because they've taken control of Heathrow Airport. The baggages, the service staff in the airports, most of them are done by Asians, and they allow their people in. So all the surrounding areas is 80% Asians, and they've taken over the whole area. We don't do that. We more or less disperse into the wider community, which is pretty scary to me because I hardly see any Black community like we used to have 30, 40 years ago. So I mean, what my brother's been saying over there is true. It's not very good for us over here. Most of our little communal thing, the government has quashed a lot of this stuff. We hardly have places where even older generations go to play, like games and stuff. Our people are stuck in the house. When they die, they just pick them up and go throw them away. We're living in dire straits over here. Yeah, so that's all I got to say.
Pure systematic oppression. That's what we're
Hey,
facing.
guys, let me get to this panel. I got to get to this panel first because there's people waiting. Ola, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
All right, go ahead, Africa.
Yeah, greetings, brother Diners, the panel and the chat. Please like, share, subscribe, and also please support the channel. And I hope you're having a great time in Motherland.
No, well, I'm back in Atlanta now.
Oh, you're back. Okay, nice. I hope you had a good time though. Definitely. I hope you had a good time. Yeah. So look, the UK. I got to pause for now. It's a sad story. This is what I keep saying to you guys. Leave this drama that we've been having here for the last, few months about, the separation. This is exactly what happened. Ola that spoke just now, you're right. Around the time of McDougall, but what you missed out is when the conservative government came to power. Okay? When the conservative came to power, they we had the riots. That is the biggest riot in the UK, over centuries. The black people came out and rioted, and for the first time, they saw the black and the white working class are coming together because they've been living together in peace and harmony for over years since Windrush. They're building together into marriage and building community and creating good culture under the Labour government. And the conservative governments and these people, they've been quiet about it. And the Saudis, they didn't like it. Okay? And they don't want to see that because they see for the first time black and white getting on, they intermarriage, they build cultures and have everything. They build this country and make the UK to a point one of the best times to live. But thank God to the civil rights movement in the UK, thank God to the high IQ Caribbeans who are early settled in the UK, who made that possible, okay? Because it was minority Africans, majority Caribbeans, and heavily Caribbean influence under the Labour government, to be precise, okay? And then we have the Conservatives came in, and then not long we had what they call Brexit, and all these people who was lying, the white people who were quiet about what they're saying, that they did not like that integration. No, basically, we integrated too fast, too much, and that is a bad thing. All the other communities that came here, they refused to integrate. Okay, they built their community. But we had the community that we had, we did not kept it. We integrated. We allow other people come in. We didn't keep their properties. We sold them out. And we didn't sell it to our own. We sell it out to the other people who obviously came in with their own mission because, black people didn't hold on to their own stuff, as we always know globally, right? For some reason, we don't know how to practice, group economics. Okay, so we didn't know how to do it. And so basically now, we had the conservative government. They came in with the sellout. The conservatives came in with black African politicians in their government. Okay. Now, these black African politicians, I could name a few of them. Okay. And they were ready. Yeah. One of them was Kwasi Kwarteng. Billy Afolami. What was the name? The other one was Billy Afolami. Kwasi Kwarteng, as I go to maybe God did remind me. You came in bad enough. She's already there, but she came in later. So basically, what they did is they used the Africans to undermine the Caribbeans who actually been here, who know how. And just be quiet for a minute. I'm saying this as an African. So they use them to undermine the group of people who've been here longer, who managed to build a system, even though it wasn't perfect. Then they use Africans to undermine other African descents. Okay, they use black against black, and they use Asians against Asian. Okay, but the Asian did not play it into that game. The Asian play into the game as black and white, Asian and white versus black. They did not play black on black. Well, when you put a black person there, he would do the dirty job for them, or she would do the dirty job for them, but the Asian politician will do the dirty job for the white with the Asians against the black. This is what happened in the UK. And this is why I said when you want to, in America, if you want to keep away from these people that call themselves African coming over there trying to be a buffer class closer to the white man against your people in America, why I support you guys, I'm telling you, I know why I did it. I know why I'm supporting it. And the only person, and that's one of the errors. At the middle of this fight, we elected the first black mayor in the middle of a conservative government, in the middle of Brexit, in the middle of the most racist time, in the middle of the most racist time in the UK, me as a black person, we and the group of people I know around there in my city, yeah, they elect the first. I know him very well. Okay, he's became the first black mayor in the entire Europe. Okay, while the other black people in the UK were sitting in the corner crying, and also going through the same victimhood. Like this guy that killed himself. I'm sorry, but this guy, I don't think he suffered from racism. He did not suffer from racism. He basically lied about his CV. If you lie about your CV, you know what you're putting yourself into. You're gonna get into trouble.
You have to be careful. You have to be careful because you do know. Look, there is imperialist service. Like these people, they're crafty.
I understand, but look, he knew where he got himself into. He knew where he got himself into. He knew what he got himself into.
That's what I'm saying. That's there
because
is
you
no
know that
strong
institution. We know that institution. We know institution is what it's like. We know exactly what this institution are built upon. We know how they were built. Okay,
what I'm trying to tell you.
No, but I'm speaking. You decide to put yourself in there. Yeah, you know that lie that you tell one day is gonna come and hunt you down. And when he did,
but it's not necessarily that he told a lie.
No. When he did, and he expects black people to come out in this heat of a time to come and defend him. And when they didn't, he took his life. And that's wrong.
Yeah.
Let's stand to the truth.
That's what I'm saying. Well, they didn't have a problem with him. They didn't have a problem with him in like, you know, when he was first coming through the academia
put himself
system.
in the fire and he got burned.
Hold on. I understand what you're saying. I understand your point of view. But what I'm trying to say to you, at first they didn't have a problem with him when he was coming through the academia service. So basically, I'm trying to tell you, there's an imperialist agenda.
We know that, brother. I will finish speaking.
If you don't perform, hold on. If you don't perform, you get attacked. You're getting attacked through all institutions. Yeah, they pick on little things. Yeah, just to demonize you and to destroy you.
He knew what he got himself into. And rest in peace to the brother and his family. I feel sorry for him. You know, everything that went. You know, I totally, 100%. You know, feel sorry for him for everything that happened and his family. But he put himself in a situation where he knows one day it's gonna come down to hunt him down. And now he knows exactly what happened. And he obviously had himself
investigation.
Brother, my man effed it up, bro. Let's be real. He effed it up for himself, and now he put him back people.
Did you hear what I said? Cambridge has not finished its investigation. They haven't finished it.
That's because he didn't. But we know he lied about his CV.
But
he lied about his CV.
No, he didn't. He got investigated in 2025 for plagiarism by the university that gave him his PhD. If the people that gave him his PhD investigated him and said that he did not undergo plagiarism until they or whoever go again and investigate him, then until then, there is no proof that he cheated at anything.
There you go.
All right, guys. Let me pass the mic to Lewis. Go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Nice show, Dinus. I didn't know you was up to date with Britain's affairs like this.
A little bit, yeah.
Brother. Yeah. Hello, House of Smart and everybody else, Africa, and the new guys I'm not familiar with.
Shout out my brother, most high. Respect, man, respect.
As the Bible says, thou shalt not lie. This brother, okay, before we go into further, I have a lot of people in the academia. My younger brother is a lecturer at the London School of Economics. Right now, I got an in-law who just passed away, who's been there. He was there as a lecturer. In fact, his son is Kwesi Kwarteng, Africa. Right? Now, I have academic circles. It's not new. The former leader of Ghana, Nadu, his father was the first black person to read pure mathematics and physics at Oxford. Black people being in high position ain't new in the academic circle. They don't like to, generally from that, they don't like to show off and things like that. That's how that world is, okay? But you are trained, okay? To get in that world, you have to be tough, okay? So when you're in that world, they stick the camera in front of you, you can answer everybody because you're going to go through the rigmarole, especially if you're a black person, okay? So even though you're going to have a politician like Kwesi Kwarteng, he actually got the highest mark for entry to Oxford University. I don't know if you know that. He actually finished his exam 30 minutes before the end. And when he finishes, that's like said to him, "Why do you finish at 30 minutes? Why do you not finish take the whole time?" He said, "I had done enough." Because his dad is a professor. Okay, he was.
Yeah, he's a smart guy. I respect him. I respect him.
The point I'm saying,
what's your point? What's your point?
And the point I'm making is this, okay? The credentials of this brother is questionable, so there's an investigation being done. Fair enough. Okay. First time I saw this brother, was about 2 years ago, and there was an article on him. They were trying to make him the poster child of this, and that. Listen, there is a lot of soft subjects in England. And if you're in academia and you pick a soft subject, you can go all the way through. The problem I have is that this man is not as strong. He's not a tough guy. You ain't not going to work that hard to be a professor, right? One of the most profiled ones coming up in the black world. And then because of some racist and he was a racist guy trying to expose him because they're trying to expose black people anyway because they're jealous of them. His expose come out, things gets around, and then all of a sudden you go and take your life. When I did hear that, I wasn't 100% too surprised. I tell you why. So the minute I saw a picture of this guy, for this guy is LGBT. Any of you can check it out. The minute I saw this guy, you got a problem.
Exactly. Well, guys, hold on. That hasn't been confirmed, and also too, he's not here to defend himself. So
yeah, I understand. But the Bible says, by the countenance of a man, you can tell by his character. Okay, but I'll say this. Okay, there is a particular type of blacks. If they're gonna have blacks in the UK in high society that they want to push, and this guy was fitting that bill. Okay, they ain't gonna have a tough guy like a Paul Boateng down there.
So Lewis, I would say this, Lewis. It's the same here in America. It's the same here. So I understand. Go ahead.
Exactly the same dog that bites America bites Britain.
That's it. If they're gonna have black people, they want a particular type of black person. That's not a threat. This man ain't a threat.
Of course, they're not going to have a silverback. They're not going to have a silverback.
Hear me out, brother. I've run the show, brother. Let me just quickly land. I know the point you're making. Listen, I think there should be a full investigation, and whoever should face it should face back. I know that in England is a racist society. Okay, right? So what I'm telling you, listen, right? All the academics that I've come across, whether I agree with them or not agree with them, they're all tough people. You got to be pretty tough-skinned. And I'm disappointed that the man literally took his life because of a spotlight being put up on him. Because this white people looking for an excuse to say,
I think he's deeper than that, Lewis.
You chump.
He's deeper than that.
But I hear me out, right? I know he's going to be deeper than that. We'll know, right? Because it's still unfolding. But what seems to be happening to me is that all the academics I've come across, there ain't none of them going to be weak enough just because of a few headlines. They're going to give up their professorship and take their life. There's something underlining right there. And from what I can see so far, we shouldn't get too carried away with the political this and political that. We know they don't want black people here, but we're here, and there's lots and lots of black professors being produced. I don't know why we're obsessed with this one man, because they're pushing him in particular. I don't know why.
Because it was Cambridge?
1% of lecturers are black in the UK. That's why.
I understand that, bro. With all due respect, you know they don't want us up there, so they're going to put the scrutiny on you anyway. I'm surprised of his. I mean, all the black people I know, your parents going to be tougher than that for you to get up there. Something's gone wrong somewhere in this man's life. Okay, the pressure is on. I don't see what the pressure is on. It's a chance for you to prove yourself.
No, I got to disagree. I'm sorry. I do not.
Let me finish my point. That's you.
My bad.
But 30 seconds. I gotta pass the mic.
This brother, he was not strong enough. 2, he looked LGBT to me, and they're pushing a particular type of weak black man, and that's why I don't want to see. So I'm not 100% going to jump behind the guy. I'm so sorry for him that he's passed away and all that is sad, but you got to be a man in this world. Can't be pussy. And that's what I saw. LGBTism. They're pushing that black.
But you can't judge a brother like that. You can't judge people like that.
Yes, you can.
No,
you can't, bro. Until he's proven. You can't say he's LGBT. He's not.
Hello.
Has it been proven?
Hello, is my point. Let me just line my point. Yeah, he ticks all the boxes.
Talking a lot of just coming.
Hello, bro. This I wouldn't defend his brother, even when he was alive. He just looked dodgy to me. Okay, right. So that's why I line my point.
Oh God.
All right, I'll let Dave. You got 30 seconds to retort. I'm gonna pass the high.
But that's stereotyping, man.
Right. Here's my problem with what has just been said. It goes exactly back to what I said earlier, right? If you're not hard, if you're not one of the man them, if you're not looking like somebody who's going to come and take your flipping head off your shoulders, then we don't go and back our own people. This is the exact thing I'm saying, right? Yes, he did look a little bit different, all right? But let's remember as well, yeah? The guy, no matter what he looks like, no matter how he comes across to us, until we have actual proof that he was LGBT, we shouldn't just go and assume that. If he is, okay, fine. If we don't, if an individual don't like that, they have the right to feel how they want to feel about that. But at the end of it, hold on. And the point is this, right? If we as a black community, and I'm going to end it with this point, right? If we as a black community in this country and even across the world, right? If we're only going to come out and ride out for killers, thugs, homeboys who will come and take your life for everything.
But that's not true.
Then what exactly are we going to do? What are we going to do?
That's not true.
No, but it's the truth.
What you saying, listen,
because we're constantly questioning him just because of how he came across, rather than the actual facts of what happened.
Listen, the nerdy Harry Potter guys got just as much respect as the hood guys. Nerdy Harry Potter. I live in Liverpool. Those nerdy Harry Potter guys, when they came around, they were told to go away. They were told to, you're book smart, you're going to go to university. The Harry Potter black guys, they got just as much respect, if not more. The hood guys said, listen, get off the street. We don't want to see you around here. You know what I mean?
And that was the case then, but look at where we're at now.
No, but Dave's got a point though, because the reality is what the problem we have in the black community back in the days, and that's changing. Like the average bookman who looked like a geek or doing the right thing, going to university and things like that, they used to get looked down on by the roadman them, and they used to get chased.
Bro, they used to get roadies who come and jack you quickly, bro.
In England, bro.
That's
where in England do you grow up, man?
That's just a white.
No, man, you grew up in Liverpool, man. If you grew up in my city in the south, bro, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, black brothers used to chase man them that actually go to university, and they get looked down on, and they're like, oh, you're a bookman, you look, they see you like a waste man. And this this with me and Dave book line. It's a fact. Then we let the gangsters. No, but listen. This is what gave the conservative, the loophole to come into the black neighborhood, because they started seeing all these gangsters. Bro, come on, let me just talk, man. They start letting all the.
You haven't been in Britain.
They start letting all the.
That's not true at all.
No, but listen, I'm sorry to say it, but
roadman used to run the ends.
It's not true.
They used to run our neighborhood. All this roadman used to run the neighborhood. And guess what? When Judge, you know what? In my city, you know why in my city, when we lost respect for roadman, it's when George Floyd got killed.
What part of
there's different generations here. There's different generations. What
part of London are you from?
Listen, bro. I grew up in the most white region in England. My city is the most populated region in the entire southwest. I live in the southwest. I grew up. I'm in the belly of the beast. I come from a city that invaded.
What part of London? What part?
Yeah, tell him.
I'm from North London, bro.
I'm from west. I'm from southwest of England.
What part? I know London quite well. What part?
Be specific.
I grew up in. I lived in Peckham. Yeah, my man grew up.
Get out of here, man.
Listen, you got to Liverpool. Liverpool is a white man. Liverpool is an Irish dock city anyway. To start. So Liverpool culture is different.
Liverpool's got the oldest black population in Europe.
That's true. Nobody denied that. Nobody's denying that. And the Irish population, But the culture in Liverpool is different. So Liverpool culture different to London culture. London culture different to the Southwest culture.
How so?
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, there was a time, obviously there was a time when people became complacent in the UK, where they let the wrong people control the neighborhoods. And until people started reclaiming the neighborhood back, it's when the conservative government came to power. Okay. And then they started coming into the neighborhood, and at that time,
England, bro. Come on, you keep
saying. No, but when David Cameron came to power, bro. When David Cameron came to power, I'm talking about. Because I'm not as old as you.
Country, England, longer than.
No, but I know Jamaica. Yeah, of course, but my because you're older than me, bro. You're older than me. Yeah. When John Major.
Different errors, man. Different generational errors. That's what's
different
happening.
Different generation. I understand that. I understand, but this conservative lot that. But listen, this conservative lot that came to power, the way they are with Brexit is like taking us back. They took us
Listen,
back.
I agree
You know
with
that.
Brexit.
We all know that they
No,
took us back.
I agree
Okay.
with Brexit. No, I'm not a native Briton anyway, but I agree with Brexit. Right.
Well, that's the reason why you're going through what you're going.
Yeah, right. Because I tell you what, when I was working the furniture business, okay, we were working. At that time, I was earning about £15 an hour doing stair stringing. Boy, European girl will come and do it for £7-8 an hour, bro. Within 2 years, if you came in and you spoke good English, you won't even get a job. Right. So for me, from that side, I'm not. I don't.
That's true. That's true. The Polish.
So with there. Let me get this
anyway.
right. So you're against immigration as an immigrant yourself?
No, I'm not against immigration. I don't think Britain did not need to go into Europe, right? For Britain to still be Britain.
Was she born in Britain? Was she born in Britain?
I grew up here. I came here when I was 10. Okay. Britain. Listen, Britain was the people.
So Britain immigrant yours. Oh man.
Hello, Britain.
Yeah. You see what I'm trying to say? You see what I'm trying to say now?
No. Hello. Britain was always a strong country that all those Europeans wanted to come to anyway. It was like the America of Europe. Okay, so let's not go about. I don't agree that we don't have to go in Europe. If they want to go, it's up to them. I'm not a British person. Okay, but
bro, you're against Brexit, but there's more people that came to the UK. Look, you're talking about immigration, right? The Labour Party, I understand why the Labour government, brother, just 1 second, yeah.
Let's get to the subject because we're gonna be all over the show.
Okay,
we don't have
I know. Okay, that's fine.
The point I'm making, and big hearted brother from the Liverpudlian accent. A lot of my light-skinned brothers are from Liverpool, been there for years from slavery time, and we often overlook them. It's nice that you're calling in.
Yeah, that's true. I agree.
Respect my London brothers, man.
Even if the brother, let's just say, even if the brother say I'm gay, right? Let's just say, are you familiar with a guy called Peter Facho? You guys familiar with Peter Facho? Peter Facho is the white guy, the head of the LGBT organization here. He's in politics. He was marching on the streets with Mugabe before Mugabe knew he was gay. The guy.
Can I just say something? He ain't batty, you know. He got kids. He ain't batty.
Yeah, well, that's how it is for someone.
He's got children.
He's not batty.
This is it. Some of them mix up. He's not a weak. Listen, you look at him. He look like a softy water. The man's not a weak man.
Yeah, he looks batty, but he ain't.
Right.
They might slap you up easy, bro.
Right. He will go on any show, deal with you politically, whichever way you want it. He ain't gonna jump from his and look where he is now. I'd rather talk about past parliament. I see him regularly. Okay, that man's he ain't gonna go and take his life because this and that, and he's been through hell. So what I'm talking about is the strength of the man. The guy should have just stood there and really made his name for himself. And when the spotlight's on him, but to take your life like that, I mean, it's not good. Biblically, it's bad. I don't think he was a religious guy.
Dude, I don't support that.
Dude, that's hard. Every man has a breaking point. I don't care how tough.
In it, bro. Like that's
every
disgusting.
Man has a breaking point.
We can't. No,
I don't
like
care
this
how
is
bad you think you are. Every man has a breaking point.
Yeah,
you can break any man's spirit.
Any man out there, bro. Just because he didn't sit there.
Yeah, but
like some statue just taking it, bro. Like what we saying out here?
We can't judge. Do you understand? We can't do that. You know what I'm saying? We can't stereotype.
No, listen. I'm speaking as a man. Okay, I respect strong men. You could be soft speaking, whatever, but you still got to stand your ground. You just don't. You now they boy like the
he did.
Is one as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, he did. He stood there and he took that for how long this month? And then, do you know what? Just as our brother from Liverpool just said, he had his breaking point.
How long is your life? Mandela was in jail for 27 years. What are we talking about? Bro,
so what? No, don't be coming out and pulling no weak talking points like that, bro.
You're making an excuse for weakness. Pussy.
No, you're making an excuse. You're making an excuse and doing exactly what I called out earlier.
Look, calm down. You lot calm down. Look, all I've got to say is that for the past 20 years or so, there has been a underemployment with black youth and black people within the UK. Now, if you look at this is a financial crisis which has been bestowed upon us. Do you understand? And it's absolutely, you have to put two and two together, with what's going on with Jason as well. Do you understand? I'm telling you this. We are under attack here. Do you understand? And we have to start doing something. It's just rubbish.
Let's be real. The UK is the best. Listen, even though we're going through all this, what we're talking about, the UK is the best country in Europe for a black person to live.
Not anymore.
I
That
don't
says
care.
a lot
No,
about how bad Europe is.
no, but I'm just saying, exactly.
It used
It's
to
a
be.
fact.
It used
No,
to
but
be.
listen, it is a
It used to
fact.
be, but it
It's a
slipped
fact.
down. It has slipped down, and we have to
It slipped
step
down a
it back
little
up
bit.
again.
It slipped down a little
That's
bit,
like
but
saying
it's
being
still.
shot 2 times is better than being shot 3 times.
Indeed.
You know what I mean? It's like saying
Yeah.
being shot twice is better than being shot 3 times. You know
No, but what I'm trying to
You
say,
know what I mean?
what I'm trying to say is, right. If you go to Europe,
Yeah,
you understand what I'm talking about.
I know.
So, and
I've
I
been there.
understand why exactly. So, and also, these times that we're going through, the people who get in the most of the heat are the Muslim community. Let's be real. Okay, they're the one that
Nobody
getting
gets
most of the heat.
no.
Right now, we're getting more. They're getting more
Listen,
smoke.
dude,
No, bro. They are the one that getting most of the
Let's
smoke,
not
bro.
do that.
Race.
I'm
Let's not
telling
do that.
you,
Let's
bro.
not do that.
Oh, dude, name me one area in England that's not poor where black people live. Name me one area in the whole of Britain where black people live that's not poor.
The poorest, most deprived community in England are the majority communities in
Exactly.
north of
There were
England.
many.
And
There were
north of
many.
England, you don't find a lot of black people in the
Yeah,
north.
but if you go to Tottenham, you go to Plaistow, you go to
No, but
Stratford, you go to
London is
certain
the
parts
most.
of Nottingham, you go to certain parts of
Guys,
Bristol.
okay,
Where we
you see
are
now,
is always poverty stricken, bro.
No, Bristol.
There were
Are you
many
kidding me?
rich Muslim areas. There were
Bristol
many
is
rich.
Bristol is the most outside London is the most one of the, probably the most affluent city in England outside
And
London.
what does the black
And
neighborhood in them cities
the
look like?
black neighborhood in Bristol, the black people in Bristol are one of the wealthiest group in England because what happened is what
I
are you
need to
talking
double
about?
check that one, bro. Because
Black
we don't have
people,
many
black
black
people in
majority
Every
neighborhoods
area,
where we're in
every
massive
area where black
positions of
people
black
in
people are
wealth.
the
England is
second largest.
poor.
Black people are the second largest minorities in. Okay, no, Bristol is the only city in the UK where black people are the second largest minority, and
Wait.
It is
who have
affluent there. It's very
influence.
affluent in
It's very
Bristol, I have to
affluent,
say.
and the two-time elected mayor who is the only mayor in the entire city of Europe is from Bristol, and he's in the House of Lords. What are you guys talking about?
Right. Listen,
So
guys.
listen, the problem we had in Bristol is not because of the white people; it's the black people have messed up themselves by allowing, what we were talking about earlier, some of the gangs to take over these beautiful neighborhoods, right, and run it instead of the people who went to the prestigious universities in the city to run the neighborhoods. But we reversed that. So even the areas that got gentrified in Bristol, some of the houses are still owned by black people. They rent it to the student and they move furthermore to the white people. Understand? So they move smarter than the other
What's the
cities.
population of black people in Bristol in terms of numbers?
I don't know, but they're the second largest minority after the whites.
All right, I've got a question I want to just throw out to everyone, right?
Thank you.
Especially off the back of us saying like, oh, like he looked a certain type of way, he might have been effeminate or this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. I've got one question, right? Because we're questioning this man's manhood as a prerequisite of him having life. Here's my question. As black men, what are we doing to build institutions instead of looking at our
What
people?
are we doing locally in our local communities to start with? Politics starts with local. Politics is local. Okay, what are you doing locally to start with? From the local councillor that's been elected. How many councillors meeting that black people attend in their neighborhood? How many of those? That's the question. If you cannot
True,
answer
but we
that
need to be
question,
able
what
to
are you
exist
talking about
outside of the
politics?
political system as well, Africa. It can't just be us electing mayors and electing councillors. One of the reasons why it works for Asians is because when they build businesses, they go and they finance their businesses by going and supporting their community, and they have their Saturday schools, they have their institutions, so that if the Labour government changes to reform or the Conservatives or whoever, it will not shake them. Because at the end of the day, they still have their Saturday schools, they still have their institutions, they still have their tutoring networks. It's not by accident that Indians are so highly represented in medicine. It's because they foster that, because the men in their community, as well as some of the women, but the men in their community, they put their money behind their rhetoric.
They're collective. They are a collective group. They work
I said that from the
economics. That's
beginning.
it.
I said that from the beginning of my intro, the conversation. We don't practice group economics. That's the problem. We don't practice group economics. And most of our neighborhoods, the shops in our neighborhoods are run by Indians and Pakistani. And we in the city that I live in now, as I said to you, it used to be a war between the Jamaicans and the Somalis. Okay, so when we had to, I'm one of the people who actually helped to stop that beef. And today, most of the shops most of the black people that own those shops are actually Somalis community. Okay, so and some Africans are actually going into this business now. So basically, we used to fight one another instead of like what the FBA and Black Americans are doing. Yeah, instead of actually working together. That's the problem. We lack group economics. We don't do it. Our money goes out just like what you're going to in America. Yeah, go on.
That's true. It's very true.
Yeah. Are you guys aware of the trade deal that has been struck by India? India is a superpower. People forget this. Are you aware of the trade deal that's been done by England and India? You're going to see more Indians than you've ever seen. Okay, they've got a large population, some with quite well education, and they've educated them technically. So they don't just become professors. They go on the ground and fix your phone to your iPhone, everything. They manufacture it because India is strong. Okay, if we forget that we come from the Caribbean and Africa, and we don't connect there and use our knowledge here to build the businesses back home instead of letting the Chinese and the Indians do it, we're going to be in this perpetual going back and forth because you cannot build a kingdom in another man's kingdom. Our people came in.
I disagree.
They knew they were only here for a certain time to go, but we've lost that. We want to fit into England, be like the England football team. You ain't never going to be accepted, Negroes. So you better start connecting back home, doing business back home. Then you can connect to the people here in things. But apart from that, the Indian community does well because India is strong. That's where they're getting their base from. You guys got it mistaken, bro. The community ain't going to do that.
I'm sorry. Like, I disagree. I think to some
effect, will do a lot.
We have to build ourselves up here. Yes, we have to have those links between back home in the islands and the continent, but we also have to set up and we have to show our strength here as well.
But you forget your kids. Lewis, have you got kids?
I got no kids. I wouldn't have kids.
That's what I'm saying. You need a foundation. You need to work foundation for future generations. For future generations, bro.
Listen, I would not raise kids in England if I can't whoop their ass. So I ain't gonna have no kids in England. Bix, you're gonna be back in Africa. You're gonna get your ass kicked. You're gonna be disciplined, and then when you grow up a bit, you can come here and have see what the world is like. But my aim is not to be staying here in England and have my foundation in England. I'm not an Englishman.
Bro, are you drinking? What is this?
No, I'm looking at my dreaming.
This guy's off his head.
Bro, you're drinking palm wine and Hennessy and spouting garbage.
Listen,
trying to be some tough guy to your kids.
You're gonna let me speak. Right? If you think I'm gonna have kids who are gonna grow up in this country, I can't even discipline them properly and have the system teach them how to be a homosexual and how to have sex up a man's backside when they're 8 years of age. You're mad. I'm not going to chill out. When they're fully grown, when they're fully grown, then they can come here like my elder cousins did and down quite well. But I ain't never really no damn kids here. It's gonna be some hell of a love for me to do that. No way. I will discipline my kids in this country. That's not letting you discipline your kids. That's why you got professors like this Ardy guy looking gay and shit coming on there.
Yeah,
but this is the part that you all great.
But he had 2 kids and you don't.
Huh?
He got kids and you don't. And all you're doing is just coming up here and attacking a man who ain't here to defend himself.
I mean,
hey, bro, that guy's not gay, bro. He's got 2 kids, man. You can't do that.
My dick is not in control of me. Okay?
Best believe he was banging some of them rich white girls in Cambridge.
Visually pure stereotype.
He was banging some of them white girls in Cambridge.
You know exactly when you look at this man what you're looking at. The sort of black people they want a weak.
Yeah, well, let's Louis, let's louder, bro.
Right? There are some black people who have lost their way. They want to bring Britain forever. Good luck to you. I'm not knocking you. Okay, but my foundation is going to be linked back home from where I'm from.
Looks can be deceiving. I've met guys that look like Kimbo Slice that are pussies. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand, bro. That's all right. All I'm saying is that this brother, this man, whatever he chose to be, whatever he is, you gotta be stronger person in the world than that. That's why you're a man. You gotta be stronger.
Look, most of us
what are you building back home,
right? Most of us got discrimination at work, but I mean to go and take your life. But maybe it's because of the public route about it. Remember, there's a lot of ranting about it in the media, and so he. To be honest with you, I think I I had a funny feeling that guy is gonna do something silly because when I look at him, he looked like a fragile brother. The brother looked fragile. Okay, he looked quite fragile, and
bro, he was vulnerable. He had autism and global development delay.
Autism. That's right.
He's not. It's not to say that all autistic people are bad or whatever, but how he regulates himself might be different from us.
Yeah, he was going through a lot. You could tell he was going through a lot. Like
so that's the reason why I won't. That's why I won't heavy on him because he got problems. The guy got.
He's getting big money. He's getting profiled up. What was he going through? That's a lot. That guy was loaded.
Money doesn't mean mental health.
Oh, here we go.
Money does not mean mental health. You can have money and still have problems. Yeah, even the richest man, Bill Gates, or even Jeff Bezos, they all have problems. Yeah. Even the richest people have problems. So money doesn't equate to mental health.
To be honest with you, I mean, things start going wrong when your CV wasn't 100%. And I think he knew the system would catch up on him.
Like, what actually tangibly on his CV was not 100.
Dismissed. Listen, a university like Cambridge will not dismiss someone, on a false pretenses. Come on, they know
didn't get dismissed by Cambridge. He resigned because of the media pylon. Yeah. He resigned of his own choice. He was not dismissed. Okay. He resigned of his own choice. If he's wrong, and the evidence comes out to say so be it. But he resigned of his own choice because of that pylon. The pylon that he did not put on his white counterpart.
If the investigation comes out and that he was, he wasn't at the wrong, I think the University of Cambridge, they're going to get like a big backlash with the population because of that. And it's going to go really bad for them. Yeah.
Of course, because... To me, that's just, it's not acceptable what they've done.
I hear you, Dave. Dave, I hear you, bro. I hear you.
No safeguarding.
MFG, speak, man.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, we've got someone new in the panel.
Is Dan here?
MFG, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, go on, brother, please.
Yeah,
welcome to the UK. Welcome to the UK FBA conversation.
I was following this case for like a week when they first exposed him, talking about he plagiarized the person's dissertation and his life story, how he allegedly was autistic and couldn't speak until he was 11, and he couldn't read until he was 18, and it was like all this fantastical and the storyline, unbelievable things that happened. And all of his accolades was just so extraordinary. And his words was he thought they'd just believe him when they actually looked into it. And when they found out in his dissertation that it was plagiarized,
they didn't.
Exposed it. He resigned. You say what?
He resigned because he was getting piled on by the media. He was investigated in 2025.
He didn't have to resign.
Not find him.
He chose to resign.
He chose to.
And then they found them dead or found them stinking. I'm looking like my first thoughts was,
bruv, don't even, bruv. I swear down, yeah.
I'm saying
like
when
today,
they found them,
dead. I'm trying hard to keep it legit, yeah. But if you're just gonna come through and just start with this, bro, like
when they found them dead, that's usually what the white man do when they get through adversity. Like I heard a person mention Nelson Mandela, like, how much pressure can you take? Like just because you lost a job and they accuse you of plagiarism, that's not a life sentence,
Nah, you don't know the press. I'll say that you don't know how our press work over here, bro. Respectfully,
mental issues.
All right, like I'm looking like and then they mentioned him on the news. They say a black professor ended up being found dead after being caught plagiarism. I'm like, isn't he an African? Isn't he Ghanaian? Why are they gonna try to call him black, like as if he's like to hide his identity or his origin?
Here he goes. Here he goes.
I'm looking like the person said, like
I don't know why you even particularly
I don't think these people would have survived like the slave trade. He probably would have been one of the people that did make it. His bloodline wouldn't have been able to make it.
Save your nonsense, bro. Save your nonsense, bro. No one want to hear from you right now on this topic, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. You just coming up here to troll and say something. No one trying to hear you.
To survive something like that,
You're on the F FBB platform today, you know, FBB,
Well, I'm
Foundational
saying,
Black British.
like y'all, everybody, somebody
Foundational
even
Black
mentioned it.
British,
Like
yeah,
a
you're
person was
there, you get
arguing,
me?
like, how come this dude would take himself out like that? And there was another guy, and I think at ATL was scamming
Yo,
football
but
players.
if I can interject, I think mental health and suicide sees no color, sees no ethnic group. So
Yes,
just
Dynas.
to say that it's
The man with the high IQ.
I hate doing this. I don't want to play the tit for tat game. I'm not gonna do it. But yeah, it had mental, suicide and mental health issues don't care about your ethnic group. That makes sense. Go ahead.
But Dynas, they
At
should have
all.
more
At all,
respect
man.
for us because a lot of our people could have did that, based on all that type of pressure and adversity. We could have been did that.
What I'm saying, it happens.
I was mentioning that happened and whatnot. I was looking at the story and his storyline. It just didn't sound right. He somehow got robbed or mugged, and then all of this happened, and then there was no evidence. He just said, "I just thought it's like he was getting by just off them just believing what he said." He just took it to the extreme, and I think when he did that dissertation, people just started to stop. They just started to not believe it anymore. Especially when they found out he just looked at somebody else's doctorate's dissertation and just
He didn't.
plagiarized it and as his own. They had, okay, what else did he lie about? Him being autistic and couldn't speak until he was 11. Him being not able to read till he
How
was
you gonna
18.
lie about being autistic in the British school system when they're the ones who test you and go and do all that stuff, bro?
I mean,
and on
he
top
said,
of that,
I think he said this happened when he was in Africa. When he
no,
was in
he ain't
Ghana.
never grow up in no Africa. That's how I know you're not even serious about this conversation, bro. You're just saying things just to get a rise out of people,
But
bro.
a lot
You're
of the
just talking
things
to
he
hear your
said in his
voice,
life
bro.
story, they couldn't
Nah, bro.
substantiate it. So
No, but
when he
I don't
resigned,
think you know a lot about this, man.
I
Even
read
me, I'm
bro.
about
I'm
it.
just here talking
When he
for the sake of
resigned,
talking, bro. But it's
when the
cool.
guy
Let
resigned,
go crack on, bro.
look, when he resigned, he was found stinking like about in less than a week.
Bro, like
Come
straight
on.
up, like stop speaking on that. Like stop speaking on him like that. Stop speaking on him
What's
like
wrong
that.
with you,
You
man?
feel me?
M.
He was found stinking.
Oh, come on, bro.
Bro, do you hear us coming up in here talking about Khalif Browder in that same light?
And see, I didn't want to go there.
Nolan Wells.
Exactly, bro. Like, have some respect for him,
Say
bro.
for instance, go ahead.
Nolan Wells.
Hold on, I'm talking. And that's why I didn't want to go there, because that's the point. I think, like I said, mental health problems and suicide don't see ethnicity.
Yes.
So I think what you're doing is just, like I said, I let him
Wrong.
talk because
I'm saying, Dynas, I'm saying though, nobody.
I'm saying, he brought up Khalif Browder. I mean, so again, we're gonna move on. Okay.
If I could just say something about that plagiarism quickly, Dynas.
No. I got to move on. Let me pass the mic to Only. Go ahead, Only.
Hi, thanks. Greetings to everybody on the panel. I just want to be quick, and I just want to say that if I'm sure you've all noticed, the world is changing, and I think everyone is doing a money grab. Everyone is grabbing as much assets as they can, as much land, as much stocks, and I hope we're all doing the same.
Yeah.
And the ones who are, from what I hear, the most successful are the ones who have international power. Like okay. They have international power. They're all over the world and they work together. So that's the small hats. Also the Jesuits, or however you pronounce it. But Black people can also be that. We're all over the world. If we can just work together, I mean, this is, it can easily be done if we can just control our emotions and focus on a goal. That's
what
all.
it is that
Very true.
Black people, we don't have that evil spirit to dominate other people. We don't have that evil spirit to colonize other
This
people.
is not about dominating. This
But
is
that's
about
what power
making
takes.
for ourselves.
Black people, we just don't. We could never treat others how others have treated us. We just don't have it. God just didn't make us that way.
This is not even about dominating anybody. This is about making a way for ourselves. Do you understand the difference?
But that's going to come. Okay, I'm listening. Go on.
No, well, let her finish her point.
Go on. Carry on. Sorry.
No, like for example, if we make a schools for ourselves, is that dominating somebody? No. If we have business and we do business with each other, is that dominating somebody? No.
No.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
They will just turn up and say you're segregating.
Hey, Ola, we can't hear you, Ola. You got to talk directly into your device.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let only finish first though, because I think she's
Well,
still.
hold on, Oli. Are you done, Oli? Oh, hold on, Ola. Oli, are you done, Oli?
Yes, I'm done. Someone's at my door. I have to go.
All right, go ahead, Ola.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
No, we lost him. All right, guys. Links to the chat room. If you want to call in after the conversation, you're more than welcome to call in after the conversation. Link is in the chat room.
I mean, if there's a one thing that we're really good at is working against one another and be individualistic, and I think that's what Black people are, and that's why I think we don't have that mindset to dominate other people because we're too
It's about
selfish
time we change that, though.
to think
Don't you think it's
collective.
about time we start making them steps?
Indeed.
But when it what fascinates me, right? When it comes to like tribalism, we're very good at thinking collectively. But when it comes to group, that's why I don't think Black people are really Pan-African as we making up to be. Especially Africans. I'm not saying all Black people, Africans in general. And I think this is where we fall, where we fall when we come here. We trying to make make success out of, because first of all, I was watching a documentary about all this stuff that happened in America between the Africans and the Black Americans. I did not realize the African that went there not long ago trying to be like a bit more superior race above the Black Americans because they have a bit more qualification. No, but they was trying to. They was trying to.
You're trying to suck up too much, bro.
No. Louis,
You're trying to stay the
telling the truth.
There's no such thing, bro.
No, Louis, telling the truth is not sucking up.
Bro,
So basically, Louis, shut up for a minute. So basically, what they're trying to do, it was instead of working together, they were trying to be, look, I'm better than you because I have better education now. I can be closer to the white man. So the reality is, instead of having to deal with this sort of problems, which I don't think they're major. I think all we need is to be collective for once and look at what is our real enemy out there. I don't think it's just white. We should stop blaming white people for our problems to start with. We should start blaming
we can't do that. We can't do that because
until we blame ourselves. No, but listen, look, until we start blame our. Listen,
we can't ignore it. We can't ignore it.
No, we can't ignore it. That's true. But we need to start. We don't blame ourselves enough. Honestly,
what are you talking? There's a whole industry of blaming. There's a whole industry of blaming Black people. What are you talking about?
No, what we do the most when we blame ourselves, what do we do to correct that? That's the question. Because just by blaming yourself, if you're not taking action, of your own flaw and say, look, this is where I went wrong. This is where I'm doing wrong. This is where I should, be going next. These are the sort of conversation we should be having, and forget about the outsiders for now. Let's focus on ourselves by building. Until we start doing that, look, like when we say about, for example, I'll talk about local shops, right, in our community. When we talk about local shops, we can do it. Most of the small shops that you see around our neighborhoods in the UK, they're not going abroad to buy these goods. They're going to the big stores, and now the big stores, is where all the small shops go to buy stuff. Yeah. Okay, so we should start doing this in the UK to start with. Okay, we should stop. But one thing I noticed though, that the Black people are actually, some of the communities I travel around the UK, they're starting to self-reflect on this and basically say, look, this is where we went wrong. I see a lot of African shops around, much more. I see a lot more Black more Caribbean shops around, and the only thing I haven't seen is our local schools yet. Well, I see some community get together, community centers, things like that are happening because this is where we need to reach. So some of it is happening at the moment, but sometimes we just need to get get our facts right and get ourselves up together and look at our own flaws instead of blaming other people, because those people are always going to be there. They're not ever going to go away, bro. They never stop chasing us. They will never stop doing it.
What do you think about? Can I ask you a question? What do you think about the amount of Black men with white women? Because I live in Liverpool, where it's their generation now. So now a a lot of black people. We have a lot of white passing black people. White people. They can pass for whites basically. There's a lot of interracial dating in Liverpool. A lot.
Do you know what I noticed? Growing up in the UK, I know some mixed race brothers who are more Afrocentric than some black brothers. This is what I noticed on my circle. Some of my mixed race friends who they have Jamaican, half English. These people are very Afrocentric, and they than the Africans who actually born here, or Jamaican who are born here without any mixed admixture. So I think it's not dependent on their parents, what their parents taught them. And
most mixed race guys and girls generally date white people. Generally, let's be honest about it.
Depends. No, the women date black men. Majority of the women date black men. The mixed race guys, yes. Mixed race guys date white women.
Maybe it's different in Liverpool. Maybe it's different.
Yes, because
Can I throw in about Liverpool?
Yeah, Liverpool is a different place though.
Liverpool has been known for decades and even beyond for exactly what you've just described.
Yeah. There's a
very
lot.
old communities. Liverpool's one of the few places in the UK where you can get a very light-skinned person, some of them white person, and they will tell you, I am a 4th or 5th or 6th generation, and they're proud of that. And as much as I agree, that
Cole Palmer.
Stuff like that, right?
Tony Bellew as well.
Tony Bellew.
There's a lot of guys that look like that. Sorry,
Here's my point that I want to land it on. That question about who's dating who, okay, fine, have it, but I'm way more interested in institution building, because ultimately, if we have those Saturday schools for our kids, or the mentorship scheme for our kids, or other things like that, it will do far more to foster our community than it will then sitting and taking a look at who's bringing who to the barbecue, who's dating who, etc., etc. Yes, I'm not going to say that it doesn't mean anything or whatever, but I'm saying, bro, we need to be focused on building the things that will outlive us all, serve our children, and help us regardless of if we got one white grandma or if both our parents are black and from Nigeria or whatever. It doesn't matter. We need something that protects and works to develop our people and to make sure that when our people are here, they recognize they're a part of a community. They recognize why we must shop with each other. We must respect each other, and that we cannot just jump up on any opportunity to suddenly throw doubt on other people that look like us, especially when official things are done and prove them to be innocent of some of the claims that are being laid in front of them until actual data and actual investigations are completed and we know what is actually the fact. I yield the mic.
Africa, let me get this in quickly. If I can get in, whether further concerning when we talk about the plagiarism. And the plagiarism you can point to, because obviously when the paperwork he submitted when he was going up for professorships, so on, there's lots of plagiarism that goes on in the academic world. Okay, that what you're supposed to you're supposed to add a little something to it so we can see what you're bringing to the table. That's not really the main thing. It is the students that sat in his class. There's many other things, okay, that brought into question what he was about. Anyway, I'm hoping when they finish the investigation, we get to see, but it's not just about plagiarism, because there's a lot of plagiarism that goes on in the academic world. It's not just that.
Can I ask this question, please? I'm trying to find out. There's this Africa Free Trade Area where Africans are trading amongst themselves, and this month or this week, I'm not too sure. I think the Ghana president was in Jamaica somewhere, and he's saying that he wants to bring the Caribbean into the Africa Free Trade Area. Now, since we are all in the African diaspora, how is the British black going to benefit or trying to get into this thing which will benefit us and our children? That's a question I'm throwing to you all.
I think if we have large free trade areas, then people in our community that are trying to and are successfully running businesses in the Caribbean and in Africa have a bigger market to play in.
Yeah.
And one thing about us as Black Brits is because so many of us are, you know, we like going back to Africa or to the Caribbean islands on holiday and this and that, etc., etc. I think that the more successful that free trade area and the harder, and we have to do the work here as Black British people, we have to press our governments, we have to press, you know, these organizational bodies that are involved with this and say, look, we're glad to see Caribbeans able to freely trade in Africa, Africa able to freely trade in the Caribbean, but make sure that you carve out that space and you remember us as well, because London, Manchester, Bristol, Brighton, whatever, the UK, that's another market that we need to be making sure,
That
like,
won't
no,
happen,
there's
though.
money on the table there. We need to be
That's not
collecting
going to
that.
happen, though. Look, let me come in. That's not going to happen because you know what we're dealing with. Hold on, look, Lewis, hold on. You know the institutions that we're dealing with, you know, they do not want our unity. So, you know, you saying that the government, the UK government has to carve out. That's just...
No,
that's
not the UK government. I'm talking about us talking to our governments, Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Jamaica, Barbados, whatever it is. I'm talking about us as a community directly dealing with these people, not the British government.
All right, you phrased it better. You phrased it better. So I was thinking more like you was talking about, you know, maybe us, you know, going to the UK government for. I'm just thinking to myself. Obviously, that's far fetched, you know, and that's not gonna. We can't see that happening.
No, brother. Even that one is not as hard as you think. That's quite easy, actually. Okay, because
Do you know what? A lot we can achieve a lot.
That's not easy. It's already. Listen, why do you think when I came here? Okay.
Look, the foundation is built on colonialism. It's built on supremacy.
Brother.
It's not going to happen.
No, brother.
It's not going to happen.
Right, brother. The world is built on trade. Okay. If you've got something to sell, you can get it to Britain. I've bought in a 40-foot container full of furniture that I got made in Ghana that I brought here. I've still got my catalog here.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, when I get back to Ghana, okay.
There are a lot of Sierra Leoneans who bring in food from Sierra Leone to the UK every day.
Yeah,
loads of the food that you buy in the Indian shop and Pakistani shop, like palm oil, peanuts. Most of these things are labeled from Sierra Leone and Ghana and Nigeria.
Yeah,
so we're letting other people. We're letting other people take the wholesale of this market instead of us doing it. That's the problem.
Right. We've got to do it on a scale that's to world standard, because a lot of our food, the white people love it if they can get, because it's organic. Why do you think after our cocoa so much?
Right.
Okay. Right. So what we've got to get involved in these businesses, okay? We shouldn't be afraid to get our hands dirty like the Indians do. Indians will be sweeping the back road, they'll sell you whatever.
Let me Louis, sorry for you. Okay,
I'm making my point, but you're cutting me too much, bro. Okay.
Sorry, man, go on.
Food product is not one of the things that we got an advantage of in growing in tropical climates. From everything, from palm oil to mangoes, we've been given a gift. The white man don't have that. He's got to do all fertilizer on his land through winter time and all that. We got to throw it on the ground. So we need to get involved in the businesses that requires manufacturing. That's agriculture. I'm a furniture maker by trade. Can you make the clothes you're wearing, the panties we're gonna do what the Chinese are doing. But we got an advantage over them. We got a hot tropical climate, full of minerals. So we need to get involved in business. I love the professors and all that, but we don't need them. They're cool. We need manufacturers, people, technical people. Okay, so when is a free trade between the Caribbean and West Africa? That's brilliant. That's going to open up the market so our Black brothers and sisters who got expertise above some of us in West Africa can come over.
That's right.
That's brilliant. That is brilliant. I would always say, you know, it's best to obviously link with someone on the continent or in the Caribbean, you know, to get a better, connection and networking.
All right, let me pass the mic. Let me pass the mic. Let me pass the mic back to Dave, then to Babaliko. Go ahead, Dave. Oh, Dave fell off. Go ahead, Babaliko.
Yeah, I'm just listening. I think they already started. I see Barbados Prime Minister in Ghana, and she was making some great points about working together with the Africans and her 10-point plan that she make for the Caribbean. and Africa, and she calling for decolonization.
Fantastic.
And she's calling for, these monies that they say in the Caribbean owes to Britain and stuff. They're calling for $0 owed because every dollar they use that they slave us, they already get it back. So that's what they're calling from. Trinidad already was making a deal earlier with Ghana as well, to have a straight flight from Ghana to Trinidad. I don't know what's going on with that now since the Indian lady's in charge now, but I know our last prime minister had a deal on the table from Ghana to Trinidad.
Babilico, do you know what that means, yeah? We are on the way to economic freedom.
Well, yes.
At last, we're on the way to economic freedom because ain't none of us been free economically.
Exactly.
We've been stifled, and this is what we've been asking for, that network where we can have some type of independence.
Fantastic.
Exactly.
That's the next stage. This is fantastic.
Let Babalico
right?
land
I
now.
think this leaders are serious.
I'll land. But that's about it. We want straight flights from the Caribbean to Africa. We want to link up with our African brothers. I see a lot of Nigerians just landed in Jamaica. So we want to link up. We don't care about all this, where you from and where you not from. We want to link up with our brothers, and we want to be economically free, and we want to work with our brothers and free ourselves from these nonsense that's going on. And I think
business.
Yes, and I think Africa and the Caribbean and our brothers in America that wants to work with the Africans and Caribbean, I think will be something great in the future.
It's gonna work.
Let
me just speak on the link.
I agree.
The Ghana International Airport is already been expanded again. Okay, we got Kumasi Airport that's coming. They're all international airports. We got another one in Tamale. All international standard airport they're going to be, and they're working on it, constructing it heavily. And I know they're not just going to build that for nothing. The next thing we got thing coming on is the Ghana, the national air carrier. It gets that the government is scared to do it because our people will steal the money. So we look to link up with a company that's successful, like maybe Ethiopia, others, to go in partnership.
The only thing I must say, the Ghana is, so far Dramani is doing well networking within the Caribbean because I saw him in Jamaica recently. That's good. So what I'm trying to say is, right, what we need to focus on in the UK right now is to basically take our money from the Asian businesses in our neighborhoods, if we've even got some left, because I don't know how many neighbors we've got left in the UK. What I know is in places like Tottenham, they still have a strong African presence in Tottenham after some of the Jamaican community moved out. In Peckham, there's still African community in Peckham. And if you go to Brixton, London, the same thing. In Bristol, we still got the black community here. They're very old. They've been there long, and you can't, because in fact, the black community in Bristol are very, integrated with the white people. But they still want to have their own, community back because their community has been gentrified. However, the Somalis are the one that holds that old ground that the black had because they managed to keep the shops. They hold on to the shops. They're creating some of their own schools and their own community, which and Birmingham, absolutely, someone in the chat, absolutely, but Birmingham is majority Asian, because people don't understand England, where you find majority of the black people in England is in the south. If you go to the north, it's where you find majority Asians, like the Muslims and the Pakistani and the Indians. And this is the poorest region of England. So black people are not really doing, when the black neighborhoods in the UK are not as bad as some of the Asian neighborhoods. This is what I'm trying to say. Go on.
Right. Listen, brother, I moved to this area about a year and a half ago. Right, I'm in Clapham South. I went down the corner to Brixton, a place I used to hang about all the time when I lived in East London. I went there. Listen, I walked around for an hour before I heard black music. I walked around Brixton.
That's the effect of when the Conservative came to power. What Dave was saying earlier, when the licenses were taken off, and majority.
Listen, bro, it don't matter. Conservative people don't live there. If the Labour white people who used to live in Clapham,
people don't understand.
They're the ones taking over them places.
No, but no, it's true. It's true. That's it. The majority of the hippies, the hippies are coming in. Okay, this is true. All right. The ones that are taking
They
black
got
neighborhoods,
Spanish,
I
listen, they
agree,
got
are not the
Spaniards, they
conservative.
got
Louis,
Brazilians.
I'll let you speak. Yeah, 1 second. The people who are taking black communities in the UK are not the what you call the conservative or the right. These are the people in the left. Okay, like the hippies, those lefties. They're the one that come in to help you. Okay, but then when they settle down, they tend to change a little bit. So for me, I see them as a chameleon liberals. They tend to be lefty. Oh yeah, we're all black. We all know there's no such thing as black and white. We love curry goats. We love the African food. We love your culture. Just let us buy the houses for cheap. Let us build a community. And then they start bringing their people in and they start changing the neighborhoods. They start buying everything that you had that was good. And then what happens is they get gentrified by the class who are higher than them, who are the liberals. And when the liberals come in, they start fighting with the hippies. Okay? And they start fighting against the hippies. So you're the black man. By the time by the time the black people realize they're already been pushed to the suburbia to the racist white. So this is what happened. But I understand all this that we've gone through. We've been through this before. Remember when the black people came to the UK, they were tiny minority, and today we are like 4 to 5%. Okay, we can do this again. The UK black people are very resilient. We are one of the most resilient.
What did you say? 4 to 5%.
4 to 5%. 4 to 5. I say 4%. We're 4%. Yeah.
I have a cousin that lived in Britain and she moved back to Trinidad. She was a nurse. She said she had to fight with white people in those hospitals. They sabotaged her. She moved back to Trinidad. So I want to know. She said it's very expensive in England to own anything.
Very expensive place.
You got to pay TV tax and all that. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah. Look. In my neighborhood. Look, in my neighborhood where I live, right? I live in the most. I live in the most like expensive place in the city. I live in one of the most expensive cities in the UK. All right, outside Bristol is more expensive than London. People don't understand that. In London, you get the London wage. In Bristol, you don't, and the house prices are the same. The rent are the same. Yeah, let's make it clear. Even the white affluents that move in my area, they don't last for 2 years. Okay, you see them. I see new neighbors moving in and out every 2 years or a year. If you're lucky, and these are people that are on good money. They're not. These are people who are on good money. Just a few days, even today, a junior doctor just moved out. That been here just less than 2 years. So this is not a cheap place to live. If you want to come to the UK, it's not cheap. The only cheap place to live in the UK is in the north. And the north, there is no job.
Jobs.
Okay? There's no job in the north. If you go to the north, it's full of poor white people. Yes, they're full of white people who actually are nothing on job income, like job center money, job seekers, and the Asians. Okay, and these are the poorest of the poorest in the UK. So black people don't want to go live there.
Right. Let me tell you
what. Andy's gonna change that though. Africa. Andy's gonna change it.
Ain't gonna change it.
Listen, well, let's hope so. Let's hope so.
Can I just say, right?
Andy's taking it all up north.
Right. Listen.
Yeah, no, the north is poor.
I drive a bus around London. Brixton, I know very well. That Brixton was a heartbeat of black UK. Second place for a long time, Forest Gate, just as East London rider. People forget this stuff. The statistics out there, I'm talking about the 80s, then obviously it went down. A lot of us moved out and so on. Places that black people should have been rich, especially like Notting Hill. That's where we have the carnival and all that.
Notting Hill is nice.
In the early days, it was the rich middle class whites who were buying us out. Listen, now what's happening is that big companies from America, from United Arab Emirates, oil money, dirty money from oil company, Arabian countries, rich mega companies are coming in and buying these houses. So you're not competing against a regular Joe Blogg who bought a couple of houses. You're competing against the Barclays Bank who own most of the Britain. Okay, this is a big corporate thing. So black people need to think ahead. To me, the only options I see us doing, we're not ever really going to have power here as such, right? Okay, even if we do it collectively, eventually it will be deterred because you cannot compete with these people's money. You compete with big corporate, whole country's money comes
Yeah,
in.
the UK is like that. It's corporate money.
That's how
That's
the
the
banking
problem.
system is. The royal
Corporate
family know
money.
this. Okay, it's corporate money. Our chances is when we're back home, we can invest, build, and we can make sure that we got the stability.
Yeah.
Then we can join it with whatever's here. But whatever's here, we can only make it so solid. We're not going to make it as solid as it was in the 80s. Forget it. They got too much game. They've taken us out. Look, I drive a tour bus through Harrods, Knightsbridge. It's like a. When I first started, I was like, God, my God, this is like a not Arab ghetto because they got money, but it's England, but it's not English people there.
No, the Arabs bought out.
Like
No,
an
the
Arab
Arabs and the Russians.
paradise.
Yes,
The Arabs and the Russians bought London out. You know,
bro,
this is the problem.
that's it.
This is what
And the
Boris
white
did.
British have
Boris
sold
did
it
that,
out to them.
but that's what I'm trying to say to you. The Conservative did it. So when he said when I talk, he said the Conservative when Boris was mayor of
Bro,
London.
it started.
Livingston.
But Blair pushed that as well. Blair
No, but he
pushed that.
did, but he never did it. Bro, listen. No, listen. During Blair, listen. You might say what you like about Blair, yeah, but during
Blair
Blair
was one of
time,
the worst.
this place was better. No, but during his time, things were better because he was a leader. He would not tolerate. Listen, Blair will not tolerate. Even though he will not tolerate all this that's happening now. When he was when he was a leader of the UK, he will not tolerate all this racism. Even though he's the way he is,
it with him.
but he will not
Tony
tolerate
Blair,
this.
17 years, bro.
No, man, he wouldn't have. Because during this time,
did you say Tony Blair wouldn't tolerate racism?
No, the type of racism that's happening now, he would not agree with it. I'm telling you.
Racism. I'm talking about.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yes. He will not tolerate blatant racism. No.
Yeah, Africa.
When he speak with authority.
Do you
People
realize
respect him.
Do you realize what Tony Blair tried to do? Do you realize? You know what
I know. Listen, I know.
Tony Blair
Listen,
tried to invade. Tony Blair tried to invade. Wanted to declare war against Zimbabwe.
I know that. Come on, man. Listen. I understand all of that. He was a friend of Gaddafi, and also he turned against him. I understand this. Tony Blair.
You just said
I know.
You just said he cares about racism.
Nobody he's not listening to what I'm saying. He will not agree with the blatant. He will not agree with the blatant racism because he have family people in Africa. See, listen, Tony Blair's father was in Freetown as a lecturer in the university.
He was working for Britain.
No, but don't listen. I understand. Listen, I understand. He's obviously he's part of the system. There's no way you're gonna let him off the hook.
Bro,
and he's the one that
all
went to
white
Iraq.
people.
And
I know
he's the
this
one
may
that
scare you. All white people are racist. All of them. All of them are racist. I know that might scare you.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact.
I don't want to go that far, but okay. If you say so.
No. That's a fact. That's a fact.
They
might like you. They might be a friend, but trust me. They have it inside them.
Yeah, can't get me in that trouble, you know.
Listen,
in Brooklyn, right?
I didn't say all white people hate like black people. I didn't say all white people hate black people.
Hold on.
No. Listen,
New York.
Listen, the majority of white there is a chunk of white people in the UK that love black people, and these are the people that still. These are the reason why we're still here. Okay, and they will go to the extent. They will go to the extent.
How come that love? How come you never find these good white people in the courtroom? They're never in the courtroom, Andy.
I have experienced. Listen, I have experienced that. When they give black people 100 year sentences, they're never in the courtroom, Andy. Let me listen. When George Floyd got killed, right, in the UK, in my city.
Yeah.
Well, let me just finish. When George Floyd got killed, right, the majority of the people who I see outside, like marching and protesting remember the first statue that got brought down because America started bringing statues down as well. Yeah, and everyone said, bring all this racist statues down.
Bro.
Let me just say, I know.
You play good cop, bad cop. That's all they do. They play good cop, bad cop. They get the signs, and then they go back to their white area that no black people lives. That's what they do.
I know. I got that, bro. But you can't. We have no evidence of that. So even during slavery, there was white people who were actually fighting against slavery. So let's just not generalize the entire race.
This guy,
right? If I could just answer Babylon quickly regarding his sisters, the nurse who moved back to Trinidad. My father was a nurse here for about nearly 40 years or so. Listen, that's what East Europeans do. They're slightly cheaper labor. They come in, they learn it quite well. They don't have to go through the racism, and they will try and override you quickly and bully you at work. And there's a lot of them now here. So, and we were, don't forget, in the early days, because of the Commonwealth and the Cold War, they had to recruit from our country. They didn't want to, but they had to bring us in. Now they don't have to. That's why they vote. That's why I don't like the EEC thing.
Yeah, she said a white girl was messing with her in the hospital all the time. Nobody wasn't saying nothing. As soon as she cursed her out, she was recommended to the management. And that was it for her job. And that was it.
Louis, do you know why I agree with when they said you don't like Brexit, man? When they said you like Brexit, the only point where I can say you might be right on is because when those Eastern Europeans came to England, that's when I knew some of the white English people started becoming more brave and being open because the Eastern Europeans are very racist.
They started becoming more racist, isn't it?
He came in, they start telling the Englishman, listen, my man. They start telling the Englishman, why are you letting all these black people here in our country? Listen, I speak to my English friend at work here. He said to me, don't speak to those Eastern Europeans. I said, why? He said, these guys, you don't want to hear what they're telling me about you black people, man. It's like, and it's constantly, they keep hounding about. And the funny thing is, they don't understand the first people that the English people wanted to get out of this country is them. Because as soon as they start coming in numbers, the Englishman is like, right, I don't want to see it an European.
You do
and
know
they actually made sure that didn't happen.
Some of the black employment, some of the black employment was lost to them, you know. So that obviously
they took our job. They came here.
And that put more financial pressure on us as well.
So put a lot of black people in poverty and made a lot of black people lost their skills, their jobs.
Because a lot of black people
that's why I think that's why I think sometimes we don't have set left or right when it comes to government in the West. This, like for example, when it's a Democrat, Republican, Labour, Tories, these are all the same people, man. These are the same people. They're all the same.
You cannot all the same. Democrat, Republican, same.
Labour, Conservative, they're all the same.
Right. You cannot cut yourself from our countries back home or forget the dreams of our forefathers who were independent movement. We need to build our countries, we link together. Unfortunately, when white people tend to screw, that's when we black people got to start working together. It's a shame. But it's better late than never. Right. We've got to get our work. We got free trade. What we like in Africa, we like businesses, manufacturing. So what our people in the Caribbean know of, they can bring it to Africa, vice versa. We want sugar production. We consume a lot of sugar. Who knows how to do it better than the people in the Caribbean from Jamaica, Cuba? Let them come. Let them do their thing. Let them make money. Free trade. Okay?
That's it.
We can create manufacturing for ourselves. That was the dream of our people. Yeah, we can have.
I agree, but our people back home have not created yet enough strong pathways for us to be taking our talent from the Western world and coming home and fostering that. Something I've always suggested and said is that we need to have it so that, look, there's programs, they can go into the universities or whatever it is, or just to the streets and say, look, come to this country or come to my country for the summer. Here's a 6-week program. Get yourself started with some business. Here's some people locally that can advise you on how our laws are and how our business acclimate is. And we need to align between different countries how we do things.
So you mean there should be institutions advocating for that thing, yeah?
Dave.
Yes.
When a lot of African and Caribbean come to the States, United States or Britain, they don't have no organization. They just come, right? And then they fall into jobs, and then they fall into working together, and then they fall into making organizations. So by just going to Africa or from the Caribbean, and the Caribbean and Africa come into the Caribbean, they will fall into that, even though we don't have it yet. But they will make it up by just going, checking out places first, seeing how it goes, and then we can organize that organization. Remember, we didn't have that in the Caribbean to come in the United States or Britain in the first place, but later on, we did organize that. So I agree with Africa and Prince, let's just do the trade, and later on we could always get that together and implement that.
Right, true. There is some truth to that. Yes.
We got a big advantage. We got a land that's huge, perfect for manufacturing. Everything, there's nothing. It's just us. We just got turn our attention to us. We're doing it for ourselves. Any knowledge we like, we can get it from the Asians if we have to. You don't have to go to the white man necessarily. Okay, knowledge is everywhere now. We've got to make our countries. We want to build basics so that we don't have to travel. This is the catch. If African Caribbean, all right, we got homes we can afford, good streets,
Black Americans,
water, all the basic. Who gonna come to this cold country and drive a fucking bus around Britain for about 20 years? I ain't going to. Right? So it's natural. They know this. So they just give you just enough to keep you going. But we've been keeping going long enough. Now this is the generation that's saying, "Hey, come on. Let's turn around and build our nations because we come from tropical places. When we build it, it looks better than this place." Okay, so
no, but the finish is. That's right. We need to build the universities first in Africa.
We've got them.
But then, do you know what? Do you know what? Do you know what I knew? Do you know? I think they should stop publishing in the UK also. Is how good our kids are doing in school, because at the moment they're very focusing on how African kids are doing really well when it comes to their results in school, and the Asian kids above the whites and so on. So for me, and I think that would be a weapon they will use against us one day, and try and go against the figures that's coming up. And I think those things should stop.
You got to make sure you take your kids.
But first thing first, we got to get these useless Caribbean leaders and these useless African leaders who's not doing anything for the country out. Okay? Yes. Because we see what Traore has done in 3 years. The hospitals, the schools, the roads. So we know the leaders who've been there for 10 years and 20 years. Okay? Who can't even see who's 90 years? We don't know where he is now in Cameroon. We can see what that money has done to Burkina Faso. So we want leaders now to come up and say, listen, this is what we're going to do with the money and fix the country. If the leaders can't do that, they got to go. Because we know there's a lot of money coming into Africa, okay, with all those resources they got. We know that. So the leaders now, in the next year or two, if you ain't building no roads in Nigeria, in Ivory Coast, in Senegal, you wouldn't build no roads, no community, no hospitals. You gotta, in the next year or two, you gotta go. You gotta go. Because you wasting time, and time is something that we don't have.
Well, Nigeria's building Echo Atlantic, isn't it? Echo Atlantic?
Yeah, but President Tinubu's dragging his feet like he does everything. Like
Yep.
Okay.
He needs to either be ousted or be effective. Like he's taking way too long.
Well, he's definitely gonna be reelected next year.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Reelected? Oh my God!
He's gonna win. He's gonna win.
Oh Lord!
Oh my God! That is stripping.
No,
he's gonna.
Hold on. Who's gonna beat him?
Oh my God!
Is Peter Obi running again?
Dude, these politicians of the opposition party, they switch parties like every other, like Peter Party.
Listen,
Peter Obi, on his fourth party, like fifth party since I started.
He's gonna do his second time. He's gonna do. That's it.
But Tinubu gotta go down as the worst president. Tinubu gotta go down as the worst president in Nigeria. What is he doing but sleeping?
He's gonna do his second time for the North, for the South.
Oh my God, that's gonna be hell.
Oh
my God.
Shout out to African Goddess for the super chats. Appreciate you.
Listen, Tinubu is gonna do his second time for the North, and the North will do their whatever time they want. They're gonna do after Tinubu, and that's how we're gonna go.
Dangote is the real president of Nigeria.
Tinubu is saying that the AES is causing the terrorists in this country. He's a liar. He's a liar. Tinubu is just there lying his teeth off. He's lying, man. Where is Boko Haram?
Is a gangster.
How long has Boko Haram been in Nigeria? Did the AES put Boko Haram in Nigeria?
Let's leave that conversation alone, please. Let's leave that one alone, please. I'm begging for my grandpa, please. I blame my people for all this mess anyway. But So basically, so what we need to do as people, we need to realize that there's a lot against us. I mean, someone mentioned someone like Dangote. Yeah, someone like Dangote. We need more of them. We need more people in the Caribbean. You'd be surprised a lot of Caribbean people who are highly educated people in the UK and the Caribbean who can actually link up with the people in Africa and the FBAs for that matter.
We
and
doing
actually
that.
build, and build something. We need to build something.
I don't think FBAs will.
If we don't get our act together,
Black Americans, not FBAs. Black Americans, not FBAs.
Black Americans.
We're not FBAs. Black Americans,
not FBAs. They're
Black
Americans.
Isolationists.
We've got to get our act together and really get industrialization moving in Africa. It's no joke. If you're a leader, you don't have an industrialization plan, you shouldn't even be in leadership. Okay?
Who has got the house phone going?
Has what?
Someone got a house phone.
2026.
It's 1997, people.
Switch that phone off, nigga.
In it, bro. What? Turn these phones off. What is this? Chaos, bro. Chaos.
That sound like someone?
Someone pager going off. The house phone's going off.
Crazy.
No, I reckon it's someone just
there is
throwing
one other danger that in Africa that we've got to be careful of, and I know something you guys might have said about. I am still worried about radical Islam is a problem. Okay.
Yeah, we face existential threat, from all directions.
All direction. They're coming from everywhere, like a stray bullet. Let's not focus on that.
Prince Lewis,
yes,
why can you unpack that? Why are you worried about radical Islam? Why?
I'll tell you why. Because in the places where radical Islam has lifted its head, the country in Africa has not done well. In fact, Islam has not, generally speaking, have not served us very well. Apart from inviting the Arabs, opening the door for the Arabs to come in, Look at Sudan. How are you going to govern the country, move us forward in this day and age? And you inviting Pakistanis to come and teach you radicalism. Right now, we've got an education minister, one of the worst ministers we've had, called Muntika. Right, he's from the Northern region. He's in Ghana. He's been power before.
Oh yeah, I can see why Louis keep talking about this because I know it's the Muslims are taking over Ghana, isn't it?
No. This man, guess what he wants to do?
That's why I know apparently the Muslim, the education. They used to say the Muslims are not educated in Ghana, but now they're taking over. Most of the educated lot are coming back from.
This man wants to introduce the Arabic language from primary school upwards. What the hell is that going to do for us? In the age where we've got Google Translator. What the hell you want us to learn Arab for? What? So we can be servants to Arabs?
No, listen. When it comes to those things, when it comes to the Abrahamics, bro, I'm not a fan of. Let's leave that alone. We have to. We have to.
Africa. There's a problem. There's a problem there, Africa. He's right. Louis is right. There's a problem.
It's not the religion. It's the people that follow it and how they follow it, and also not only that.
No, but you remember,
it's by allowing outsiders to come and infiltrate you.
Africa. These guys. You remember Saudi Arabia came to Burkina Faso and asked them to build mosques. He never asked to give them no help.
I'm glad that it stood up. But the man is Africa himself is the Muslim.
Let me show you something.
The Muslim.
Let me show you something. Do you understand why we say there's a problem with Islam? Yeah.
Yes.
Look at the Middle East. Look at the Middle East.
I agree with you.
Yeah?
I agree.
Do you see how they're snaking each other? How they're backstabbing each other?
Yes.
You got the UAE. So that is what is being perpetuated, yeah.
These are vessels on the continent. That's what they are, all of them.
Yeah, so that's why we keep saying that we have to be conscious of the
old brothers. These are the same brothers that
religion.
Like when they say Labour and Conservative and the Republican and Democrat, these are the same brothers, man. That's why I'm not going to get into that because
anyway. What we're saying to you is that it's an issue. It's an issue that we have to address in order for us to move forward.
Yes,
as a people. Because if we don't address it, it's going to be a problem, you know.
Yes, it's already a problem.
As
It's
we're
already a
going
problem.
forward in the future. Do you understand? We're not against
Yeah.
Islam,
No.
but it's just the way.
We have to be African. You have to
the way
be the
it's
way
being
that
conducted at the
is how it
moment, the
suits
way it's
us.
been
You have to be
conducted is wrong.
You have to be honest. You have to be a black nationalist way of it. That's it. If it's gonna be, it's gonna be in the continent. You have to be a black way of dealing with worshiping it, and that's how it is.
Those Arab Muslims,
that's
those
why
Arabs
I
is not
really
our
know it.
friends. Those Arabs is not our friends. As soon as we learn that
At
the quicker
all,
way,
at all,
we will
at
learn
all, at
they
all.
are not
And
our friends.
do you know what I found out recently? Why you're not allowed to write or describe him or his picture? It's because his mother is a black woman. His mother was Ethiopian, and for the fact that these people think so little about us, they realize the person that they worship is just like Jesus is actually come from a black womb. Different standards. You understand what I'm trying to say? So when I start looking at these things, I'm thinking these Arab people are Arab. Look, Arab people been our longest enemies in this world, bro. They've been our longest enemy. There's no way me and you gonna have an argument about that. When it comes between the white man and the Arab man, when it comes between the Arab and the whites, I would say the white man is my friend compared to the Arab.
Yes, the Arab is the worst.
There's sickest of the sickest, bro.
The Arab is the worst. Yes, he's right. They're the worst.
1,300 years slavery. 1,300 years.
Arab is still selling black people on the continent.
Yeah.
Arab is still kidnapping and selling black people on the continent. That's a fact. Okay? They're stealing the gold in Sudan, stealing all the gold and taking it to the UAE and Sudan. They think we don't know what's going on, but all that soon come to an end. It was
Israel and UAE. All it based on all the stuff I read allegedly behind a lot of the stuff that's going on, and also being funded behind the West also, and all this. This is all the same shit. They all at it. They all got some slice in it. They're gonna eat. And as Egypt, with the downfall of Egypt, is not the start. Is the starting of this. This is how they started. They went into Egypt. They moved us further to Sudan, and then from Sudan they move off. They divide South Sudan and North Sudan. And then the problem is, as I said to you, we're lucky. The late president who died in Nigeria, Buhari, managed to, slow those Tuaregs down in Chad. Because that's the time they was ready to run over the entire West Africa. Yeah, and obviously that's what traumatized him. That's why I believe he should have never been the president of Nigeria at the first place. And those things happen around, that certain area, and certain people are behind it. And it's not. And Boko Haram that you see that came in after that Chadic war.
Yes,
they're still there. They're still there. So these things is not speculation. We know that is a fact. Okay, and the problem we have in Africa is people will tribalize it. They use religion against it. They use it because this is what the media wanted to do. They wanted to keep fighting one another while they're coming in slowly.
Yeah, and for everybody who said France wasn't in the back of terrorism, you see what happens now.
Have you seen the European Parliament? Have you seen have you heard about the European Parliament? The Belgian guy last week.
In fact, we got to do a separate show on that. You know that French informant that was arrested in Mali.
Yes,
Mali just pardoned him.
Yep.
Daniel, have you seen
but let me
French?
pass the mic to Brandon. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, I know Brandon.
Hey, hello.
Just pull up.
Hey, Dinus, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right. So, Dinus, me and you had a conversation about my daughter some weeks ago, and I asked for your advice on some weightlifting technique, all that. You was like, the technique is not good. Brandon, she should have knew this stuff when she was in the 9th grade. She's a senior, whatever, right? I said, I'm gonna get her together. I took over her strength and conditioning, fired Orange Theory because that shit was trash. I was paying like $300 a month for that.
Man,
it was trash.
She had no business in Orange Theory as far as for strength and conditioning for volleyball.
So since we got the strength and conditioning in order, we went to the national showcase in Irvine. 400 girls. My daughter won top performer at that event in front of 150 schools. Right.
Congratulations.
This the whole thing.
Congrats.
You're gonna show and prove even if somebody come at you and say, hey, this, that, and the third is not right, you're not going to get offended and say, oh, this is racist, or, somebody hating and, all this stuff. You're going to look at it, take the criticism, be honest with yourself, be objective. You're going to make the adjustments. Thank God she has a father who knows how to get strong and big. And I was able to say, look, let's take the advice and the recommendations. Let's start here, start there. Let's use AI to grade the form on every set just to make sure we're perfect. And we made the adjustment. We cracking. This Arday dude after the dead dude out in the UK, that man was a victim of black culture. It wasn't Cambridge that failed him. It wasn't even his parents that failed him. It was the black community and our inability to take real criticism and then use that to empower ourselves to do great things. This dude was slow. He was autistic, right? He was black. He probably was like an idiot savant, right? Very good in certain areas, but not good in other areas. And that's a term, an idiot savant. If you don't know what that is, then go back to third grade. And this is as someone who works with autistic people. It's like Rain Man. He could tell you how many it's like he could tell you how many toothpicks hit the ground, but can't tell you what 1 + 1 is. This is a real thing, right? But the problem was all of the safety mechanisms that exist, right, to basically validate a person as being a PhD or a scholar. Those things were bypassed for fear that black people would say, oh, you's a racist. This work is garbage. It's good work. Wait a minute. You're full of crap because, as usual, no one's done their research. There have been professors calling him out for over a decade. And they all admitted one professor got fired for calling him out. And then when they did an objective analysis of his work, they said this is not PhD level work. This is just racial discontent. This has nothing to do. No, Dinas, I'm 100% right. The guy was exposed, and he went and deleted himself because he was shamed, right? When they started to do a review of his work, they found that majority of it was plagiarized, Dinas, stolen from other. Listen.
Then why did the Liverpool John Moores University investigate him last year and not find him?
I sat here quietly and didn't interrupt y'all.
No.
Anything I say.
Let him speak. Go ahead, Brandon.
Anything I say can quickly be verified by a soft Google search, Dinas. I was going to cover this topic. The man got exposed. The first man who called him out.
Stop right there. How did he get?
Can you have some respect? Can you have some respect?
No, but you're not going to just come in here and lie.
I don't give a shit about
that. Don't interrupt, Brent. Don't interrupt him. Go ahead, Brandon.
If I can take criticism about my own daughter and see the truth and make adjustments, I don't give a shit about your friend, cousin, uncle, none of that. As a man has to be able to take objective criticism, and he has to be able to use it to better himself. This guy hid behind accusations of racism, and it allowed him to go and achieve things that he never should have been able to. Dude, can you shut your mouth? 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 Are you autistic? Are you autistic? Are you autistic?
No need to be rude.
No, the guy's interrupting me.
Okay, I'm telling you.
Charlie. Let him. Okay, every time you interrupt Brandon, he gets an extra minute. Go ahead, Brandon.
Listen, the man was exposed. That's not me just making that up.
Okay, how was he?
I get another minute. You can go. You
get extra minute, Brandon.
You can easily look this stuff up. For anyone who actually cares about the truth, go look it up. The boy was placed under review by the board of Cambridge. So what he did was he ran because the accusations started piling up and people started submitting evidence that he plagiarized work. The first time someone challenged him, that guy got fired under accusations of being a racist. That's it. They didn't say he didn't plagiarize. They just said, well, you're a racist, so we're getting rid of you. More professors looked into it. They submitted proof that he plagiarized work. The board began to investigate him. 24 hours after the board announced they were investigating him, he resigned, and less than a week later, he was dead. So we all know, based on the timing, Arday knew he was going to be exposed. He was shamed, and he went and took his own life because he didn't want to be exposed. Arday knew this man, Dinas, this man was making claims that he jogged 500 miles in 5 days.
Yeah.
Just autistic stuff. Autistic stuff. And he made a lot of outlandish claims. And it was all defended.
No, I think it was like he ran like 30 or 28 marathons in a month or something.
But that was right. But how many miles how much miles would that be collectively, right?
Yeah, it's I don't know, it was 500, but it's a lot. I mean, it's a lot.
But it's stuff that was fabricated, right? And because of his illness, because of his mental illness, it might have been true that he was unable to really make a differential between reality and fantasy. But that should have been caught years ago. But Dinas, he was able to hide behind these everybody's racist narrative that questions me. And he got exposed, and it caused him to take his own life in shame. That's what happened with Arday. It was nothing more, nothing less. No one can defend this. This is all proven. I'm not attacking the guy because I don't like him, but the guy was a fraud. That's at the end of the day, he was a fraud.
Yeah, he appears that way. Brandon, if I can just say, like I said, my brother who's a professor told me that the plagiarism is not that unusual, but it's the other work, what he was lecturing on. The students made complaints about him, so his work was quite bad. You can actually get by and all that, do a bit of plagiarism, but it's what you add to the work and what you're teaching will show if you know what you're talking about. He shouldn't have gone that far because he was not, his credentials didn't match up. So it is what it is. I don't think
even his students complain that every lecture just descended into racism. He wasn't even teaching the subject that he was there to teach. He built he's kind of like these grifters on YouTube, like Dane Calloway and Tariq Nasheed. He can just bring everything back to race, and if you question him or expect him to do his job, you're a racist. That is a sickness. That is a sickness within the black community.
That is true. Hear me out, Brandon.
That is true what Brandon's saying. He ain't lying about that one.
Listen, the black people in Britain don't complain that simply about racism unless we've got a point. He's doing that. But what I'm trying to tell you, the majority of black professors, they're very good. They don't do that. A lot of them are actually conservative. They take your point of view, Brandon. So if I can get
but Jason Arday hurts them. He hurts the legitimate ones because
I understand.
He was so and he knew he was a fraud. And I'm not saying I'm glad he died, but he took his life because he got exposed. And what I'm saying is he would be alive today if black people put down this crap about anyone who questions us is racist. Anyone who says I'm not a Cherokee Indian is a racist. Anyone who says I wasn't in America and I popped up out the soil of America. Anyone who says I'm from Africa is a racist. Like, we do this all day. So Jason wasn't unique. He was just a sick, mentally ill black person among many who actually ascended to a high rank and got embarrassed and humiliated.
Brandon, believe it or not, black people are actually reluctant to allege racism. They're actually reluctant to do it.
Yeah, they do. We don't use
You're 100% wrong. Black people, man, please. Did you say black people are reluctant to make accusations of racism?
Yeah.
In the UK,
Charlie, that might be a UK thing, but here in America,
you out your damn mind.
Yeah.
Dude, black people
But
can
in the
make
UK, we
anything
don't.
racism. I
No,
saw
no,
black.
Brandon,
Look,
Brandon,
look.
stop it. Brandon, listen.
Wait, look, bro.
Listen.
I just
Brandon.
I just witnessed a lady. There's a law in California. If you have over 15 items, you can't go through the self checkout. This is a law in my city where I live in Long Beach, and it's to keep human beings with jobs and not to get replaced by AI. I just saw a black lady act a damn fool over this rule, screaming racism. The guy literally was making anyone with over 15 items go to another line. White, black, blue, green, whatever. It had nothing to do with race. This lady was in there hooping and hollering, racist, racist. They had to call the police on this lady. Couldn't see the sign where it say anything over 15 items, you have to go to a regular checkout. Black people can make a doctor visit racist, a traffic stop, how the lawman cut their grass. We know how to extrapolate everything to racism.
Yeah, we understand that, brother. In America, you do tend to. In America, you know, no, in the UK, we tend to be more different when it comes to how we approach it. Because
we know,
we approach it differently, brother. Yeah, so no, it's when it's blatant, and also it comes to like, you know, like to the point where the law have to be involved. That's when you see black people really freak out about stuff like that. And you know, because we live in a different country, also, right? You know, different culture. So that is another point. But I agree with some of these stuff that you said, that, you know, from the where you said about the, you know, as you said, because I don't know about the legal issue between this guy. If you, for example, you know, been done for plagiarism, you know, if they find him out to be, because they've said they haven't found him out to be like that yet. If they found out to be he was doing that, then definitely he did not help the black community. Okay, but if it's not, then obviously that might be.
They've been finding him out for years. Black people in America have said math. Black people in America said math is racist. Black people in America have gotten to the point where certain schools in certain states don't even do a letter grade anymore. They just do like everyone passes. Everyone you pass. This is the truth.
Academia has gone soft. Academia.
And look, Black America has literally exported the racism stuff. This stuff is happening all over the world now, where people are just using racism as a way to move up the ladder.
So Brandon, you think that black people only know about racism because of Black Americans?
I know that, yes, because people are watching Black Americans.
No, I disagree with that, brother.
Listen. Black America is the #1 exporter of culture on the planet. Everything we do, listen, bro, this is true.
Brandon have a point. Let him explain. Let him
listen. I know my culture, bro. And when we started televising the race bait, this is racist, that's racist, you can literally see YouTube channels with Africans playing the same hustle as Tariq and Umar and all them. It's just something we're exporting.
No.
You know, Umar was in London. He was in London, Brandon. You know, Dr. Umar was in London.
What black culture are you talking about?
Yeah.
No, just any.
No, but Umar is different to Tariq.
Brandon. Name
more of a Pan-African, even though it's, you know.
Why? Okay, tell me this. Why are London blacks trying to fly Umar and Tariq Nasheed to there to talk to them? Because they're buying into that culture.
We don't see them the same, Brandon. We don't. I don't think you understand the culture here, Brandon. We don't see them the same. We see Dr. Umar as a dodgy Pan-African. Yeah. We see Dr. Umar as a dodgy Pan-African and Tariq Nasheed as
so that's different, Brandon. That's different.
Wait, so why are they flying them to the UK to lecture?
Okay, Brandon.
Racism is the same thing.
Brandon, wait. Look. Those guys are not going to come to the UK unless they can make significant money to do that.
Brandon, listen to me. Listen to me.
Dr. Omar do have a fame. He do have people in the UK. I agree with that.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, he does have
So, wait, hold on, Brandon. Let me ask you a question. Have you, in America, have you ever been through any racism from any Indian, whites, or anybody in America?
Have I ever experienced racism?
Yes.
I don't think I've experienced racism. I think I've experienced some prejudice or some bias.
Brendan, you can't talk about this.
What I'm telling you today, and I will put my life on this.
Okay.
Very few black people in America have experienced true racism, bro. And what I'm telling you is to call what we experience racism is literally this. Hold on.
Everywhere black people go on the planet.
Listen. You can't tell me about America. You can't tell me. Listen. Shut your mouth. You cannot tell me about America, bro. My grandfather.
I know more about America than you.
You really don't. My grandfather. Listen.
I know more about America than you.
My grandfather lived in a time where black people had to go to separate bathrooms. Black people couldn't even be outside at a certain time in certain places. If you're telling me that black people who literally roll down the street drunk driving, be outside hanging out drinking, shooting up neighborhoods, doing all this stuff, are you seriously telling me that the behavior of black people is proof that there's racism that's oppressing them?
I agree with that.
Black people are doing.
Brandon. I agree with that.
Brandon, there's different types of racism. There is institutional racism.
I agree with that.
In major cities. Wait a minute, bro. You explain this. You explain.
Hold on, Charlie. Hold on, Charlie. Hold on, Brandon.
Let me ask you a question.
How is that even possible? He's from Ghana. He's in London, Britain. What they got to do with Black America?
Tell me this.
How is black? Don't make it worse.
Hold up, real quick.
How can I make it worse?
Hold on, bro. Listen,
everyone just gives him the floor to talk shit.
Listen, this is my last question. I'm gonna shut up. If you go around America, black kids in every major city are raiding downtown, beating up police officers, beating up ladies, shooting people.
Yes,
they won't even arrest them.
And
you're telling me that group is under racist oppression? You sound crazy.
That's true.
America's the home of oppression, man.
That's what I said. This is what I said in the beginning of the conversation.
So you're telling me black people in America who shoot people are not getting arrested?
Black kids in America are shooting police officers, beating police officers, raiding stores, and they're not even being arrested.
No, that's Brandon. Brandon, what do you think about the case with the Willis case with the boy that was missing with those white boys? What do you think about that case? Since you said
they have no proof that this boy was killed. The boys left. Oh my
God,
bro! This is a fact. You want listen? I'm gonna go based on the evidence. Let me ask you this question: why is his mother and father refusing to release his cell phone to the police?
His mother and father ain't on the anyway. They doggy.
Why is his mom and daddy?
They already erased everything off the cell phone, Bradman.
Because the mother and father have the cell phone. They will not release it so the police can do a forensic data search on the phone.
Brandon, I'm gonna catch you with this. Would you let your daughter go out with white girls alone on a boat? Yes or no? If you say America have no racism, would you let your daughter go out on a boat with just white people?
Listen. Where I live, and I want you to listen to this very carefully.
Yes, I'm listening.
When our kids are young, we go whale watching. All white people, our kids go with them for school. Camp High Hill, All white people, our kids go to the woods with these white folks for a whole week.
Never met a white person who
Dinus, you are the host. Dinus, do you know what Camp High Hill is? Did you guys go camping? Did you?
I don't know where Camp High Hill. I'm not familiar with. I went to predominantly white private high school. So
even my boy
Dinus, in the fifth grade. Dinus, in the fifth grade, did they take y'all up to the mountains? Did they take y'all to the mountains to go camping and all that when you was in the 5th, 6th grade?
No. I think they probably. I know in high school they had, they would offer them, but I was playing sports, so I didn't.
Okay. When we were in the 5th grade, black kids from LA, Long Beach, all over California and the Southern California, we did Camp High Hill. You go in buses with nothing but whites, pure whites, all up in the mountains. Y'all camp, y'all hike, y'all do all this stuff. You cannot live in America without engaging in things with predominantly white people. So this idea that white people want to kill you, that's just stupid. Most white people want to be your friend, and then other white people scared of you, right? Black people used to bully white people at all white schools.
I would like to meet
this false. When I was in Chicago, it wasn't until I went to college when I first had a white student in my class. Chicago was totally segregated.
Because you live in a black area. You live in a major black city. If you live in LA, there will be black kids going to white.
You cannot exist without being around white people. I existed until I was in college. That's the first time I had a white student.
Look, in LA, you cannot exist without interacting with whites.
LA is totally gentrified. You don't even have LA anymore. It's all Mexicans.
Listen, what I'm telling you is before it got fully gentrified by Mexicans, it was whites.
Because it was actually
okay. That's fine. That has nothing to do with anything. What I'm telling you is
the teen takeovers. Talking about they don't get arrested. Who got arrested for burning down Tulsa, Oklahoma? Who got arrested for that?
All right, you all stupid. You all stupidity.
When they burned down Tulsa, Oklahoma, killed 300 people. Who went to jail? Name one person that went to jail.
Listen. And what I'm telling you is blacks today now enjoy the same.
For burning down Tulsa,
are you going to keep interrupting? I'm going to answer your question. Blacks today enjoy the same level of immunity as those white racists enjoy back then.
Let me give an example. Let me give an example real quick. I got a Navy Federal account, right?
Shooting. I'm going to keep interrupting you because that's what you did to me. I'm just going to interrupt you because that's what you did to me.
I'm going to give you an example. I have a Navy Federal account, right? So when I want to buy a vehicle, Navy Federal gives me a check, and I just go to the dealership and buy the vehicle, right? But if you want the check the same day, you go to the branch, and they just give you the check. So when I go to the branch on a Saturday to get my check, they say, "What you gonna do with it? What's going on with this check?" And I say, "You got to cancel the check that they're gonna send in the mail." What? You got 2 checks? They kept on insinuating that I'm in there to do fraud, and then they kept my check stuff. I say, "What you keep my check stuff for?"
And that would have happened to anybody, white, black, blue, or green, dude. So that ain't no race thing.
No, it happened because how I look.
You've never said racism.
No, if one check is
no racism, and I went to the Navy Federal branch to get my check to buy this car, and they gave me. They was insinuating that I was committing fraud.
I was a bookkeeper for 5 years. I was a bookkeeper for 5 years. I know if you got one check going through the mail and someone's trying to get a check issued at the bank, that will trigger a fraud alert.
No, what happens is they have to stop payment on a check that's in the mail. What you talking about?
Well, that is not something that banks just do all the time. They don't do that.
Federal does. You can get the check the same day.
Someone can take the check, bro. Someone can take the check from the mail. They can still go cash that check. Because when you do stop payment,
listen, the point I'm trying to make is the treatment I got.
Can you shut up real quick so that I can prove that you're lying?
Nobody's talking about you.
Listen, if you guys don't look, you guys are adults, but you act like children. He went into the
name somebody that got arrested for lynching black people. Name one person that got arrested other than Emmett Till, and they got
Go ahead, Brandon. Ask the question, Brandon. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a basic question. If you go in I got 5 white dudes walking past me. If I ask them this question, if you go into a bank on a Saturday saying, "Please stop payment on this check," they're not going to do it because that check, if you stop payment on a non-business day, the stop payment will not go through till a business day. So if the check arrives Saturday, Monday morning, stop payment might not go through. You could take that check and go cash it. I was a bookkeeper. I know why they told you no, because you did a business thing on a Saturday when no one's doing business in banking.
Who said they
That's
told
what
me
made
no?
an issue.
I got the
I
check.
know what I'm talking
What you
about.
They didn't tell me
Know
no.
what you're talking about.
All right, bro.
You don't know
But you're
nothing about Navy Federal. My
Listen,
father was in
bro.
the Air Force. That's why
You
I'm able to be a
just said
member of
that
Navy
they
Federal.
didn't. You
But you
just
don't know
said that
anything. I got the check. They gave me the check. What are you talking about?
they're not stopping. They're not stop
They
payment on a
didn't stop
check.
payment because they say it's going to take the Tuesday, but I'm talking about the
Then
treatment they
I
was
know.
giving me.
He just proved what I said. He just proved what I said.
You don't even understand what I'm telling you. The
Dennis,
insinuation,
did this
the
man just prove what
gaslighting
I
that they
said?
were saying, they was trying to assume that I was in there. They was telling me, they was giving me language to gaslight.
Hold on 1 second, Brandon. Why did you bring up Tuesday again?
What I brought up Tuesday was that's when the check that they didn't really send the check in the mail, they just printed it. But the stop payment is going to be Tuesday. But the reason I wanted to check on Saturday because I had to go to the dealership on Saturday, so I was able to go.
Black ass could have got the check on Monday
I was
and
able
ran
to
back
go
and
on
double
Saturday
cashed it.
and actually
That's
get.
why they wouldn't do it. That's why they wouldn't do it.
This dude just keep talking.
Black ass tried to do
Why is this
fraud.
dude babbling?
They knew he was no good when they saw he
Why
was
is this dude
black.
babbling, man? Why is this dude babbling? What happened was I went to Saturday on Navy Federal Branch and close to Chicago on
You
Saturday.
tried to do fraud.
And I got the check. They gave me the check, but they kept saying, "What are you going to do with it?" They kept using language to try to trigger a response, but I wouldn't bite. So they wanted a reason to say, "Okay."
Yeah, but if they give you a check and they ask you what you're gonna do with it, you just say, "Hey, I'm about to go buy a car and keep it pushing."
But I'm saying the constant language, the constant bickering, and then keeping my check stub, knowing I was going to be displeased with that. But you know, I got the check first.
You have to give them your check stub as proof of income.
No, they print the check. Navy Federal prints the check, and then usually when you go to the branch, they give you the check and the check stub. So the check stub is your record, and then you take the check to the dealership and get the car.
Okay, you're talking about the check stub for your employment or
my
check stub?
check. So I'm like, why you keeping my check stub on my check? We got to destroy
they
that.
wouldn't give him. They wouldn't give him. They wouldn't do it because he had a check coming in the mail.
What do you mean
they knew that if they had issued him another check,
what are you talking about?
Look, they knew if they had issued him another check, he would have went and cashed that check. Then tried to cash the one that came in the mail on Monday before the stop payment went through on Tuesday.
Check didn't even come
You ain't
yet.
slick. You out here doing check fraud.
Listen,
they caught you and you mad.
Listen, the last time I got a car from Navy Federal, they sent the check in the mail, but I wanted to get the car earlier. So when the check came, it was useless. The check actually came through the mail, but I got the check
tried
from the
to
branch.
do fraud, bro, and they caught you. Now you mad at the white man.
I got the check. I brought the car.
The teller was probably black.
They were. It was blacks and Mexicans.
I knew it. I knew it.
What are you talking about?
Hey, bro, I know your life. I know the life of an idiot.
He just talking
I
crap, man. But I
people in my
experienced racism on Saturday in Navy Federal. You telling me there's no racism?
Brendan,
what you talking about?
You're saying black Americans perpetrate racism, yeah?
I agree with a lot of things Brandon say, but they got racism here in America. Living in this place, they got a lot of racism. We gotta stop it, Brandon.
Tell us what racism you experience. I'm telling you. If you sit black people down and say, what's the racism you experience? The stories will boil down to pure Negroism.
No, that's not true.
I didn't get special treatment, so now I'm mad. That's what black people look at as racism.
That's not true, Brandon.
Black people in America have like a low standard when it comes to academics. We have states in which they don't get grades anymore. That's just nonsense.
They wouldn't let me swipe my EBT card at Red Lobster, so they racist type shit. That's what black people call racism.
No Red Lobster, man. You just talking racist banter, racist stereotype.
Bro, I know my people. Our people suffer from real racism in the past. You disrespect them by calling your whining, complaining crap you go through racist.
What is Arday, a Ghanaian professor who lived in Britain, has to do with Black America? Why you drag Black America into this?
Somebody in the audience said, who historically has experienced special treatment? Black people. We have 200,000 years head start on the white man, and we still complaining.
No, that's not true, Brandon. I was watching a video. This black lady put a camera in her son here, and he went to school, and the white man keep beating her son because he can't talk. He got a speech impairment. He can't talk. That white man was beating her son, calling her nigger. calling us, and she sees scratches on his body.
Hey, wait a
When he
minute.
came
Somebody
home,
got to pay a fine. Somebody got to pay a fine. They said the N word on here.
It was a quote.
It's context. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question?
I got you. That's okay. It's okay, Brandon. I got it, Brandon. I will pay. But listen, they was calling her that, right? When she take the camera and see what the white guy was doing to her son. But she sent her son into the majority all white school. They was abusing that little boy. Okay? So you can't tell me, Brandon, come on now. You can't tell me these things. You live in California.
But bro, you got it. Look, you don't understand racism. Racism would have been if they would have said, well, he hit him for a reason and just didn't do nothing about it. Those white people then went into action against that white man. When black people experience racism or abuse at the hands of white people, 9 times out of 10 is white people coming to take the white people to jail. So how is that racism?
Hey, Brandon, was colonialism racist when the Europeans went over there and conquered Africa? The Berlin Conference was that racist?
Oh my God, Brandon.
No,
oh
it wasn't. No, because they did it to their own.
South Africa was that
They
racism?
did it. Listen, they did it in their own land.
You need a lot of support from African people talking like this.
If someone, I don't give a shit. If someone does something in their own land to white people that look like them first, then they do it to you and you happen to be black, that's not racially motivated. That's greed. They'll do it to their own mother. You had African kings who sold their own mamas into slavery. Was that racially motivated?
Can I ask you a question, Brandon?
You guys just can't separate greed, capitalism, being just a shitty person from racism. There was a racist, Dinus. I was up in Cottonwood, California. That's way up north. That's in your area, Dinus. A white supremacist fixed my friend's transmission for $700 when we got stranded. The dealership was like, tow it to the dealership. It's going to be about $25,000 to fix this transmission on this truck.
Brendan, you're showing some credentials.
$25,000.
No way, Brandon. 25,000.
25. It was a 3,500. It was a 3,500, but it had some type of computer situation where the computer caused the transmission to lock. Dealership was trying to rip bro off, bro, big time. But the white guy said, "Well, here's the thing. I can't reset the computer." He said, but what I could do is I could rig this up to where I can get the transmission to work for you, right? And then you could drive it, but you can't shut the car off. So we waiting for the dude to do it. He comes back in. He said, I got a friend with a computer. He said, he'll come over here and do everything for you. We said, how much? He said, how much money do you have? My friend said, I got about $800. He said, well, you're going to need gas to get home. Give me $500 and I'll take care of everything for you. Listen.
This guy's talking shit.
Listen, you guys don't know about technology. You guys don't know about technology, but you can do a reading. You can do a reading on a computer and send that to the dealership, and they then could tell you this is what's wrong, and that's how much it's going to cost.
1965.
Because look, money talk bullshit. Money talk in America. Money talk bullshit walk. Black people use racism as an excuse to not do shit and not want to try to do things. That's it.
Did black people suffer racism in 1965?
You said today. You said, did I suffer racism? I wasn't born in 1965.
I'm asking you a question. Did black people suffer racism in 1965?
Yes, they did. I had said that.
Okay, well, how come in 1965 most white people denied that racism was a problem?
I don't think most the white people denied it. That's why.
Yes, they
bro,
did.
The only reason you got civil rights is because white people. So what the hell are you talking about? And that takes majority vote.
No, Brandon. Black people fought for civil rights. Black Americans fought for civil rights, but white Americans, they just give you civil rights.
How many black people was in Congress in 1965?
How many black people what?
How many black people were in Congress in 1965? It's a simple, if you answer that question, that debunks your whole entire premise.
Not much, but they still had power in their voices.
So if they were racist, why did they grant civil rights? They could have said no, go back home.
No, but how they can do that? And it's a lot of tension. Remember, it's a lot of tension going on back there.
Black people ain't gonna do nothing to white people. Black people didn't do nothing to white people when they was hanging us in the tree by our neck, bro. We looked, cried, and went back to church. So please stop acting like we was about to do something. We didn't do nothing.
Okay,
We wasn't gonna do nothing.
All white people.
Brandon, you know what you remind me of? You remind me of the black church that bring the white boy into the black church. To sit down and say, yeah, he's a good white boy, and then he shoot. Then he end up, shooting up the church. You mean the same? Those guys that everything is fine until things happen like that.
You mean the same black church that let the transsexual go to run the choir in the Sunday school?
That's different, Brandon.
Black people love white people. Black people in America want to be white, and that's why they're angry. Black people in America are angry because they cannot be white, and because they can't be white, Yes, it is.
No, Brandon, that's not true.
This is a fact. This is a fact.
I never hear no white. I live here for years. I never hear no black American say the white.
You out your mind. Black people do everything white folks do. Dinus. A black person gets some money. What's the first one they go to? Louis Vuitton. Black person gets some money. First car they were like, I need a Mercedes. They don't go say, let me go buy black. They say, let me go buy all the stuff white people buy.
Yeah, it's a program. That's everybody's program.
Dinus. If a black person in America get money, first thing they gonna do is move to a white neighborhood. But then, why would you? If racism was alive, why do black people with money move to white neighborhoods?
Because found in rich areas where white people are, it's very where white people don't live, it's very difficult.
If black people,
yes, okay.
Brandon, I'm gonna say this. Wait! I gotta ask this question. I need an answer. Racism is alive in America, and black folks are so scared of racism. Why, as soon as black people get money, do they move to white neighborhoods, buried deep up in the crack of the white man's ass, where it ain't another black person for miles?
Because finding rich areas where very few white people live is very difficult.
Brandon, what's happening with the lynchings? The lynchings over in America. What's happening?
Brandon, I agree. No, 1 second, guy. I agree to what he's saying. That's what I said earlier. Not all white people are racist.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. All white people are racist.
Okay. So why black people want to be around them so bad?
All white people. I've never met
because the community is much more common. White people. You might get shot in a black neighborhood. That's a fact.
All white people are racist.
So clearly racism. So racism clearly ain't the biggest threat to black people, is it?
Well, I know what you're saying, Brandon. I catch what you're saying. Our black people is more of a threat to us, but you have to be careful of them too. You're not gonna go into the neighborhood and be like all willy-dilly walking outside all 12 o'clock at night. You're gonna go into the neighborhood. You're gonna set up your cameras in your big house. You're gonna have stuff going too. So
I live in an all-white neighborhood right now. These white people, I just cursed out all my neighbors in a group chat. Called them stupid and all that. They didn't do shit. I walked outside, they was waving to me and shit. I'm like, I just cussed all y'all out. White people are not worried about black people. White people are not worried about black people, bro. White people getting money. Niggas is complaining still.
What do you?
Brandon, that's that right.
Yeah,
there.
I know. I'm a cash app you. I know.
No, you got to do Zelle or Venmo. Cash app. They cash app shut me down.
Oh, that's racist. You know how black people got cash app down. That's why you getting racist, bro. You know black people don't mess with them white platforms.
Yeah. So I mean, if you go back to the abolition of slavery, and the people who how it's done, and look at colonialism and how it's done, you cannot box them all in one group. But I would say there is a system that's obviously out there to get us, and there's a system that's designed not for us to be comfortable in, and there are systems that are working against us. I agree with that, definitely. And those
the system then got us.
Yeah.
Capitalism is racism.
Capitalism is racist.
Those systems are not there for the average white people neither. Because if you look in the West, okay, if you look at, if you go to some, like in England, we all know, as I said earlier, if you go to some area in Liverpool, Warrington, like in the north of England, the white people up there are probably the poorest group you find in the UK, and this is a white man country. So some of some of the narratives does not play out, when it comes to the reality. That's just a fact. And we like to think we like to think we're at the bottom of the pile in all level of society. Sometimes we're not. We just think we are. But sometimes we do not. Also beat ourselves enough for where we are going wrong and where we should be moving forward and actually get things right. So the different aspects of the black community that we need to start blaming ourselves instead of blaming white people all the time. I agree with that. But you got to give black people credit. Look at America where you are today. The Red Indians were literally wiped out as people. Okay? And Africa is right there.
Africa. In the Civil War, it was 183,000 black armed troop soldiers, bro. White folks was fighting a battle against UK. They was fighting a battle against England. They was fighting against the Indians and everything. Those black soldiers, 183,000 of them, they didn't pick up their muskets and go to war with the white man to carve out a space in this land for themselves. That's because they love the white man. If you didn't fight then, when you had a chance, listen, if you didn't fight then when you had a chance to win, that is a fact. If you didn't fight the white man then, talking about you wanted to prove yourself as an American, you ain't never gonna fight him.
A lot of those guys, before they go in the military, they had was to sign paperwork, say they're going to be given land and all that. A lot of the Buffalo soldiers and all these guys. Brandon, come on now.
You're thinking of the wrong time period. Buffalo soldiers was years later. I'm talking about Civil War.
Cookie pilots and all these guys. Remember, they fought and came back and got nothing. They got nothing. They give them nothing. They lied to them.
If someone was black, my father told me about these things. So that's not true, Brandon.
If someone was beating your ass,
Brandon, look,
you're in denial, man. You're delusional, Brandon.
African people in the continent fought hard to keep that continent where it is. Remember, we've been fighting, as we said, we're fighting Arab people for decades, and we're still there. And we managed to keep some of our territory from them, keep them away from our territory, and some of our territory been taken away. Okay, but we're still there as people. In America, in the Caribbean, same thing. If you look at in Brazil, same thing. So we are very spread. If you look at the black population in the world, you can tell we're quite resilient people. In America, your ancestors, same thing. So we cannot just, you cannot just demonize the entire black race to say, oh, we just like to suck up to white people, or we're that, we want white, or
but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that black people love the white man. They love the white man. I'm not saying we sucking up to them. I'm saying these black people are angry with white people because they feel white people never accepted them. So then black people scream racism at any moment. That's exactly what it's about, bro. That's what it's about.
God gives. I mean, this is familiar though. Look at the problem we have in the UK. Brandon might not be far from the truth. The reason why we are struggling in the UK is because we integrated too fast and too much. The group in the UK who tend to integrate more are the one that suffers more.
Wait, we know that. Hey, look, Africa. One of the audience members said,
you hear what he's trying to say? Read between the lines. Yeah, go on, Brandon.
Look, a person in the audience said the Seminole Wars say something different. Black people ran away in the Seminole Wars. We didn't even fight in the Seminole Wars. We hightailed it and left the Indians to fight for themselves. Go learn your history. Black people said we ain't fighting the white man, and we ran up out of there. That's why to this day there's barely any black folks calling themselves Seminoles. And Seminole didn't even mean you was Indian. You were just welcomed in by the Indians. But when the Indians resisted the white man, the blacks left. They ran to the north. So stop with your fake history, bro. Look, Black folks are like the redheaded stepchild. We thought that civil rights was going to gain us a certain level of acceptance in white society, which it did, right? Because we could go in the store and sit and eat a sandwich with crackers and all that as much as we want to. But the thing is, white folks said, we will let you in the big house, but you can't act like an animal. And black folks said, well, if we can't act like animals, then you ain't accepting us. And we're seeing that play out even to this day. But
Where is that,
we
man?
get mad.
Where did black folks
Regular
get
black people. Regular black
I
people.
disagree with some of that, Brandon. The only thing I agree with,
controversial,
Brandon,
we're going to be on the table and we can't.
the only thing I agree with,
Black people, Dinus. Black people said if the white man won't let us swipe our EBT card at Roof Chris, he a racist. That's what we said right there.
Oh man, don't allow that, man. Leave that alone, please. The only place I can
he won't let me park my car on the grass at Pebble Beach. He's a racist. If we can't get special treatment, the white man is a racist. Go ahead, knock yourself out.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. So the only place I agree with you is that yes, we tend to want to integrate a lot with them. Okay, and they tell us to integrate.
No, they want to integrate with us.
No, I understand that, but we tend to integrate much more with the white people, regardless whether in the UK, for example, right? We tend to integrate more, as a group than the Asians, than like the Indians, than the Pakistani, than any other group that came here. We know that that's a fact because we allow them to do that. We were not organized enough, and also we wanted to be, to be comfortable with them, want them to be comfortable with us. And the other group did not allow that. The other group, if you look at the reason why majority of the Asians are getting the stick from the English right now, is in terms of integration. Because when they go to Birmingham, they don't see a lot of white faces there, and most of the right-wing politicians are saying, "Oh, I went to Birmingham."
No. You do. You see a lot of white people.
But you're not listening. But you're not listening.
These dudes out here are married to white women.
Listen. No, Charlie. Wait.
In the rich areas, they're very white. Edgbaston's very white.
But they like to stick to certain areas, only certain areas. That's what I've noticed.
Only certain areas.
Yeah, because they don't like coming into the other areas.
What did Robert Jenrick? When Robert Jenrick went to Birmingham, exactly. When Robert Jenrick went to Birmingham, what did he said? He was on the news for 3 days. He said, "I didn't see any white faces around here.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like."
He was lying.
But why did he say that? Because it's a majority Asian area.
No, because Jenrick likes to go and whip up a whole bunch of garbage because he went to the
area. Birmingham is the second biggest. Birmingham is the second biggest city in the UK, right?
Guys,
let me finish.
Guys, black people are. Sorry.
Wait, sorry. Birmingham is the second largest city in the UK. It's a city with the second largest ethnic minority.
Say one thing.
Brother, Charlie, just let me finish. Come on, bro. Yeah, that's right. So he went to the most black, most Asian part of Birmingham to say that. If you go to Birmingham, I've been to Birmingham so many times.
That is a result.
That's my point.
No, let me talk.
But that's my point. Let me finish so you can talk.
Man.
Come on, man.
You only find black people in 3 places in England: London, Birmingham, and Manchester. And in those places,
and Bristol.
And Bristol, 3 places. Yeah. Okay, that's the only place you can find black people. And even then, they're heavily concentrated in the poorer, less deprived areas. That's what happens. There are plenty of places around where I live where you can see which are pretty much whites only. Okay, so there's only 3 places in England: London, Birmingham, Manchester. That's it.
Hey, why
London, Birmingham.
why are we talking about white people being racist against black people? We ain't black, we Indians, we Hebrew Israelites, we whatever new
No,
identity.
well, they know,
This
yeah.
is what I'm
They know,
telling
yeah.
you.
This is Brandon. This is a British conversation.
Black,
Only the FBA say the
people
Indians,
have
Brandon. Only the FBA say the Indians.
FBE. This is FBE conversation, Brandon.
Hey, black people are saying that they are the people in a fictitious book, bro. We have transcended race at this point. Black people have adopted a totally different identity. That's how you know racism. Listen, if racism was still alive, white people would be in the streets with ropes reminding black people that they are black. They would be screaming, "Go back to Africa, you N-word. You ain't no Israelite." We've moved so far from racism, we can pretend to be other people, other races at this point, and white people just keep on moving like, oh well, they want to be Indians today. Oh well, they want to be whatever.
They ain't saying that to us.
Those are white extremists. That's different. The Ku Klux Klan aren't white racists. They're white extremists. You're talking about extreme white people.
You never even met a Ku Klux Klan member. Shut your mouth. Most black people in America have never even seen a member of the Ku Klux Klan, let alone met one.
You can't see them though, can you, Brandon? You can't see them.
There are YouTubers. Look, bro.
Come on, man.
Listen, there are YouTubers who are that went to the headquarters of the KKK. Black YouTubers have gone to. Listen, bro.
I'm talking about white racists. I'm not talking about white extremists.
Listen, man. White racists, white extremists. What's the difference?
There's a difference between a white extremist and a white racist.
Have you ever met a white racist?
I've met white racists, white extremists.
And what did they do to you?
What do you mean? What did they do to me?
What did they do to you?
The white extremists.
The
white racist.
Yeah?
Sorry, the white
was
racist.
it the Zionist?
What did he do to you? He gave me a parking ticket for parking at the meter when it was expired up.
Racist doesn't have to do anything.
How do you know he's a racist? So how do you know he's a racist?
The white racist is because somebody has to be racist.
How do you know they're a racist if they don't do anything to you?
Because somebody has to be racist. There isn't no.
Because you're looking at them and determining they're racist.
No. Somebody has to be racist. Okay.
Somebody has to be racist.
Yes, and there is.
You sound like an idiot.
No, because there isn't no master list of racism, isn't there? So somebody has to be racist.
Somebody has to be racist. See, this is the type of ignorant stuff I be trying to tell y'all.
Because racism exists, so somebody has to be racist.
No, bro. What did the racist do to you? A racist has to do something to you.
My point is, a racist doesn't have to do anything.
Do you know the definition of racism?
You're talking about individual
systematic.
For something to be racist, the racist has to have the power to impact your life in a negative way. This is the definition of racism.
That's what capitalism is.
No, shut up. Now you talk about capitalism. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Look, hold on, Brendan. You know how capitalism works.
My name is Brandon, not Brendan like your boyfriend. My name is Brandon.
Brandon, stop censoring yourself. This conversation is not about you.
You know.
You guys don't even stop censoring yourself. Now you sound like a liberal white woman.
My God, Brendan, you're
censoring yourself.
You are in denial, Brendan. You're in denial.
No, bro. I'm asking this man, what did the racists do to him?
But my point is that white racists doesn't have to do anything.
Yes, Brandon is in denial. That's a fact.
Yes,
listen. This man said
seriously.
Bro, this man says someone has to be racist. I asked him, what did the racist do to him? He can't even think of that.
But the racists don't have to do something for you to know they're racist, Brandon. They can say I hate the N-words, and they can go about the business. They can say that. They don't have to do nothing to you to be racist. They can just tell you they hate you. You are N-word.
Okay, then that means they're prejudiced. They don't like you. That's not racist.
I mean the prejudice, but you know the terms how we use it. We use it as racist. Come on, Brandon. You play semantics. So right
now, I see a super overweight Mexican lady walking in front of me right now. If I don't like fat chicks, does that mean I'm racist against Latinos?
Brandon, can I ask you a question?
Well, you could use it like that. You could use it as a race. You could say as a term, but
Black Americans taught you people about racism, and the definition of racism fundamentally means that they have to be able to do something to impact your life in a negative way. You don't know your history, you don't know the terminology, and you don't know the damn politics of the situation.
Racism is just a system where you can punish and reward people.
No, you can't just look at someone and say they're racist. They have to do something to you.
Okay, tell me a white person who isn't racist. Tell me one.
I don't think any of my neighbors are racist, because if they were, they would have lynched me a long time ago. I do my live stream at 8 o'clock in the morning, screaming, yelling, waking their babies up, all that. They don't even say that. They just smile and keep it moving.
Because they're scared of you.
I be like, these crackers. I be talking crap about white people. These crackers,
They're intimidated, Brendan. That's why they don't come and
if
say
they were
anything to you.
racist, they would gang up on me and carry me out to a tree and lynch me, bro.
Okay, that's because they know you've got no muscle. Got no muscle to do anything about it. Go and try and lynch them and see what happens to you.
Go ahead and do what against them?
Go and try and
I beat up many white boys. I beat up many whites, Mexicans. Mexicans is more racist than white people by far.
Yeah, I think to be honest, I find the Asian people in the UK to be more racist than the white people.
Mexicans and Asians are way more racist than whites.
Brandon, 1 second. I find the Asian, especially the Indians and those, that sort of group, I find them to be more racist towards black people. We know that black people.
The Arabs are more racist than whites.
They the one that these people, okay, we keep talking about the white man all the time, but these people are the same people who are in Africa, who are going to Africa. They're setting up business in our neighborhoods in Africa. They're taking over the industry that black people should be. Listen, the Indian man will be open. The Indian man will go to Africa and actually make money, the Africans in their neighborhoods in Africa, and own farmlands, and also export the same food to the black neighborhoods in England and sell it to the black man.
They're full of double standards. They're full of double standards.
I've seen Indians.
They will still be racist against you as a black man, and you still continue blaming the white man.
I have seen Indians be racist to Africans in Africa with my own 2 eyes, to the point where I intervened, and they were like, "Oh, they always treat us like this." So the white man is kind of the least of our worries at this point, bro. I saw an Indian.
Brandon's Indian. He never seen a white person be racist to a black man. He saw
never.
Indians be racist to
Let me ask you a question, Brendan. Hold on.
You never seen a white person be racist, right? But
listen, bro. Wait. If a white person would have said, wait, guys. If a white man would have said that to a black person in America, he would have got his ass knocked out. It would have never happened.
Brandon, I disagree with you to say the white people are not racist. There are a lot of racist white people, and we have white people in this country who are actually fighting against it. They're speaking up against it.
One question for Brendan.
God gives. They're setting up programs to fight against it. They are in the streets.
The white man in the UK is so.
Brandon, last weekend, the second guy, Tommy Robertson, and who are blatant racists, who they're not hiding it. They flying the flag and they're saying it online. Their movement is that the UK government and intelligence know they are. They was in my city last Saturday. Okay, basically they was escorted into the city by the police and escorted out by the police. Okay, and the white majority of the people who went to counter protest against them were white people. And guess what? The police arrested the people who went to counter protest against the racists and protect the racists.
Good. They should. The white man in the UK is so racist. He let a bunch of Arabs take over his country. That don't make sense.
That's capitalism. That's money. That's Boris.
But if they were that racist, they would have drove the Arabs out.
No, but Brandon, you need to be more sophisticated when you're analyzing things like this. You can't just make blanket statements on it, because it won't work like that, bro.
Brendan, all the white people them love you, you know. You got all the white people them loving you and laughing at the moment, you know. But yeah,
I don't give a damn about the white people. I'm telling you, if the UK white man was that racist, why did he let a bunch of Arabs take over his country?
Brendan, what do you think? What do you think
Brandon, if you
about
come
the
to the
lynchings?
UK,
Yeah, that's been happening. What's your thoughts about
if
the
Brandon
lynching
comes
that's
to
been
the UK
happening
now,
overseas?
sorry, my brother.
Who did they lynch? Who did they lynch?
The recent lynching, that girl that got lynched, that woman, what's her name?
Did they determine? Did they determine that to a white person have done that?
God gives you just feeding him more red meat. Anyway,
I'm just asking you, did a
unsolved
white person
lynchings,
do it?
There's been
Did a white person
unsolved
do it?
lynchings. So what are you trying to tell me then? So
Unsolved lynching, bro. Listen,
is it black people doing the lynching then? This is what you're trying to say.
It could be. It could be. I know a black girl who went to Mexico with her black friends and they killed her and stuffed her body in the freezer.
Went to where? Mexico, you're saying?
Yeah. She went on vacation with her friends and they killed her and put her body in the freezer. I know a black girl who went on a vacation with her friends to Mexico and her friends beat her to death in a hotel room and they were black.
No, okay.
So what are you talking about?
I agree, Brandon.
You know black people kill each other, right?
Look, I'm not making assumptions. I'm not making assumptions, but what we can say, what we can look, the evidence we've got, is from past history.
You don't have any evidence.
No. What do you mean we don't have any evidence? That's the nature of
you have
of
evidence that there are good.
That's the history. That's the history of America.
No,
When it comes
there
to
were there were black slave catchers in American history too. So what that tell you?
Brendan, but they were aided. They were aided by
Brandon, there were independent black. There were independent black slave catchers, bro.
No, there wasn't no independent. I've never heard of that,
bro. Most slaves in American history,
by Caucasians.
Do you know that most times when a slave was whooped on a plantation, he was whooped by another black person?
Yeah,
did you know that
he was facilitated by the master of the ranch?
Did you know there were black slave owners? Did you know there were black slave owners?
God give them Brandon. Look, Brandon. If you come to the UK with this, like, if you speak like this, if you have a platform that's a British platform and you speak like this in the UK, you're gonna get a lot of pushback by the white people. I'm telling you, not from us.
Because the white people in the UK are weak. That's why they're weak. They don't care about their country.
Oh damn! No, okay, no, I give up now. I mean,
did you know a black woman?
I disagree with
that. Did you know that a black woman? Did you guys know a black woman owned one of the largest plantations in America with the most slaves? More slaves than 10 whites.
There were white and there were black and white slaves in the plantation.
Because when you're talking about lynching, you're so like sure no black person could have done that, and I'm telling you, we don't know who did it.
Okay, let's move on. I mean, this conversation is just getting lower and lower. I mean, let's just move on to it.
No, because I know you guys don't understand the deep hatred black people have for each other, bro. When you understand how much black people hate each other, we're capable of doing anything to each other, bro.
Brandon, I said that earlier. We need to focus on the problem that we have between our community. We need to solve those problems first before we start blaming other people. Of course, I know there are a lot of things that are out there against us. We need to work. Those things will never go away. We need to work on those things, but we need to focus on the problems that we have in our own, community and trying to solve them. But I will never in my entire life living in the UK, growing up in this country, knowing what I've been through, deny that the fact that there's institutional racism and there are a lot of people who are racist in this country. And even if I try to do that,
Brendan, you're disingenuous, man. You're doing us a disservice. You're doing black Americans a disservice. You're
you know what? You know what? I did experience racism one time.
God, Brendan, you're unbelievable.
Now that I think about it, I did experience racism one time.
Oh my God! Oh my!
I was in the beat. Listen, I'm gonna tell you the story of when I experienced racism.
We don't want to hear your shit.
Okay, then. I guess I won't tell you then.
Your fairy tale. He's coming up with some fairy tale. He's gonna come up with.
Was it from a black person?
No, it was from a white. It was from the police. It was from 2 white police officers.
Oh, Brendan.
It was the 4th of July. I was in Huntington Beach, California, on the beach. The cops were already on the beach when I rolled up. So me and my wife got out the car. She was my girlfriend at this time, and we start walking on the beach. When we're on our way back, we're walking past the police officers, and they say, "Hey, where are you guys from?" And I say, "Yeah, we're from Long Beach." He said, "Don't they have beaches in Long Beach?" And I said, "Fuck you," and we just kept walking. That was it.
Oh my God!
I'll bring my wife right here to tell you. I will tell my wife to tell this story, and she'll tell you the exact same story. I said, "Fuck you." We kept walking.
Your wife white?
Brandon, okay. Just because you
Was that racism?
Brandon, just because you experience less racism than the other black people in the world, does that mean there's no racism?
I don't think racism is impacting black people in any way.
Just because you experience less racism in the world compared to
if there was racism, if racism was still alive, black people would not be acting the way we act, bro. Black people have too much freedom at this point because we do a robbery, we go to jail and get out in 5 minutes.
Brandon, do you have a white wife? Is your wife?
I have a black wife. My wife is black.
She's black.
Brendan, you're delusional, man.
I'm not delusional.
You're disingenuous, man. You've always been disingenuous.
Dinus, are the black
I'm
kids?
gonna drop out. Peace out, everyone. Yeah.
We'll see you later. Don't let the white man get you.
Much love,
Brandon. Yeah, blessing there, blessing, fam.
Yeah, I stay in with good spirits,
Brandon,
yeah. We always, remember, we're in the belly of the beast. Remember that we're in the belly of the beast.
Yeah, man. Make sure you don't go outside at night because the white folks gonna get you. Don't be out after sundown.
No, it's not like that.
In the morning, we gonna run to the north.
You have to understand when I don't. You're funny. I know you're trolling people, bro. But it's not.
I'm not even trolling. Y'all are crazy.
I know you too. You're trolling, man. Come on, like, you're definitely not serious about this today. But all I'm saying is,
let me read the super chat. John Zola, thank you for 499. Holla for Brandon. Okay, and guys, we're gonna close out soon. We're gonna close out in about 15 minutes. We've been on for 5 hours. Goodness.
Black people want special treatment. If you don't give black people special treatment and you white, you a racist. If you don't give black people special treatment and you black, you a self-hater, you a coon. If you don't give black people special treatment and you're Asian, oh, you hate black people. Remember little Latasha on in the riots and rooftop Koreans. Let's be real. Black people in America have become entitled and spoiled, and it has ruined us. It has ruined us. And now we look around trying to point out every flaw in every other racial group to justify our ignorance and inability to stick together and build anything as a community.
No, but Brandon, look, I understand that, in America, because I don't want to speak for. I speak for the UK, right? I understand black people in general. We have suffered a lot from, institutional racism, and historically and presently, and also, physically, where we find ourselves. Yes. However, I would not generalize saying all, group of people are the same, because, if you look back on history, there are, in fact, from the UK, William Wilberforce was a white man who actually came together, to stop slavery in West Africa. He built a base in Freetown, Sierra Leone, to stop black people selling their own. And some of the people that we have in Freetown today, who are not really from Sierra Leone, they are not really people of the Guinea region, who find themselves there today in Freetown. Diners know that. These are like mixed up of Yoruba, Igbos, Hausa, other, West African group. They were free slaves that we resettled in the region. Thank God to a white man called Wilberforce, who freed them as slaves, where we know Africans were still selling their own, and most of these slaves were coming from Nigeria and Ghana, and they were rescued by white men. I don't disagree with that. When I say I don't blame all white people from slavery, you know, for about racism. I mean that because I'm saying this as a factual, you know, event. But you know, let's not forget in Europe, you know, these are the belly of the beast. The people who build America, you know, they build America on a foundation of, look, we Europeans, we've been fighting each other for centuries in our soil, okay? Just like what black people are doing, just like what black people did in Africa, okay? We've been fighting each other in Europe because Europe had wars. And these people never stopped fighting. And they discover America based on an idea of new found land where they could all go there together and live in peace and build a new world for themselves as a pan-European, a new world. That's what
Can I
America
come
was
there? Can
founded
I
for.
come there to get away from
Yeah,
these black
let me
people?
just finish. You can make.
Well,
Let me just finish
guys,
the point.
make quick. We got to close out. So after 30 seconds, then Brandon, you got a minute to retort. We got to
Yeah.
close out.
So that's the idea America was founded on. So whoever find himself in the middle of that, you know, let's be fair, they're gonna find themselves in the middle of that, ain't they? Because the idea of the nation wasn't based on multiculturalism. It was based on, you know, pan-Europeanism. Okay, so you cannot deny
All right,
that.
let Brandon respond.
Racism.
Go ahead, Brandon, because we got to close out. Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, black folks get some money. They move straight to a white neighborhood. Black folks, kids now will openly tell you that they don't like black women. They want to marry, they want to get with Mexicans and white girls. Black folks got whooped down when this country was founded. White folks said, y'all want to leave? We'll put y'all on boats back to Africa or Canada. Black people went to Canada. Some, and most of them
But some came
stayed.
to Sierra Leone and Liberia
Under
also.
under the threat of even getting lynched. It don't matter what the white man do to black people. We want to be in proximity to him. We want to marry his women. We want to live up in his neighborhood. Stop crying and lying, claiming that you're afraid of racism and racism is stopping you. Racism ain't stopping you from doing a damn thing. Only thing that's stopping you is laziness. Black people are entitled. Black people are lazy as hell, and black people now are operating like savages. We are destroying cities. We used to just destroy our neighborhood. Now we leave our neighborhood to go to the downtown area of major cities and destroy that. We are out of control. And until the black community stands up and acknowledges that, we're gonna eventually get some real racism and stuff popping off, because black fatigue is real. And like my granny used to say, it's gonna tell on you before you tell on it. Y'all, white folks ain't racist right now. Don't mean they ain't gonna start being, because they gonna start saying, hey, the racist was right. Look how these black folks acting. As soon as
All
you
right,
give
guys,
them a little bit of
we
freedom.
got to close out. Everyone, thanks so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Make sure everybody subscribes to Brandon's channel as well. Define Brandon. The next time, family, Dynasty Mirror Search for Peace.